Chapter 1, Rosindi. Rosinandi, run, run, what are you stunned? In the dark night, in the holy place of Mary Joya where the dragon people live, a boy with blonde hair and sunglasses ran wildly on the empty street with another boy with blonde hair and sunglasses, with endless panic and anger on his face. Rosinandi, hold on, we can escape immediately, these bastards, I must kill them all, kill them all. The blonde-haired young man with sunglasses pulled Rosindi and ran away frantically, because they would die if they didn't run, and they would be ruthlessly killed by their kind. And the blonde boy behind, Rosindi, looked dazed at this time. Who am I? What are you going to do? Why run? Didn't I just stay up late and played a few League of Legends? Why did you come here as soon as you opened your eyes, and who is this kid who is pulling me away? Isn't he afraid of falling to death with a pair of sunglasses? Quick, chase, they are there. Just as Rosindi was stunned, a string of torches suddenly lit up behind him, and at the same time there was a mess of footsteps. Rosinandi, run, run, hold on, right away, I'm going to escape soon. The blonde in front of the sunglasses kid pulled Rosindi and ran frantically. Rosindi's head was muddy, and he asked faintly. Run, why run? Because we discovered the big secret of that group of bastards, if caught by them, they will be put to death. Hold on, Rosindi, there is a wood in front of us, we just need to hide in the wood to be safe. The blonde and sunglasses kid gritted his teeth and said. Rosindi became even more puzzled after hearing this. What is the situation? Put to death? Is it illegal to kill? And who am I? Rosindi is a familiar name, have I heard it there? Ho ho! The two ran away like crazy, the people behind holding the torch gradually approached, and finally the blonde and sunglasses kid pulled Rosindi to the edge of a cliff, and the cliff was surrounded by woods. Quickly, they are in front, catch them. Yes. Step on step. The man behind with the torch was getting closer. The blonde and sunglasses kid was sweating profusely. He looked at the sea under the cliff and the chaser behind him. He gritted his teeth and said to Rosindi, Lo Southwest D, I can't swim after eating devil fruit, so I'm asking you to jump off the cliff to attract their attention. Goodbye my brother. After the blonde sunglasses kid gritted his teeth and slammed Rosindi, under the force of Rosindi, he fell directly from the cliff. With this sudden push, Rosindi suddenly woke up. Devil fruit, this is one piece. What? Rosindi was awake, but the person had fallen off the cliff, instinctively let out a scream. I'm sorry, Rosindi. After watching Rosindi fall off the cliff, the blonde with sunglasses kid picked up a big rock on the ground and threw it directly down the cliff, and then quietly hid in the weeds on the side. Two falling water sounds, followed by a group of people in black with torches rushing over, looking at the cliff and saying, they jumped down, hurry, send someone down to salvage. No need. The man in black was holding a torch and looking at the sea below the cliff and was about to send someone down to salvage, but at this moment two men in white cloaks and masks on their faces walked over and stopped the men in black. The people in black immediately stopped their hands and feet and watched the two men and waited for instructions. You must know that these two are members of CP0, the exclusive guards of the Celestials, which are much higher than their level. The little ghosts jumped off the cliff. There are no bones left, nowhere to be found, close the team. Yes. The people in black saluted immediately after hearing the instruction, and then quickly evacuated, while the two CP0 members stood there for a meeting, and one of them glanced at the place where the blonde and sunglasses kid was hiding. Don't you kill. Don't be stupid. Even if they are not accepted by God, they are still descendants of God. If we kill them, they will be God's layers. I don't need to say what the end is. But killing them is God's order. Aren't they all jumping off the cliff to death? It's just that the water is too urgent and the body can't be found for a while, so close. Understand? One piece, Rosindi, am I crossing? This was Luo Xindi's only thought before falling into the water. Then, he heard a pop. Luo Xindi plunged into the sea, and the huge impact directly stunned Luo Xindi. In the coma, the two souls in Luo Xindi began to merge and gradually merged into one. And in the fusion, this soul from the 21st world finally knows what happened. His name is Luo Xindi and his full name is Don Quixote Luo Xindi. You may be a little strange to mention this name, but his brother, that is, the golden devil with sunglasses just now, must be familiar to everyone. His name is Don Quixote da Flamingo. That's right, it is the future king, Kaiwahe, Tianyasha da Flamingo. As for why they are so downhearted now, it has to be traced back to 2 years ago. At that time, they were still Tianlong people and lived in the Holy Land, but his wonderful father insisted on becoming a human being from God and leading the whole family to withdraw from the Tianlong people. The team left the Holy Land Marijoa and led the family to live the long-awaited civilian life. Then tragedy happened. First of all, Luo Xindi's mother died because of poverty and no money for treatment. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Then the family was discovered by angry civilians. They fell on the tower and were almost shot to death. In the end, it was Ming who awakened the domineering, stunned the civilians and escaped. After this incident, Ming Ji attributed all the mistakes to their stupid Baidian father, killed their stupid father with a single shot, and then hurried back to the Holy Land with Luo Xindi carrying his father's head, asking the heavenly dragons to forgive him and let him. They are back to being the Tianlong Ren. However, the Tianlong Ren refused to forgive the descendants of the two betrayers, Ming Ji and Luo Xindi, and expelled them directly. The two little ghosts inadvertently broke into the secret room of the Tianlong people and found the Tianlong in the process of being expelled. The big secret of man suddenly alarmed the rest of the sky dragons, and the rest of the sky dragons directly let their subordinates and CP0 kill them when they saw it. This was the scene of the chasing just now. I turned out to be Khorasan. This is too unlucky. Today I was pushed off the cliff by Brother Ming. 14 years later I will be shot to death by Brother Ming 3 times. This must be in the hands of Brother Ming. No, you can live a new life by yourself, but you can't just lead the dog like this, otherwise, don't be laughed at by the Traverser Senior. I must change my fate against the sky, so where do I start? In the original book, he seems to be the son of the Warring States period of Buddha, the son of the marshal, that is the second generation of the sea, such a political resource. How did Khorasan in the original book become like that? This is unreasonable. Wait, I've been in this for a long time, it doesn't matter whether it is reasonable or not, what is important is my cheap father. What about the Warring States of Buddha? Who picked it up for me? At the same time, a warship approached slowly not far away, and a man with an exploded head, round glasses, and a coat of justice was standing on the bow of the ship and looking into the distance. Warring States General, the watchman reported that a child floating on the sea was found in the distant waters. Chapter 2, Would you be my son? Pull up, pull up. The warship leaned in slowly, and several seamen cast a large net, directly covering Luo Nandi, and then pulled it up desperately. Click. Wow, ha ha ha. Warring States, in the middle of the night, are you going to have a rich supper for the old man? Really worthy of my best friend. Wow, ha ha ha. The bow looked at a few soldiers dragging the boat on the fishing net. A burly man wearing a cape of a lieutenant admiral and a dog's head hat was holding a bag of celestial bells in his hand and laughed. Kapu, you bastard, stealing my senbei again. Sengoku glared at Carp and roared angrily, but Carp didn't care. Don't be so stingy. Isn't it just a bag of senbei? I will pay you back when I get my salary. Asshole, give it to me. How could the Warring States be dismissed by Carp with a few words, reaching out to grab it, but Carp opened his mouth directly and poured the whole bag of senbei into his mouth at once. Woo, it's gone. Carp gobbled all the senbei directly into his mouth and swallowed desperately. It felt a bit like his grandson Liu Fei encountered meat. Due to eating too hard, Kapu was choked by the senbei suddenly, his face turned red and his ears turned red, as if he was about to be choked to death. Lieutenant General Karp, T. Just when Karp's face was red and his ears were about to choke to death, Karp's adjutant expertly brought a cup of hot tea to him, and Karp grabbed the hot tea and poured it down. Appeal, to be saved. Kapu had a cup of tea, his face immediately looked good, he took a breath of comfort, and looked at the warring states triumphantly. Cap, you bastard, you didn't leave me at all. Wow, ha ha ha. Don't be so stingy in the warring states period, look at it, the net is up. Kapu laughed and attracted the attention of the warring states, and the warring states was really distracted by Kapu, when Kapu came to the edge of the net, and immediately saw an 8 or 9-year-old child with blonde hair wrapped in it. Hey, what a kid! Where's my supper? Karp clasped his nostrils and looked at Luo Xindi in the net. At this time, the warring states had already reacted, and ordered the marines to open the fishing net and follow him to greet the ship doctor who was accompanying him. The ship doctor came to see him immediately after receiving the order. Soon the ship doctor gave Luo Nandi the medicine, and then he saluted, "Warring States General, it's nothing serious, it's just a brief fainting caused by a fall from a height. It will be enough in half an hour. Wake up. Okay, this afternoon, 2 other marines will carry this kid into the cabin." After finishing the order, the warring states period raised his eyes and glanced at Luo Xindi who was lying on the deck. He just glanced at him. I don't know why the warring states period fell in love with this child. Instinctively, he felt a sense of intimacy. What a lovely child, if I had chosen to get married back then, my son would have been this old too. After half an hour, Luo Xindi finally woke up. Looking at the surrounding furnishings, Luo Xindi felt that he should have been rescued by the navy. He followed the ship doctor and took a measurement for Luo Xindi and said, This body is too weak. Be careful not to exercise vigorously." "Okay, thank you doctor, right." "Oh, you fell into the sea. It was the general of the warring states period who saved you. This is the warship of the general of the warring states period. Sengoku General." Hearing these 4 words, Luo Xindi's eyes lit up and his thigh came. "Oh, this way, can I trouble you to take me to the general of the warring states period? I want to express my gratitude in person." "Is that so? But your body is very weak. Please." Okay, you come with me." The ship doctor nodded and led Luo Xindi out of the cabin and came to the deck. When the warring states general set sail, he liked to stand on the bow and look around. On the one hand, he was to guard against sudden attacks by the pirates. On the other hand, he was not long-sighted. The little pirates warned that this can greatly reduce unnecessary battles and reduce the casualties of marines. "Warring States General, this kid wants to see you." The ship doctor brought Luo Xindi to the bow of the ship. Luo Xindi recognized the warring states period and the muscular Kapu next to the warring states period. The warring states period at this time was very young, not as old as in the cartoons, with fluffy hair, glasses and the iconic twist beard on his chin. "I see, go down." The warring states period gave an order to the ship doctor, turned his head to look at Luo Xindi, with a kind smile on his face. "Are you looking for me?" "Yes, Mr. Sengoku, thank you for saving my life." Luo Xindi looked at the warring states and bowed and thanked him. After hearing this, the corner of his mouth turned upside down. "What a polite little guy, you don't need to thank me. The Navy is responsible for protecting civilians." "No, it's not the same. Although the Navy protects civilians is a duty, you don't need to take it seriously, but if you don't thank you for being saved, it's my rudeness, so thank you." "You can calm." Luo Nandi said, neither humble nor overbearing. The warring states nodded after hearing this. "That's the truth, really a cute little guy. By the way, the little guy can tell me about you? Why did you fall into the sea?" After listening to the questioning of the Warring States period, Luo Xindi did not conceal everything about himself and Doflamingo. In fact, it is useless to conceal. As the Admiral of the Warring States Navy, he wanted to investigate Luo Xindi's identity is too simple. So Luo Xindi will not be stupid enough to lie. After all, if he leaves a dishonest impression on the Warring States period, it will have an impact on his plans in the future. After listening to Luo Xindi's narration, the Warring States period was silent, and slowly squatted down, and patted Luo Xindi's shoulder. It's a poor child. He has lost his parents at such a young age, and he has been so evil. It's not easy for a big brother. Come on, boy, cry any grievances. The Warring States' hands held Luo Xindi's shoulders. At this moment Luo Xindi didn't want to cry, but he got here by the words of the Warring States. If he didn't cry out loud, it seemed that everything was fake. There was no way at this time. Luo Nandi can only cry out loudly. This cry doesn't matter. It directly hooks out the memory of Luo Xindi in the soul. Now, it has evolved from a fake cry to a real cry, and the more crying, the more unable to stop. Luo Xindi cried for a long time, and finally stopped crying. At this time, there were tears in the eyes of the Warring States period. A veteran like him was used to life and death, even in the battlefield. Weeping, but today I was moved by this immature childish voice. At this moment, the Warring States had an urge to take care of Luo Xindi, so the Warring States spoke. Rosindi, if possible, let me take care of you in the future, would you like to be my son? Chapter 3, This is the Devil Fruit. Ding! The super equipment selection system is turned on, and the system detects that the host is facing a choice. Do you deny that the Warring States period of Buddha is a godfather? 1. Recognize the Warring States as a father. Dad, you will be my father in the future. Reward from the equipment system of the League of Legends, Healing Orb. 2. Don't recognize the Warring States as a father. Hey, I want to accept the Little Master as a son, and there is no door. Reward from the League of Legends equipment system, Pickaxe. 3. Let the Warring States recognize you as a father. Come on, Warring States, be a son to Lao Zi. Ha ha ha, the reward comes from the League of Legends equipment system, Fanatic Armor. Looking at the system interface that suddenly appeared in front of him, Luo Nandi was very surprised, but then he was ecstatic. The welfare system of the Traverser arrived. But what's the matter with this system? Why are the prizes the equipment in the League of Legends? Is it because I stayed up late to play the league before crossing? And what about these options you gave? The first item, the second item, can still be understood for the time being, but the third item is the son of the Warring States? At this time, Luo Xindi already had a picture in his mind. In the picture he was shirtless, holding a big sword in his hand, and reaching out a hand to the Buddha's Warring States Road. Carrera Warring States, come to be my son. Then I saw that the Warring States of the Buddha turned into a golden body of the Buddha in seconds, and then a shock wave directly knocked himself into dust, and there was no ashes left with a blow. Does this Gaobi system think of himself as a white beard? Besides, even Baybeard would not dare to talk to Sengoku like this. Luo Xindi, Luo Xindi. What? Will you be my son? The Warring States period looked at Luo Nandi expectantly. Well, I would like Mr. Sengoku. Well, why is it still called Mr. Warring States, father? Old, daddy. Luo Xindi looked a little bit shy at the Warring States period. Although Luo Xindi's mouth was more flowery and his thoughts were not ashamed at all, he was willing to be a son of the Warring States period. Shy. This is the same as in the real world. Many people call Ma Yun called Dad Ma, but if you are really asked to face Ma Yun, how many people can calmly open their mouths and call Dad? Okay, Luo Nandi, you call me Daddy, you will be my good son from now on, from now on. Wah ha ha ha. You look like a white beard when you recognize your son in Warring States period, wow ha ha ha. Just as the Warring States period was about to say a few sensational words, Carp, who was not on the sidelines, suddenly pointed at the Warring States period and laughed. "Kapu, you bastard!" The Warring States period gritted his teeth angrily, almost turned into a big Buddha and beat Carp. "Ha ha ha, Warring States, don't be so stingy, it's just a joke, come on, kid, I'm your Uncle Cap, there is nothing good to give you when we meet for the first time, it just so happens that there is a demon that I captured from the New World. The fruit will be given to you as a gift. Devil fruit." When he heard this word, Ronan Danandi's eyes widened and his face was full of curiosity. "Devil fruit, ah! That is the secret treasure of the sea, who does not know the name of the devil fruit when crossing One Piece? However, although the devil fruit is good, it can't be eaten indiscriminately. You must know that Luo Xindi ate a waste fruit in the original book. The silent fruit, whose only effect is sound insulation, licked his face and said that it was the first fruit to improve the quality of sleep. Use chicken feathers? If Luo Xindi did not eat the fruit of silence in the original book, but a devil fruit of the natural line, the ending would be different. Even if he can't beat Ming, he can still escape from the bird cage. So in Luo Xindi's plan, the devil fruit must be eaten. As for eating it, he can't swim. I'm sorry that I can't swim if I don't eat it. After a few days of university study, the pool water was too awful, so I gave up. But even if he wants to eat the devil fruit, Luo Xindi is not going to eat the devil fruit of unknown origin sent by Carp. What if he inadvertently eats another junk fruit like the fruit of silence? Although it is said that the devil fruit has no distinction between superior and inferior, there is no junk fruit, and there are only junk people, but even if the devil fruit has no superior or inferior distinction, there is a cost for humans to develop it. You have eaten the fruit of silence. How much effort did you put in to compare with the natural system of elemental words in the beginning? Isn't this lost at the starting line? Wouldn't it be fragrant to find a natural one? And Luo Xindi also knows that a general level natural thunder fruit is hidden on the Sky Island. Isn't it fragrant with billions of volts? If you are stupid, you will eat the fruits of unknown origin from Carp? Ah, Uncle Cap, your gift is too expensive, I can't ask for it. I can't ask for it. Luo Xindi waved his hand again and again, and Carp shrugged his shoulders after hearing this. That would be a pity, this is the secret treasure of the sea, usually rare. The secret treasure of the sea is rare. After hearing these words, Luo Xindi's curiosity came up. After traveling through the world of One Piece, not seeing the real devil fruit, it is always a pity. Besides, I don't want to eat any more. See if there are any problems. I thought Luo Xindi looked at Cap and said, "Uncle Cap, can I take a look at this devil fruit?" "Of course, take it." Carp threw the box directly to Luo Xindi. Luo Xindi was curious to open the box and saw a cantaloupe with a mysterious pattern. "Is this the devil fruit?" Luo Xindi picked up the devil fruit and looked in front of him, as if a scientist was studying some mysterious substance. At the same time, Carp looked at the Warring States road. "Do you still have senbei?" "Gone." "You are talking nonsense, I just saw you hide a bag behind the great cloak." "It's really gone." "It's gone, isn't it right here?" "Ah, Cap, you return my senbei." "Ha ha ha, there is no door, I lied to eat it all, not for you." Carp grabbed the senbei with the Warring States period, and at this moment, Luo Nandi took the devil fruit to his nose and smelled it. There is no strange smell. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com, why do they say it is as unpalatable as shit? Is it a lie? Luo Xindi held it to his mouth and compared it with each other. He wanted to taste it, but he laughed very quickly, being silly, how could he really eat it? Just when Luo Xindi was about to laugh, Carp dodges the Warring States pounce, retreats violently, and slams into Luo Xindi's back, while Luo Xindi is opening his mouth and making gestures of eating the devil fruit. Luo Xindi was directly knocked down during this collision, and the devil fruit was gnawed directly at the same time. Oh, as horrible as shit! Luo Xindi went down and was shocked by the taste of the devil fruit. Don't ask me why I know that the devil fruit tastes like shit. In fact, Luozindi just said in accordance with the crowd. I don't know what tastes, and we dare not taste it. After all, we are not Ollie. As for the taste of this devil fruit, let's describe it like this: put stinky eggs in wangji and stinky tofu, stir evenly, squeeze into bitter gourd juice, put in swill, and ferment for a week. It should have this taste. Omit, vomit, vomit. Luonandi lay on the deck and desperately clasped his throat, trying to spit out the devil fruit. His eyes were full of tears. The fruit of thunder, what I want to eat is the fruit of thunder, I want to eat the fruit of thunder, woohoo! Kapu! The warring states roared angrily. Carp also looked dazed at this time. I didn't mean it. Carp's words stimulated Luozindi. At this time, Luozindi cried even more miserably. He cried with his mouth open, but the cry was not heard at all. What's wrong with this kid? Why can't he open his mouth without making a sound? Carp scratched his head and looked at the warring states in puzzlement. Chapter 4, Carp's Cruel Training Method. Yeah, that's weird, Luonandi. Warring states also felt that something was not right, so he screamed tentatively, and Luozindi woke up after crying loudly. At the same time, he found the seriousness of the matter, that is, he couldn't even hear his cry. What happened? Dumb? Rosandi, are you okay? The warring states period looked at Luonandi and asked with concern, and Carp was also standing aside and looking at this side with his nostrils. I'm fine. Luozindi spoke, opened his mouth slowly, and made a sound, but he wanted to say more, but couldn't make a sound. It's over. At this time, Luozindi finally realized the seriousness, and opened his mouth without making a sound. If it weren't for acute aphasia, there was only one explanation. The devil fruit he had just eaten took effect. The warring states also obviously reacted, turning his head to look at Carp and said, "What fruit did you give Luozindi just now?" Carp shrugged when he heard the words, "I don't know, I snatched this from a pirate ship in the New World." Adjutant. Yes, General of the Warring States period. Go, use the camera phone bug to take a picture of the fruit that Luozindi ate, and send it back to the headquarters. Let the people in the headquarters data room show me the devil fruit illustration book, look it up carefully, and reply immediately. Yes. The adjutant immediately went to execute it when he heard the words, and at the same time, Luozindi began to try to speak. After several attempts, Luozindi also became familiar with the use of devil fruits. After experimenting, Luonandi found that when he wanted to use the power of the devil fruit, he could only use his thoughts to give orders to the devil fruit. A single thought could complete the order. After the order was issued, the devil fruit would immediately produce a wave. It produces an effect in less than a few microseconds. Warring States General, found it. The adjutant quickly ran out of the meeting room with a piece of paper. When he got closer, the adjutant handed the contents of the devil fruit illustrated book from the headquarters to the Warring States period. Sengoku took the materials and looked at it, his face turned black in an instant, and there were 4 big characters written on the paper, "Silent fruit." The following introduction is, the use of the fruit by the eater can produce a soundproof room, in which any sound can be shielded to achieve an absolute quiet state. The size of the soundproof room is related to the physical strength of the eater. The stronger the physical strength, the area of the soundproof room the bigger. Of course, the eater can freely control the size of the soundproof room. Looking at the contents of the illustrated book, the Warring States period had the heart to kill Carp, but I had high hopes for Luozindi, and now this fruit almost ruined Luozindi's idea of enhancing strength in fruit, so it is useless. Is there any room for development of the fruit? Kapu, you bastard! The Warring States period clenched his fist, desperately wanting to beat Carp violently, and Carp also looked at the illustrated book at this time and said, "This fruit looks very useless." You are so embarrassed to say. The Warring States could not bear it anymore, and he hit Carp's head with a punch, and immediately a big bag grew out of Carp's head visible to the naked eye. It hurts, the Sengoku dared to hit me, give me a punch. Is Carp the one to lose? At this time, he immediately fisted and fought with the warring states period, but neither of them used their full strength, but just played indiscriminately. The main purpose was to distract Luozindi. Luozindi was so aggrieved that he couldn't cry. He was a gambling curse that he must not eat the fruit of silence, and became the Khorasan in the original work. Luozindi once suspected that Luozindi in the original book also accidentally ate this junk fruit because of Kapu. Otherwise, as Luozindi, the adopted son of a general of the warring states period, not to mention the natural system, at least he must be a strong one. Superman, or ancient animals like this kind of fruit. How could it be possible to eat a useless fruit like the silent fruit and turn it into a waste that no one can beat? This is too much for the general of the warring states period to make a face. Especially compared to the old friend of the warring states period, Cap, and his son, Mont de Durag, this official second generation ate a fruit that can call the wind and rain when he started, which is many times stronger than Luozindi. You said it's okay here, do you believe it? Personal estimation, it must have been Carp and the warring states madness that year when Luozindi accidentally inadvertently ate a waste fruit, which caused Luozindi to be hit. Since then, he has become sluggish and became the scum of War 5. My thunder fruit, oh, my nature. Hey, that's okay, the warring states period, if you hit me again, I can be real. The warring states and Carp came to the corner and got up in a fight. Carp took the lead to stop and touched the packing on his head. This time, the warring states really made a heavy hand. How's that? Does the kid still cry? Carp took a peek at Luozindi, and the warring states also looked at it, and complained, Kapu, you bastard, you have hurt Luozindi. Eating such a fruit will only become a burden. How do I know that the fruit is so rubbish? You reading www.yunsha.com and I haven't read the Devil Fruit illustrated book. Besides, if you don't chase me, can I meet him? Who asked you to grab my senbei? Is there any senbei to eat with? What yours, mine, stingy. Besides, the boy looks thin, I'm afraid that he can't walk the path of physical skills. Eating a devil fruit can also change his destiny. Change your destiny? Haha. It's really changed now, it's completely abolished. The warring states period said with a black face. After hearing these words, Carp was not happy. What does it mean to be completely abolished? No, you will play him for 2 years, ahem. 2 years of training, I promise to train him into a qualified marine. Come on, your training method is not suitable for my family's Luozindi. Look at what you have trained Durag into. A few years ago, the little guy ran over to me and cried and said you were going to kill him. Bring him to the edge of the 10,000 Zhang cliff and directly push it down, throw him into the forest where monsters are rampant at night, tie him to a hot air balloon, and fly into the sky. Wow, ha ha ha, what is this? I do this to train him into a strong seaman, let alone if he has a grandson in the future, I will use these methods to train him into a strong seaman. Are you sure you continue to exercise with Durag like this? Will you have a grandson? Of course, Durag is the son of my monkey D. Carp. He will definitely become a great man and a qualified seaman in the future. This test is nothing to him. By the warring states period, are you sure not? Let Luonandi experience this real man set meal. Forget it, my Luozindi is not as rough and thick as your Monkai. D family, I will use my method to train him. That's a shame, wow ha ha ha. Chapter 5, The Sea of Riots. Rasinandi. Daddy. After a long time, when the warring states of Buddha saw that Luozindi was not in pain, he walked slowly and patted Luozindi on the head. Luozindi looked up at the warring states of Buddha, and his mood was calmer than before. A lot of. In fact, Logandi shouldn't cry like a child. After all, his actual age is over 18 years old and his thoughts are mature. He is not a crying child. But after Luo Xindi crossed the world, he merged with Luo Xindi, who was only 8 years old in this world. Some behaviors of Luo Xindi will be slightly affected by the character of the original owner. Of course, this effect is not great, only when he is not paying attention. It will be revealed, just like when I suddenly learned that I had eaten the fruit of silence. At this time Luo Xindi regained his senses and naturally stopped crying. The warring states of Buddha touched Luo Xindi's head with pity and bitterly looked at Carp, who was still heartless and digging his nostrils. This child has already endured it. At this age, it's a pain that shouldn't be endured, and it's really harmful for you to let this child eat such a useless fruit. Father, you said that if I eat this fruit of silence, will I become a useless person in the future? Luo Xindi looked bitterly at the warring states period of Buddha. Hearing this, the warring states period of Buddha smiled and said, "Silly boy, you have to remember that there are no waste fruits in this world, only waste people, as long as you work hard to develop the fruits. Ability, there will definitely be unexpected results. There are no waste fruits, only waste people." Luo Xindi heard this sentence, but he didn't think it was true. Not everyone is Doflamingo, who can knit a sweater like the fruit of the thread, develop such a bug, attack, defend, and heal. But Luo Xindi thought that he had a little bit different thoughts in his mind. Doflamingo can develop the line fruit to the level of bugs. Wouldn't it be possible that a traverser himself cannot develop a silent fruit? Let's talk about it. Fruit development is more about the brain. Is it possible that the brain of a traverser is not as good as that of an aboriginal? And in the previous life, Luo Xindi also had a different view on silent fruits. Once they are developed, they will never be worse than those natural ones. There are no waste fruits, only waste people, and I am not a waste. At this moment, Luo Xindi's unwillingness to admit defeat rose, and the Buddha's warring states actually had a sense of guilt to deceive a child after saying the comforting words just now. It is true that there are no waste fruits in this world. As long as you have enough brain and perseverance, you can develop some different moves and give full play to the power of fruits. But the development cost is different. The same is that if a person can develop a waste fruit very strong, maybe he can be replaced with a powerful fruit, his strength will be even stronger. This is also the illustration book of the devil fruit used by the Navy headquarters. Identify the devil fruit and confirm that the one with great potential is rewarded to the meritorious Navy, instead of taking a fruit to reward the Navy with great potential. It can be seen that the devil fruit is good or bad, and this silent fruit is obviously a chicken rib fruit that is not to be seen. Thinking of this, the warring states period, as if seeking psychological comfort, said to Luo Xindi, "Furthermore, Luo Xindi, if you want to be a powerful person, you don't have to rely on the devil fruit, you can also rely on physical skills and swordsmanship, as long as if you work hard enough, you can definitely become a strong man." The warring states period looked at Luo Xindi and said, and pointed his finger at Cap to the side, "Have you seen that bastard? He doesn't have devil fruit, but he is also one of the best in the Navy. No one dares to beat him." Wah ha ha ha, warring states, don't praise me suddenly like this, I will be shy, wow ha ha ha, hey, Luo Xindi kid, do you want to practice physical skills with me? I can definitely turn you into an excellent sea soldier. Carp watched Luo Nandi touch the back of his head and laughed. Asshole Cap, don't kidnap my Luo Nandi. Sengoku screamed at Cap with a dark face, but Cap looked at Luo Xindi disapprovingly, and Luo Xindi waved his hand again and again at this time, "Forget it, I'll practice with my father." "Cut, don't know the goods, go, I'm so sleepy, warring states, wait until Malin Fanduo wakes me up." Carp said that he waved goodbye to the warring states period and entered the cabin to rest. Seeing that Carp had left, the warring states period looked down at Luo Xindi and said, "Don't hate Carp." Although he doesn't seem to care about it, he is also very concerned about what happened just now. Feel guilty? Hehe, okay old man, you were right just now. Although my fruit ability is not good, I can still practice physique and swordsmanship, so Dad will ask you to teach me physique in the future. Luo Xindi stared at the Warring States period with wide eyes, his eyes full of determination. The Warring States was conquered by the determination in Luo Xindi's eyes. That's right, this is the look that a strong man should have. I have had such a look back then. Okay, from tomorrow, I will start to exercise you, but you have to be prepared to endure hardship. It's Daddy, just let your horse come here, he he he. Luo Xindi put on a handsome pose, and the Warring States period laughed, ha ha ha, good determination, Luo Xindi, come on. Hey, good stinky kid, it made me worry for nothing, and I am afraid that he will not recover. Inside the cabin, Carp looked at Luo Nandi through the glass, and his heart was also let go. He was really afraid that he would ruin the confidence of a child who is working hard. After a night of tossing, everyone was sleepy. The Warring States commanded the adjutant to find Luo Xindi a cabin. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com returned to the office and started working. I thought that after the Rocks pirates were destroyed, the sea it will be calm for a while, but who would have thought that after the loss of Locks, the rope that binds so many monsters, the sea looks even more chaotic. Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Kaido, Charlotte Lingling, these monsters that had gathered together, instantly dispersed to form their own pirate group, and the harm to the world became even greater. At this critical point, the family of the former Navy Admiral Black Wrist Zifa was all killed by the hateful pirates. The heartbroken Zifa resigned from the position of general, making the navy that lacked top combat power even more stretched. Now only the marshal can be the leader of the entire navy, the steel bone is empty, the Warring States of the General Buddha, the Lieutenant General Iron Fist Carp, and the Carp refused to be promoted to general, resulting in that the three generals should have assumed responsibility. All the work fell on one person in the Warring States period of the Buddha, so the Warring States period is often very late, staying up late to work. Warring States General. Oh, Colette, is Rosandi asleep? Sengoku looked away from the document and looked at his adjutant Kalet. Well, I fell asleep. Then you should rest earlier. By the way, tomorrow morning, wake up Luo Nandi early, and I will assign him a training mission. Yes, General. Well, go to bed, it's late. But General, don't you sleep. I will go to bed after I approve these two documents. But General, you haven't slept for 2 consecutive days. It's okay. These documents are the New World Navy's defense against pirates. The sooner I approve it, the more civilians will be protected by the Navy. Chapter 6, The Source of Tragedy is the System. In the silent cabin, Luo Nandi was lying on the bed, and a transparent soundproof cover appeared around his body. Hey, sure enough, this is my limit now. Luo Xindi looked breathlessly at the soundproof enclosure surrounding him. At present, this soundproof enclosure can barely wrap Luo Xindi's entire body, and the radiation range is no more than 1 meter. This is related to Luo Xindi's physical strength. Luo Xindi's body is too weak. Since leaving the Holy Land, the family has been living in hunger and cold. In order to survive, he and Doflamingo went through the trash can to find eat. The moldy bread at that time was a rare delicacy in his and Doflamingo's eyes. But even so, in the end their family was caught by angry civilians, hung on the city wall, and almost shot. If it weren't for Doflamingo's sudden burst of domineering, it is estimated that the Luo Xindi family was back then killed by civilians. In fact, everyone who has seen One Piece should have heard that sentence. If you have experienced the tragic childhood of Doflamingo, you may not be kinder than Ming. And Luo Xindi has experienced the same childhood as Ming Ji, but he is still soft deep in his heart, yearning for kindness, and even wanted to make Ming brother kind, which is tantamount to a dream. In fact, looking at the current plot of the pirates, Luo Nandi understands the root cause of his childhood tragedy, and that is the system. The system of the pirate world is the source of the tragedy. The Tianlong people are aloof and are not restricted by the law. They will do a lot of evil things, and the evil results caused by these evil things are forced to the civilians, so the civilians hate the Tianlong people, so after hundreds of years of accumulation, the entire world it's all gone. The helpless civilians went out to sea and became pirates in order to survive. In order to survive, the pirates had to burn, kill, and plunder at sea, passing the pain on to other civilians, which gave birth to more pirates. The world government, in order to meet the unreasonable needs of the Tianlong people, began to exploit civilians continuously, forcing the world government to join countries to hand in the heavenly gold, secretly cooperate with the pirates, carry out human trafficking, and provide slaves for the Tianlong people. These measures force how many civilians are turned against will give birth to many pirates. This is an endless loop. Although the navy is constantly paying off the pirates are fighting more and more, and the payment will never be completed. Don't say that Roger the One Piece caused the era of the big pirates. In fact, Roger was a fuse at best. It really led to the eradication of the times. It is the system of the world government. If the system does not change, even if there is no Roger, there will be kings. Erdo Roger, Zhang Erdo Roger has come to ignite this era. To make the pirate world completely peaceful and prevent the tragedy from repeating itself, we can only fundamentally change the system, that is, to overthrow the rule of the world government, pull down the Tianlong people, modify the system, and make the privileged class also be bound by the law. Keep your rights in a cage. Only in this way can the pirate world be a peace in the world. As for pirates, it is a joke. If it weren't for those who couldn't survive, or were born evil, how many would go out to sea as pirates? As long as the system is perfect, it will be merchant ships or adventurers' ships that replace the pirates sailing at sea, just like the people of Luffy. They should not be called pirates, at most they are adventurers, because they never killing civilians and plundering treasures, but the real pirates are murderers. Only at that time will the pirate world become a prosperous world, unlike it is now, full of murderous intent, full of tragedy, full of oppression, full of injustice. Change. This morbid world must be changed. Luo Xindi thought that he could not help clenching his fists, and after traveling for a while, he should do something for this world, otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of life? But Luo Xindi is not stupid. He knows that he is still quiet now, and even his own life can't protect how to change the world, overthrow the world government, and pull the filthy celestials from the throne. So he needs to use the power of this world. The navy is a very good choice. If one day he becomes the admiral of the navy and he goes up and shouts, is there a possibility of breaking the wrist with the world government? However, it is not easy to become a marshal of the navy. In addition to training your own team, you also need to have absolute strength. After you don't see the abdication of the warring states period, the position of the marshal of the navy is played. If you want to be a marshal, how can you also have a general? The strength of, even surpass the strength of the general. Strength, yes, strength, beyond the strength of a general. At this moment, Luo Xindi's eyes were full of fighting spirit, and people were afraid of having a goal. With a goal, there would be a fighting spirit. With a fighting spirit, they would become a lot stronger. This is why One Piece always emphasizes magnanimity. Aspiration is the goal. If your goal is to become a rich man, a boat of treasure can make you lose motivation. If your goal is an admiral, then you will lose motivation to become an admiral. And if your goal is to change the world, only the day when you become the king of the world can you satisfy you. Luo Nandi lay in the cabin like this, making a wish to change the world, and at this moment the voice of the system rang in his mind. Ding! Prompt: the host has task rewards that have not been received, please claim it in time for the host to avoid delay the task refresh. Luo Nandi heard the prompt from the system and then remembered. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com admitted that the task reward has not yet been received. Luo Nandi directly clicked to receive it. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Complete the selected task, recognize the Buddha's warring states as a father, and reward the host with the Healing Orb for the basic equipment of the League of Legends. Healing Orb, the most basic life recovery equipment for League of Legends. Special effects, plus 50% basic life recovery. Note, the health value is approximately equal to the stamina value. The faster the health value is restored, the faster the stamina recovery. Ding! Friendly reminder, Healing Orb is the most basic life recovery equipment. You can synthesize superior items related to health and life recovery with other basic equipment in the future. Luo Nandi listened to the system prompt next to his ears, his eyes brightened. This equipment really did not disappoint him. His health is approximately equal to his physical strength, and how important physical strength is in the world of One Piece needless to say, no matter it is physical skills or the devil fruit consumes, but all the stamina is wasted, and a strong stamina is equivalent to obtaining an extremely terrifying strength. Ding! The host gets the first piece of equipment, and the system opens the equipment bar. Please put the equipment into the equipment bar to get the special effect bonus. After the system prompts the sound, Luo Xindi felt that he had 6 more equipment slots in his mind. Luo Xindi chose to equip the Healing Orb, followed by Luo Xindi, and felt that the stamina that passed away on his body was madly recovering. Suppose Luo Xindi it used to recover a little bit of physical strength per second, and now it can be restored by 1.5 points. The effect is directly increased by 1.5 times. The physical strength used by Luo Nandi to prop up the noise barrier will soon be restored again. Is really good equipment. This is just a healing orb. If you synthesize the fanatic armor in the future, wouldn't you be able to become stronger? Luo Xindi is looking forward to being able to wear 6 gods' outfits. At that time, he should have the power to overthrow the world. Chapter 7, The First Ability of Silent Fruit. 98, 99, 100, 101. Woke up in the morning when the Warring States period was rubbing his eyes. Last night, the approved documents did not fall asleep until midnight, but the habit he had cultivated for many years still made him wake up when the sun rose. And when he woke up, he heard a sound of counting sound outside. The Warring States period curiously opened the cabin window and probed out. He saw Luo Xindi doing push-ups there. His weak body almost reached its limit, but Luo Nandi didn't give up in the slightest, but clenched his teeth, even though his arm joints made strange noises. What a good kid who works hard. The Warring States period did not disturb Luo Xindi. He got up and finished washing and walked out of the cabin. At this time, Luo Xindi had already seated 150. At this time, he really reached the limit, and his arms had begun to tremble slightly. Roseanne! Snapped. The Warring States period called Luo Xindi. Luo Xindi was distracted when he heard the sound, and fell directly onto the deck. At this time, the sweat had soaked Luo Xindi's shirt. The Warring States period walked over to help Luo Xindi and found that Luo Xindi's arms were shaking, obviously reaching the limit of physical strength. When did you get up? It's not long before Daddy. Luo Xindi grinned and said. The Warring States period looked at Luo Xindi and asked, "It's not time for morning exercises, why did you get up and exercise?" "I want to be stronger." Luo Xindi answered very simply, but the Warring States period was a little moved, but the Warring States period shook his head and said, "If you want to become stronger, you can't give up sleep? How can I get mental exercise if I don't sleep well?" "Father, I'm sleeping well." After hearing the words of the Warring States period, Luo Xindi grinned and said, "Father, after one night of development, I discovered a great use of silent fruit, that is, it can help me quickly enter a deep sleep state." Deep sleeping. After hearing this, the Warring States period looked puzzled. The word is very fresh. "Yes, Daddy, I used to pass by an island when I was wandering. A scientist who studies sleep told me on that island that humans generally need 6 to 8 hours of sleep, but only 25 of those 6 to 8 hours % of the time can enter a deep sleep state, the rest of the time is light sleep and moderate sleep. Light sleep and moderate sleep have little effect on human fatigue. Only deep sleep can eliminate human fatigue, and the duration of deep sleep is 1.5 to 2 hours. I can quickly make myself quiet by using the fruit power. Come down, I will reach a state of deep sleep, which means that I only need to sleep for 2 hours a day to achieve the effect of others sleeping for 8 hours. This way I can have 6 hours more exercise time than others every day, hee. Luo Xindi looked at the warring states with a big white tooth, and smiled happily. Who said that silence is trash? This is actually a very powerful ability to help people sleep. Of course, this ability must be given to a hard-working person. Give it to a lazy person, it's no use at all. Deep sleep? Really interesting knowledge, and Luo Nandi, you developed such a powerful ability in one night, you are really a little genius. The warring states period saw Luo Xindi's eyes reveal his heartfelt appreciation. Judging from the qualities emerging from this kid, he will definitely become a powerful fighter in the future. Thank you Dad for the compliment. Luo Xindi smiled happily after listening to the praise of the warring states period, but the warring states period patted Luo Xindi's head and said, But Luo Xindi, father still wants to criticize you. Oh, why? Luo Xindi looked at the warring states in doubt. The warring states said at this time, although diligence is a good quality, Luo Xindi, your body is too weak. The long-term wandering life has caused your body to be severely malnourished. In addition to exercise, it is more important to replenish the lost nutrients. If you exercise such an overload every day, it will hurt your foundation. What? Luo Xindi was shocked when he heard this, but warring states patted Luo Xindi on the shoulder and said, It's okay, Dad will formulate a strict training plan for you, and at the same time customize a special nutritional meal for you, guarantee quickly make up for the missing nutrients in your body. Ah, that's great, thank you Daddy. Luo Xindi smiled happily at the warring states period. The warring states period turned to the cabin and shouted, Kapu. Hey? Is there more to Malinfan? Karp pushed open the cabin window and stuck his head out, and the warring states period said to Karp, Marin Vondo hasn't arrived yet, but you have work to do. What are you doing? You spotted another pirate who doesn't have long eyes. It's not a pirate, Karp, help me hunt a Neptune species, I need its meat to help Loxindi replenish nutrition. Sengoku looked at Karp and said, Karp shook his head after hearing this, I refuse, unless you ask me to eat senbei for a week. You. Karp, you are blackmailing, I will ask you to eat senbei for 1 day at most. 6 days. 2 days. 5 days. 3 days. Karp, up to 3 days, if you don't agree, I can catch it myself. The warring states period looked at Karp and said, You reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Karp waved his hand after hearing these words, Okay, 3 days is 3 days. Karp said that he took off his cloak of justice, opened the door of the cabin, and stepped on the moon step to fly into the distance. This is not a gathering place for sea kings, but 30 nautical miles from here is a windless belt. The wind belt is the nest where the sea kings gather. Uncle Karp, just fly to catch the sea king, don't you need to send a small boat to meet him? Luo Xindi asked when he looked at Karp who was flying into the distance on a moonwalk. The warring states period waved his hand and said, No, Kapu's physical strength is inhumane. It's only 30 nautical miles, it's not a problem. That's awesome, by the way, Dad, what is the flying skill of Uncle Karp? Oh, this is called Uebu, one of the 6 Navy styles. Navy 6th style? Can I learn it, Daddy? Luo Xindi asked, and the warring states period laughed after hearing this, of course, but the premise is that your physical fitness reaches a sufficient level. Well, I see, Daddy. Luo Xindi nodded fiercely, the ability to walk in the air is really handsome. An hour later, Luo Xindi's physical strength gradually recovered, but his hands were sore at this time and he was shaking constantly. Push-ups were impossible to continue. At this time, Luo Xindi sought the consent of the Warring States period and began to do squatting exercises. Leg muscles. But just after Luo Xindi did less than 200 squats, a behemoth suddenly floated on the sea in the distance, and in front of the behemoth was a figure of a person swimming. Cap, Lieutenant General Cap is back. Just when Luo Nandi didn't know what was going on, the Navy watchman already shouted loudly. Chapter 8, Malin Vander. Woo woo. The behemoth was getting closer and closer to the warship, and at this time, Luo Xindi's eyes could clearly see the Sea King. This is a Sea King who looks a bit like a zebra. It has a huge body, half of its body floating on the surface and half of its body sunk in the sea. In front, Carp is dragging the tail of the Sea King, swimming freely in the sea, dragging it like this. A huge Sea King was as easy as dragging a dead dog. At last Carp got on the ship, and the corpse of the Sea King was parked beside the warship. It was a few meters longer than the warship, which shows how huge this Sea King is. Carp flew up from the sea on a moon step. Naturally, soldiers came forward and dragged the Sea Kings with iron chains. The Warring States also came out from the study and ordered the adjutant to immediately let the chef on the warship take the meat. Sea soldiers add meals. Of course, such a large Sea King cannot be eaten by soldiers in a ship, so the Warring States also ordered the chef to take the remaining meat, and then freeze it in the refrigerator, and then slowly give it to Luo Xindi to eat. The chefs got the order to get busy immediately. They were busy all morning. Until noon, only a skeleton of a huge Sea King was left in place, and the rest of the meat was put into the refrigerator. Open for lunch. Today's lunch is very rich: boiled Sea King class, char-grilled Sea King class, Sea King class bone soup. Seeing such a sumptuous lunch, all the Marines on the ship were not very polite. They opened their mouths and started to eat them. The Sea King-like meat is a very precious high-grade ingredient, and it is not easy to eat on weekdays, and I heard people say that this Sea King type of meat is the most tonic. Regular eating can not only strengthen the muscles and bones, but can even improve the strength. And Luo Xindi also took a piece of Neptune-like barbecue from the Warring States, and took a savage bite. Suddenly a warm airflow began to run around his whole body, nourishing Luo Xindi's malnourished body. Well, this meat. Luo Nandi's eyes widened after taking a bite. The Warring States period smiled at this time. Sea King meat is the most nourishing. Regular eating can make the body stronger, but after our strength, the Sea King meat can not only relieve greed. There is no strengthening of your physical fitness, but your body is too weak. This Sea King-like meat is a great tonic medicine. Eat more. Wow, ha ha ha, yes, boy Rossi, this meat was transported over 30 nautical miles from the old man with great hard work. Eat more, ha ha ha. Carp laughed loudly when he heard the words of the Warring States period. At the same time, he took a piece of Sea King meat from the cauldron on the side without being slow. Luo Xindi was eating Neptune-like meat, feeling the energy in the meat constantly nourishing the lack of nutrients in the flesh, and faintly understood some unsolved mysteries of the One Piece world. For example, why is there a huge gap in human quality in One Piece? People in the One Piece world have a very obvious physical difference. The strong, such as Carp, can beat the mountain with a fist and use the mountain belt as a sandbag. The weak one is like the real world. The ordinary people are generally weak. Logically speaking, neither of them ate the devil fruit. They should be essentially the same, but how did this huge gap widen? Now Luo Nandi understands that apart from insisting on exercising, the physique difference between the two is so great that the meat of the various beasts in pirate world is indispensable, especially the meat of this Sea King, which is for ordinary people to eat too much. It is definitely a completely reborn change. No wonder Luffy always shouts to eat meat. It turns out that there is so much energy in this meat. A meal solved Luo Xindi's many years of confusion. At the same time, the meat of the Sea King also helped Luo Xindi's malnourished body to replenish a part of the missing energy. Luo Xindi felt that his body was better and his physical strength was longer. Come on, I'm full, first do 200 squats, then 200 push-ups, and 200 leapfrogs. If you can't do it, I will punish myself for walking upside down and walking 5 times in the cabin. After eating and eating, the navy hid in the cabin. Only the warring states of Buddha, Karp, and Luo Xindi who had put in hard work again on the deck were left. Looking at Luo Nandi, who was full of energy, Karp said with some envy, "Warring states, your son is hard-working enough, better than my stinky boy." The warring states had heard these words and the corners of his mouth could not help but cocked up and said, "Of course, this is my son of warring states, but Luo Xindi is a little thinner compared to Darag." The warship drove again for a long time, and in the evening, it finally sailed into the Navy headquarters Marin Fando. The warship was approaching the port, and Luo Xindi could not help being shocked by the magnificent building in front of him. This is a tall classical palace building on the gate tower, with blue tiles and red pillars, straight into the sky. And on the city wall is also written the 2 characters Navy. In the middle of the 2 characters is the Navy logo, a seagull carrying a balance, symbolizing peace and justice. Downstairs of the city is a huge square. On the edge of the square, a heavy cannon is placed to guard Malin Vander. The warring states warship sailed into the Crescent Port, which is the crescent-shaped port on the top of the war Whitebeard invasion. At this time, a warship in the port cannot be seen. You must know that the Navy warships can take the entire port. It's full, but now the New World is coming together, and there are more newcomers to Great Sea Pirates. The Navy headquarters can only send all the navies out to perform tasks to maintain the stability of the sea. Warring States General, Lieutenant General Karp, and Air Commander are waiting for you in the office. Oh, I see, I will go right away. The Warring States and Karp looked at each other when he heard the words, and walked towards the Marshal's office together, but before leaving, the Warring States ordered the Adjutant Khalid to take Luo Xindi back to his residence to wait for him. The office of the Admiral of the Navy, with steel skeletons empty, wearing a brown suit and a cloak of justice, with a stern face looking at the same stern Sengoku and Karp in front of him. How is the situation in the Warring States' New World? It's not optimistic. The New World is almost a mess now. After Locke's death, the monsters under him are like beasts breaking free, destroying and growing their forces in the sea. The Whitebeard, the Golden Lion, and the slightly immature Kaido, Charlotte Lingling has established her own pirate group, becoming the main culprit threatening the New World, and the lunatic Waldo, your old rival Ryder. Field also took the opportunity to make waves, and the Navy's line of defense retreated, and it was impossible to guard against so many monsters. Hearing the response from the Warring States period, Gang Yukong's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He did not expect the situation to be so severe, and because Zifa retreated to the second line, Karp refused to be promoted to general, which led to the Navy's top warfare. There is only one person left in the Warring States period, which is a great blow to the morale of the Navy. Such a situation is so exhausted, you are better than me in strategy in the Warring States period. What do you think we should do next in such a situation? Chapter 9, Kong's Hawaii, I want to take half a year leave. Seeing the air commander in the Warring States period, he asked for his opinion, and he was silent for a moment. Although we don't want to admit it, our Navy has lost control of the New World, especially the second half of the New World. With our current strength, we can't interfere with the king there. War, so I recommend. Sengoku said. There was a pause here, and his voice sank. Withdraw the New World guerrilla navy, shrink the line of defense, concentrate all forces in this sea area centered on the G5 fortress, and send general-level combat forces to garrison to defend against the New World group of large pirates. What then? Is it just like this and keep shrinking? Gang Yukong frowned and asked, obviously not too cold with this stagnant play. Then wait for the sky, wait for the new generation of the Navy to grow up, and want to completely eliminate the monsters in the New World. With the current power of the navy, it is really not enough. Of course, we are not waiting to do nothing. If those big pirates have flaws, we can also take the opportunity to eliminate one by one. The Warring States period of Buddha seriously put forward his own strategic ideas, and Gangyokong listened to these words and thought for a while, it can only be like this. Go back to Ahe, improve the plan, and implement it. As for the general strength of the new world, you and Karp have worked hard. The headquarters really can't find the third general strength. Gangyokong said weakly, but after Gangyokong finished speaking, Karp suddenly leaned forward to Gangyokong's desk. Kong's Hawaii, have something to discuss with you. What are you doing? What do you want to do? Hearing Karp speaking, Sora was immediately alert. Karp, the bastard, made as many mistakes as he had done. Thanks to his thick skin, he was a scumbag in the navy, and he often made Sora feel a headache. Hey, trivial matter, I want to take a half-year vacation to go back to the East China Sea to see Doriyage. Half a year? No. Don't even think about it. Gangyokong stood up with excitement after hearing this, his eyes widened. The navy is so lacking in high-end combat power, you have to take half a year off, why don't you take off? Kong's Hawaii, don't get excited, so I will suffer a little loss, 3 months okay. Karp waved his hands and said, as if I had regressed a lot, the steel bones were gnashing my teeth. It won't work for a day. 2 months. Impossible. A month and a half. You wishful thinking. 1 month and 14 days. Dreaming. Karp and Kong Shui gathered around their desks and bargained like a market vendor. Finally, after constant negotiations and friendly discussions between the two, Karp finally got a 20-day holiday. For this reason, Karp complained about being stingy. Watching the Warring States stare enviously. He also wants to take a vacation, he is also very tired, let alone 20 days, even 10 days, 5 days are beyond the imagination of the Warring States period. The lack of top-level combat power in the headquarters is so severe that he is the only one left among the 3 generals. If he rests, what will the navy do and the civilians who need protection? There is no time to be quiet, it's just that someone is walking forward with the weight, and my Buddha's Warring States period is the one who bears the weight. The Buddha said that I will not go to hell. Whoever goes to hell, since I bear the name of the Buddha, I should take the responsibility of the Buddha. Things are almost discussed, Karp suddenly remembered an interesting thing, and grinned to Gangbone. Yes, Kong's Hawaii, let me tell you something interesting, Sengoku, puff haha, he be a father, ha ha ha. Being a father? Who the is the child? I haven't heard of anything good in the Warring States period. Gangyokong looked at the Warring States period with a puzzled expression. Cut, anyone who says you can't have children without a friend. Karp said disdainfully after hearing this. Hey? If you don't have a relationship, but you can have children, is it the ability of the devil fruit? Gangyokong muttered to himself. Listening to the conversation between the two, the black lines on the forehead of the Warring States period appeared on the side. What's the matter? A good day for a while, a devil fruit for a while, you two have big brains. The devil fruit gives birth to a child, puff ha ha ha. Kong's Hawaii, you are so interesting, puff ha ha ha. Cap, you shut up. The Warring States period really couldn't bear Karp's heartlessness, and I was afraid that Karp, the bastard, would have any new words to cause misunderstandings. I could only scold Karp and look at Kong Deo. Kong's Hawaii, it's like this. On the way I took a son named Luo Nandi. Oh, it turned out to be like this. I blame the Karp for taking me astray. I happen to be fine tonight, so let's go to your house and see this little guy. Hey? Go to my house? But I have a document to approve tonight. The official document? Let it go first. I will give you a half-day holiday. Tonight is your home. My name is Shang Zifa and Ahe. Let's have a banquet to welcome Ronan Nandi.
Banquet.
Great, Sengoku, I want to eat senbei donuts and meat. Carp's eyes are almost peach-hearted at this time, and the enthusiasm of the D family for banquets is beyond your imagination. No, in fact, you can also imagine that if you think about Luffy's expression after hearing the banquet, you can understand Carp's excitement. Kong's Hawaii, I really have important documents today, come on, you reading www.yuyugonshu.com, it's not bad this day, this matter will be fixed, see you tonight, okay, let's not talk about it, I'm going to pick a gift for Ronaldinho. It's the first time I met, how rude to be an elder empty-handed. Yes, I will prepare gifts too. Carp also happily prepared gifts after hearing Kong's words. Although he had already given Luozindi a silent fruit, the silent fruit was a gift for the first meeting, and what he was about to prepare was a banquet gift. Looking at the excited Sora and Carp, Sengoku has a black line on his face. Obviously I recognize my son, why are you more excited than me? Forget it, let's go home and talk to Luonandi first. After all, so many strangers come all of a sudden, what if the little guy admits he is born? At the same time, Luonandi, led by the adjutant Kailat, bypassed the naval headquarters building from the port and came to the residential area behind the building. The residential areas here are all the families of the school-level officers of the headquarters. When all the school-level officers of the headquarters are promoted to the school level, the headquarters will arrange a residence for them in Malenvander, allowing the immediate relatives of the school-level officers to move in. This is also a kind of naval welfare. After all, when it comes to the safest place in this sea, Marenvondo can definitely rank in the top 3, and there is almost no worries about putting his family here. Of course, nothing is absolute. For example, Zifa's family was killed by a pirate, but the pirate did not kill in Malenvondo, but waited until a Zifa family went shopping in Chambord Islands. Luonandi, look, this is the home of the general of the Warring States period, and it will also be your home in the future. Luozinandi crossed 2 streets with Kailat, and reached the center of the residential area. Kailat pointed to an antique courtyard in front of him and said to Luozindi. Chapter 10, 3 Major Problems to Overthrow the World Government. Entered the courtyard house, facing a small martial arts field. On both sides of the martial arts field, there were 2 rows of weapon racks, and many weapons were placed on the racks. There are many training equipment beside the weapon rack, such as a barbell for strength training, a horizontal bar and so on. After the martial arts field, there is a house for living. There are a total of 8 houses in the courtyard, 1 is the master bedroom who lives in the Warring States period, 1 is the side bedroom where Kailat lives in, 4 rooms, 1 study room, and 1 kitchen. The courtyard where the admiral lives. Entering the room, Luonandi found that the furnishings inside were very simple. Except for the bed, there was only a wooden table with a tea set in the room. The 4 rooms are all arranged in this way, even the master bedroom of the Warring States period is like this, but compared to the guest rooms, the master bedroom of the Warring States period has more pots of green plants and a few more books. Kailat's room is also arranged like this, but compared to the guest room, Kailat's room is hung with a few samurai swords. These are the sabers that Kailat seized by following the Warring States general to destroy the pirates over the years. Light is also a powerful swordsman. Except for these rooms, there is only 1 kitchen left in the entire courtyard. In the kitchen, Luonandi walked around and found that he didn't even have a pot. It was a kitchen instead of an empty room. The generals of the Warring States period and I usually dine in the headquarters cafeteria, so. Kailat said here, Luozindi has fully understood that no one cooks in the entire yard, so the kitchen is naturally a decoration. I remember that Dad is an admiral, does he usually have no servants and cooks to wait on him? Luozindi looked at Kailat and asked. Kailat shrugged after hearing this, you are a nobleman in the Warring States period, are you a celestial man? Servant, chef, let alone no, even if there is a general in the Warring States period, it will not be used, and the general in the warring states period and I have no living relatives, so the entire general's mansion is only the two of us living alone. Of course, this time there is an extra you, Roseanne. Ah, the hygiene of the entire general's mansion. Orders come to clean every week, don't worry about that. Colette looked at Luonandi and said. After listening to this, Luonandi looked at the old furnishings in the yard. There was almost nothing valuable. When he thought of this, Luonandi looked at Colette and said, I said, Uncle Colette, even if my father doesn't need a servant or a cook, he earns a lot of salary every year. Why is the window glass over there broken and hasn't been repaired? Well, indeed, the annual salary of the general of the warring states is indeed a lot, but the general of the warring states is almost unchanged, all donated to the Navy pension house, used to compensate the Navy soldiers who sacrificed to conquer the pirates. Colette looked at Luonandi and said, Luonandi was stunned after hearing this, Navy pension house? Shouldn't this money be subsidized by the government? Isn't the government's money enough, and private subsidies are needed? Government? Hey! I am afraid that the world government does not even know about the Navy pension organization, they can still pay? In the past, the Navy conquered the sacrifice of pirates, or disabled, the world government did not even manage it, and left it to fend for themselves. Later, the warring states period the general couldn't see it. When he was promoted to general, the air commander enlisted in the name of the Navy called on all military generals to donate money and set up a naval pension. Every year, General Sengoku and Lieutenant Karp donate all their salaries to the naval pensions. In addition, the air commander donates half of his salary, and the general staff member half of his salary. The former Admiral Zifa donates 60% of his salary. The head lieutenant general they will also give out 10% of their wages and 5% of the major general. The school-level officers do not make demands, they are all voluntary. This barely managed to maintain the operation of the entire Navy pension facility, but for Navy soldiers who are facing more and more disability and death, this pension is almost a drop in the bucket, and it can only be regarded as better than nothing. Colette sighed and said. After hearing Colette's words, Luozindi said to himself, such a huge amount of naval pension funds should not be borne by the admirals. This should be a matter for the world government. Shui should report it to the world government. Report to the world government? Don't be silly. The world government will not give the Navy this money. The funds allocated by the world government to the Navy are calculated carefully every year. The amount is stuck when the Navy is barely maintaining the status quo. No, the Navy. Although it was ordered by the world government has always been worried about the Navy, not to mention the restrictions, it is almost the same. If it were not for the increasing number of pirates at sea, the world government even wanted to abolish part of the Navy at one time. Colette looked at Luozindi and said. After listening to Colette's introduction, Colette understood something in his heart. That is why the Navy is so strong in the original book, but it can't defy the orders of the world government. It turns out that the world government is stuck with the soft underbelly of naval funding. When you see this, someone will ask, the Navy has been bullied by the world government into this way. Can't it oppose the world government and stand on its own? In fact, the little friends who have this idea have overlooked three key issues. The most important thing is that the world government is the nominal master of the world, and the Navy is loyal to the world government. Once the Navy leader wants to lead the Navy to stand on its own as the king, the Navy will be the first to collapse, because blindly claiming the king will make Navy soldiers lost. Faith, who am I loyal to? If an army has no faith, then it will have no cohesion and no combat effectiveness. After all, now the Navy can scream for justice in the battle with the pirates, but is it still justice if it leaves the world government? The second funding issue is that the Navy is self-reliant, and the world government will definitely cut off funding in an instant. This huge Navy, where people can find money and rob the people, is it different from the pirates, longing for a peace and justice Navy? It will almost immediately fall into a dangerous place where there is no ammunition and food. The third opponent issue, the world government is not only a force of the Navy, he secretly hides a lot of unknown forces, CP0 is one of them, but it is definitely not the only one, he still has unplayed cards. If the Navy rebels, the world government will inevitably send troops to encircle and suppress it. At the same time, the pirates in the sea that have been beaten by the Navy will take the opportunity to attack you. Even if the Navy is attacked, it will be difficult for the Navy to fight. Therefore, with the above 3 points, the Navy can't and dare not to. Rosandi wants to use the Navy as the foundation to change the world. The above 3 problems must be solved, including re-establishing faith for the Navy and serving the Navy. Find economic sources and win allies for the Navy to overthrow the government. These 3 points are not simple at all, but Luonandi himself is not too pessimistic about this, because he has his own little opinions. Chapter 11, The Order from the Red Dog, The Hands of the Yellow Monkey, The Grave of the Chingfias. First of all, the best solution is the third point, how to avoid the problem of getting enemies back and forth when the world government is overthrown. Regarding this point, Luozindi thought of the future revolutionary army. This is his natural ally, and even secretly accumulating strength. At that time, the revolutionary army can also become the target of the world government. When the time comes to lead the Navy to stand on its own, it will not be the revolutionary army, but the revolutionary army. There are also pirates all over the world. Among these pirates, they can also win over a group, suppress a group, or even cultivate a group by themselves. This is a force that can be used in the future. Although this is the simplest answer, it is the last step, so I can't rush it. The next best solution is the economic problem. Of course, the economic problem must be solved economically. Relying on the money from the world government is definitely not enough. Then where does the money from the world government come from? Collect taxes all over the world, and all countries that join the world government must pay taxes to the world government for protection, and these taxes are called heavenly gold in pirate world. But the Navy does not have the right to collect taxes, so collecting taxes will not work. The only way left is to do business. Through doing business to obtain money and grow the Navy, for example, you can open a maritime security company to merchant ships. In addition, Luozindi also thought of a man who controls 20% of the world's Pele, the Golden Emperor Tizalo. This is a business genius. If he can be earned under his command, the funding problem will be solved 100%. It's 80. However, based on the reasoning of the plot time, this Tizalo is now about the same age as his own, and he is still a little kid, but he is not in a hurry to contact him, and his own contact may change Tizalo's life. If the ability to make money is gone, it will be too late to cry. So Tizalo was in a hurry to contact him 10 years later. In the end, there is only the most difficult step left, to establish justice for the Navy, and after a world government is disregarded, it can still be the righteousness of faith. And this kind of righteousness, others may find it difficult and don't know how to operate it, but Luonandi has a ready-made example that can be used, that is to set up a party number faction, set up a doctrine by himself as the party constitution, and then find a group of people to promote it. It's okay. However, before the establishment of the party number faction, it is important to cultivate a group of like-minded people who believe in themselves, and these people who believe in themselves must not be too weak. They must be able to hold power in the Navy in the future, and at least they must have their own troops. Only in this way can I convey my thoughts to every naval soldier. Then where can you find this group of people with great potential? Luozindi thought for a moment, and then he had the answer, that is the Naval Academy that Zifa just established. That's the Whampoa Military Academy in One Piece world. All future Navy officers will graduate from there, including the future 3 Navy generals Huang Ape Polo Salino, Red Dog Sakaski, Green Pheasant Kuzan, and all future Navy officers. The Lieutenant General of the name, even the Smoker Smog, Helentina, and the younger generations all graduated from the Academy of Zifa. Therefore, Zifa is the true founder of the future navy. In terms of contribution, Karp and the Warring States period are slightly worse than him, but the great naval godfather, the final outcome is not good. The 42-year-old family the pirate was brutally killed. At the age of 65, he took a boat of interns and was attacked by the Whitebeard II and cut off his arm. The students led by him were killed except Anne and Hamazi. What he did not expect was a battle on the top. A year later, the Whitebeard II was included in the world government into the 7 Seas of Kings. Since then, the faith of the godfather of the navy has completely collapsed. Led Anne and Hamachi to form a naval guerrilla team, preparing to completely destroy the pirates in the world with explosive rocks in the New World, but his plan was known by the navy, and the Red Dog issued an order to kill. In this way, Zifa died in a battle with Huang Yuan in the New World with aging, disability, and death-seeking heart. Finally, the green pheasant appeared and gave Zifa a grave. In this way, a generation of naval godfathers, arranged dead by his 3 most promising apprentices, was also ridiculed by the majority of Himayas, the order issued by the Red Dog, the hand of the Yellow Ape, the grave of the Green Pheasant, the deception 3 generals to destroy the ancestors. But even so, Zifa, the godfather of the navy, carried out his name of righteousness when he died. This hero who ended at the age of 74 never killed anyone until his death. If you don't kill a general, you won't be killed. This is the story of the hero Zifa. Some people say that Zifa's justice is the true justice of the navy, and Roseanne believes that some people are right. Warring States General. Just as the thousands of thoughts leaped in Luonandi's mind, Khalid suddenly stood up straight and saluted. Khalid, relax, this is home, there are no generals. Okay, Mr. Sengoku. Khalid was loyal, but the Warring States period turned to look at Luozindi and said, how is it, are you still satisfied with this new home? Of course Dad, you reading www.yuyuganshu.com, although simpler, it is a good place to become stronger. It is a shabby room, but Wu Dexin. I like it very much. Luonandi said while looking at the Warring States period. The Warring States' eyes couldn't help but brighten after hearing this. Si is a shabby room, but Wu Dexin, these words are so profound, but they express their own feelings. It doesn't matter if you live in a simple place, the most important thing is that the heart that is still stable in the sea. Luozindi, the sentence just now was a shabby room, but who did Wu Dexin tell you? Warring States asked slightly excitedly. Luonandi smiled and said, I thought of it myself. What you think is great, you have such a literary talent at a young age, maybe you can become a great writer who is famous in the future. Big writer? Forget it, I don't want to be that kind of thing, I want to be a navy, a justice navy, like a navy admiral like you, Daddy. Being an admiral? Ha 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 ha. Very good idea yo, I am optimistic about you, come on, Luozindi. The Warring States period was very happy to hear Luozindi's answer. After all, the son's dream is highly consistent with the father's expectation. A thing worthy of joy. Oh, by the way, Luonandi, I almost forgot to tell you something. We may have some guests in our house tonight. You can't do anything rude then. Guest? Who are they? Father. Luozindi asked curiously. After hearing this question, the Warring States period smiled and said, Kapu, Kongs Hwai, Ahe and Zifa are all old friends of Dad. I go. Hearing the answer from the Warring States period, Luozindi's eyes widened. Good guy, these are the top navy figures. I didn't expect to see them all today, and the most important thing is Zifa. I don't worry about how to get in touch with Ze. Law, do you get into the Naval Academy? Chapter 12, Granny Crane and Garden. Oh, I know Daddy, I won't lose face to you. That's good, alright, Colette, you take Luozindi to the logistics department to get a new set of bedding. From now on, Luozindi will officially live in our house. Yes, Mr. Sengoku. Khalid salutes, and then rushes to the Navy Logistics Department with Luo Nandi. At the same time, Warring States walks to his study room and uses the key to open the door. Inside is a room about the size of a bedroom. There is a mahogany desk and several bookshelves. The Warring States period is known as the Wise General, but his knowledge is extremely profound, and he has read almost all the books in this room. Warring States sat down at the desk, opened his briefcase, took out the unapproved official documents today, and began to read carefully. Although Kongshui gave himself a half-day vacation, the accumulation of work there will definitely not decrease, and he is now working. At the time of the turbulent sea, every decision made by the official document may affect the direction of the entire world, which made the Warring States have to be cautious. Luo Xindi followed Khalid to the Navy Logistics Department, and received a set of Navy recruits' internal supplies, including a set of bedding, dental kits, wash basins, towels, and slippers. With these things, Luo Nandi rushed back to the compound of the Warring States period. When he arrived at the compound, Luo Nandi noticed that there was movement in the kitchen. Looking at it in the past, several cooks who had been transferred from the cafeteria to cook were busy. Luo Xindi laid the bedding himself, knocked on the door and entered the study room of the Warring States period. The Warring States period was approving documents at this time. Luo Xindi came in, and the Warring States looked up at Luo Xindi. "What's the matter?" "Luo Nandi." Luo Nandi was also shocked by the book in the Warring States room. After hearing the question from the Warring States period, he slightly insulted and said, "Oh, it's okay father, I have finished all my salutes. Come and ask my father, do you need my help for the banquet tonight?" For the banquet, the air commander transferred a few chefs from the Navy kitchen. "Let's not intervene. You can go to the yard to play. I still have some documents to read. I will accompany you when I finish reading it." "Oh, okay, Dad. By the way, Dad, you have a lot of books here, can I come here to read in the future?" Luo Xindi looked at the Warring States period and asked. After hearing this, the Warring States period laughed, "Of course, but you are not allowed to read all the documents Luo Xindi put on my desk. These are all secrets of the Navy, do you know?" "Good daddy, I won't touch those files," Luo Xindi said, and then said to the Warring States, "Father, you are busy, I will go out first." Luo Nandi exited the study, closed the door, looked at the martial arts field in the yard, and the professional exercise equipment, clenched his fists and muttered to himself, "Okay Luo Nandi, also rested for a long time, start today's training. Well, first stand 100 laps around the yard, then 100 frog jumps, 300 push UPS, 500 flat barbell lifts, if you can't do it, add 100 pull UPS, and start now." Luo Nandi began to exercise frantically in the yard as he said. At this time, the Warring States period just saw Luo Nandi's industrious appearance through the window, and couldn't help nodding. With this perseverance, he could definitely become an excellent naval soldier in the future. As night fell, the Warring States Congress stood up from his desk, stretched his waist, stretched his muscles, and pushed open the door of the study, and found that Luo Xindi had not finished his training. At this time, Luo Xindi was soaked. The whole person seems to be collapsed, almost close to the limit of the body. "Rosinandi. Daddy. Okay, you have trained enough today. Go take a shower and change your clothes. After a while, the guests will come." "Oh, good old man, but I haven't changed my clothes yet." Let's put on my shirt first, and wait until tomorrow before let Kayla go to the street to buy you 2 changes of clothes." The Warring States period was a little embarrassed and touched his chin. The first time he was a father, he was inexperienced. He didn't even prepare for Luo Xindi to change clothes. After listening to the Warring States words, Luo Xindi immediately went to wash it, and then came out wearing the Warring States shirt. Now, Luo Xindi is only 8 years old, short in stature, but the body of the Warring States period is very burly. So his shirt was put on Luo Xindi, as if he was wearing a dress for Luo Xindi. "Let's do this first, and I'll talk about it tomorrow." The Warring States was a little embarrassed, and at this moment the gate of the Warring States yard was suddenly kicked open, and the fragile gate was kicked directly into the air. After that, I saw Kapu carrying the crane mother-in-law and a woman who looked the same. A little girl of 8 or 9 years old came in. "Wow, haha, Sengoku, I and Ahe came to see you." The Warring States period looked at the door panel flying in front of him for a long time, and then angrily roared, "My door! Bastard carp! Ah ha ha ha! Sorry, Sengoku, I was so happy to hear that there was a banquet, and I didn't pay attention for a while, so I got a little harder. Ah ha 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 ha!" Carp also saw the kicking door panel at this time. Yu read www.yuyugonshu.com and laughed loudly, without any sense of apology. At this time, the Warring States period was so angry that he pointed to the door panel and said to Carp, "Today you don't fix the door for me, so don't even think about the banquet." Would you like to be so cruel?" Carp said bitterly, but Warring States did not let go. There was no way that Carp could only pick up the door panel on the ground, picked up the tools, and tried to press the door again. "And the Warring States has brought Luo Nandi to Granny He at this time. Luo Nandi, come, this is Ahe, the chief staff officer of the headquarters, my old comrade in arms, you can call her Granny He. Mrs. Crane is good. Well, he is really a good polite boy. Come to Jun and take out the present we prepared for Ronandi." Grandma He smiled and said to Luo Xindi. At this time, the little girl following Ahe handed several big clothes bags to Luo Xindi. "Give you." Thank you, thank you." Luo Xindi took the clothes bag that Jun handed over, and the whole person was a little startled. "Jun, isn't this the name of Daotu, a future general, will be added? Oh my god, he's such a big man again." "No thanks, the Warring States period was careless in life. I definitely didn't buy a change of clothes for you. I will send you some first, lest you don't have any clothes to wear." Grandma Crane looked at Luo Xindi and smiled. Luo Xindi looked at her dress-like shirt and smiled awkwardly. "Sorry Grandma Crane, Jun, it's really rude to dress like this to meet guests." You guys laughed. Hee actually it's okay, you look pretty cute in this way." Jun just interrupted an opportunity. Luo Nandi couldn't help but blushed after hearing this, and it was shameful to be called cute by an 8-year-old girl. Chapter 13, My son Durag has the talent of a general. Luo Nandi succumbed to Granny Crane and Jun, then returned to the room with the clothes that Granny Crane bought, and put on a fitted suit. After putting on the clothes, he appeared in front of Granny Crane and Jun. Jun's face blushed. "Luo Nandi is so handsome." Warring States. Carp is repairing the door, and then the time and space Handsome and Zifa walked in together. Shui Kong took off his Navy Marshal uniform today and put on a brown suit. Zifa wore a purple suit. "Rossi Nandi, come, this is the Admiral, Mr. Kong, this is my old comrade, Zifa." The Warring States called Luo Nandi to introduce. "Good Mr. Sora, good Mr. Zifa." "Wow ha ha ha, well, really a cute little guy, you have found a treasure this time in the Warring States period." Sora watched Luo Nandi laughed, and then took out an exquisite pistol from his arms and handed it to Luo Nandi. "You are the son of the Warring States period. You will definitely become an excellent navy in the future." "Guns. I will definitely come in contact with it in the future. This pistol is the latest firearm that I brought back when I went to a meeting with the world government a few days ago. At present, the entire navy has this one, and it is now given to you." "Thanks, thank you Kong's Hawaii." Luo Xindi looked at the handgun handed over, and didn't know what to say. It was a pistol that could kill people. Now it was given to him as a toy by the air commander. I have to say that these big guys are not ordinary people. "Hey, Luo Nandi, I have prepared a gift for you too." Carp saw that the Commander Kong gave a gift, and then happily leaned over. Warring States frowned and said, "The door, is it repaired? Karp slapped his chest and said, of course, it's not the first time I have repaired this. Come on, Luonandi, come and see what good things your Uncle Karp brought you. Karp took out a rag bag and handed it to Luozindi. Luozindi reached out with a huge force and directly dragged Luozindi a somersault, and the cloth bag in his hand fell to the ground without catching it. It's heavy! Luozindi exclaimed, and then opened the rag bag, only to see that there was a whole set of lead clothes for heavy exercises. This is the lead suit that Durag wore when he was a child to practice strength. The net weight is 100 kilograms, and there are heavy lead pieces inside, which can weigh up to 1000 kilograms. Karp looked at Luozindi and said, and Luozindi's eyes lit up when he heard this. Don't look at Karp's usual inattention, but the gift he gave was the most practical. Thank you, Uncle Cap, I like your gift very much. Like it, ha ha ha, just like it. By the way, Zifa, we all gave Ronandi a gift, what about your gift? Karp looked at Zifa and asked. Zifa said blankly after hearing this, I have come in a hurry, I haven't prepared. So stingy. Karp whispered a word after hearing this, but it clearly fell into Zifa's ears. Zepha's face was slightly red, but on the surface it was as stable as an old dog. As long as I was not embarrassed, it was someone else who was embarrassed. Ah, okay, everyone is here, Khaled, order the chef to serve. Good Mr. Sengoku. Khaled agreed and went to pass the food. Soon the chef brought a variety of delicious dishes, the most eye-catching of which was the large plate of Sea King barbecue. After the Warring States warship docked, the subordinates had already put the ship in the cabin. The frozen Sea King meat was moved to the mansion of the Warring States period, and the main dish for the guests today is this Sea King barbecue. The dishes are ready, Khaled came over and asked, Mr. Warring States, the chef asked what wine we have today. Liqueur. Hearing this term, Kongs Hawaii, Karp, and Zephazi swallowed, but the Warring States period said, drinking is a mistake. As the top naval force, I must always be vigilant. I don't drink. Let the chef give I make a cup of green tea. Yes, Nakongshui, Mr. Karp, Mr. Zifa, and Lieutenant General Ahe, how about you? I'll have tea too. Me too. Same. Kongs Hawaii and the three people stopped drinking when they saw that the Warring States period. Wouldn't they seem ignorant when they drink, and can only talk about drinking tea, and Ahe also followed them to ask for a cup of green tea. Luozindi and Jun can't drink alcohol anymore because they are children, and Khaled alone served them a glass of freshly squeezed juice. The wine and water came, and everyone began to feast on it, and at the same time several senior executives also started the small chat mode. Zifa, how is the Naval Academy? Yes, the quality of the first class of students is not bad, especially the two newcomers called monsters, they have endless potential, and they are expected to aspire to the position of admiral in the future. Rookie monster? Who? When Sora heard that, someone hurriedly asked, Zifa took a sip of the green tea ceremony. A shining man named Polosalino, codenamed Yellow Ape, who ate the shining fruit, is strong, but he is too lazy. If he can change, get rid of the laziness, UU reading www.uuganshu.com will be unlimited in the future. The other rookie monster is called Sakaski, codenamed Akadog. He is a magma man who has eaten rockberry fruit. He is taciturn and tenacious, but his understanding of justice is too extreme. If it can be guided well, his future will be stronger than Borusalino. Sora heard this, and a trace of joy appeared on his solemn face. Okay, great. I didn't expect Zifa, you, the Naval Academy, to have such a rookie in the first session. These are the future of the Navy, we must train them well. Yes, Air Commander, I will demand them with the most stringent standards. After all, these are all talents of generals. Zifa also sighed at this moment. After hearing these words, Kapu held a piece of meat in his mouth and laughed, ha ha ha, Zifa, Isn't he a general? I told you that my son, Durag, is a general. The admiral will definitely have him in the future. Hearing Karp's words, Luozindi couldn't hold back a single mouthful of juice, and Jiawin looked at Luozindi suspiciously. Are you okay? Ahem, it's okay, I just choked. Luonandi said, waving his hands. Shut up, Karp, don't interrupt your son. If you want to, you can be promoted to general. He shouted at Cap, and he waved his hand after hearing this. Ahaha, don't talk about generals, eat meat, eat meat. Kapu said haha and skipped the matter. He wanted me to take someone as a general and do things for the group of bugs in the dragon people. There was no door. Naval Academy? Mr. Zifa, is your Naval Academy still recruiting people? Can I participate in it? Just when everyone thought they were going to end the Naval Academy topic, Luonandi suddenly stood up and asked Zifa. Chapter 14, This Silly Boy. You want to attend the Naval Academy? How old are you? Are you 15? 15 is the youngest age of enlistment at the Naval Academy. If it is younger than this, it is not acceptable to Zifa. I am 8 years old this year. Luozindi looked at Zifa and said. Zifa shook his head after hearing this, and said, 8 years old, too young, in another 7 years, wait until you are 15 years old, come to me to join the Naval Academy. Luonandi didn't do anything after hearing this. After waiting for another 7 years, the cucumber dishes will be cold. You must know that the high-end naval forces in the future will all be students of Zifa's first, second, and third class. If you are a few years later, yourself, it is estimated that he can only be a classmate of Smog's group of colonel officers, so how can I influence the senior navy with my own thoughts in the future? Do you think a navy admiral will listen to the persuasion of a colleague of similar status to him, or will he listen to the persuasion of a junior or a subordinate? If the status is not equal, there is no right to speak, let alone get enough respect, so you have to become strong as soon as possible. If you can't get into the Naval Academy today, Luozindi might even repeat the same mistakes of the original Luozindi. He was killed by Ming Ji. Was he a lieutenant colonel at that time? Therefore, in the Navy, the first is strength, the second is credit, and the third is qualifications. These three things are indispensable, and Luonandi wants to achieve the goal of including the entire Navy. He must go as high as possible. Climbing, only when his status is high, his words and deeds can affect more people. Mr. Zifa, although I am only 8 years old, my determination to become stronger will never be lost to anyone. Please give me a chance. Luozindi looked directly at Zifa, and his eyes flashed with ambition to become stronger. Zifa was stunned when he saw this, but still shook his head. Karp couldn't see it anymore. Hey, Zifa, Ronandi is very good. Since he wants to study at the Naval Academy, you can let him go. Chant. Kapu, what do you know? The Naval Academy is not a kindergarten. The training intensity inside is not something this kid can resist. Zifa stared at Karp and said. But Luozindi said, Mr. Zifa, don't worry, I can definitely keep up with the training progress of the academy. Listen, Zifa, the kid Luozindi has promised him a chance. Let's talk about the party today. We all gave Luozindi a gift. If you don't have one, you will be admitted to the hospital. Chance, give it to him as a gift. Karp continued to help. Zifa frowned at this time, and Luozindi turned to help and looked towards the warring states of Buddha. Warring states looked at Luozindi's eyes, and thought that the New World G5 fortress needed a general-level powerhouse to sit for a long time. He certainly couldn't accompany Luozindi all the time. In addition, the quiet fruit of Luozindi was a bit difficult to develop, and warring states, although physical skills and domineering are very powerful, the most powerful thing is the development and application of fruits. When it comes to the practice of pure physical arts, the warring states period is definitely not better than Karp and Zifa, so Karp and Zifa are the most suitable teachers for Luozindi who wants to make achievements in physical arts. But this guy Carp is too detached, he must be unqualified as a teacher, but Zifa is strong, responsible for things, and is a perfect teacher candidate. Zifa, you promise Luo Xindi, I will be stationed at the G5 fortress of the New World soon. I can't teach Luo Xindi the fighting skills, so please help me teach Luo Xindi. The exit of the Warring States period has a hefty weight. You must know that Zifa retired from the position of general, and the most affected is the Warring States period. After all, the general affairs need to be undertaken by two people together, but now it is all the affairs of the Warring States period. He is very comfortable teaching students. This. Zifa was a little embarrassed. For a while, he didn't know whether to agree or not. At this time, the handsome also said, Zifa, you agree, Luo Xindi is the only son of the Warring States period. If he is not well placed, how can we suppress the New World without any worries? This, all right. Zifa reluctantly agreed. After hearing this, the Warring States hurriedly said to Luo Xindi, don't hurry up and thank Mr. Zifa. Ah, thank you, Zifa. Wait a minute. Zifa did not wait for Luo Nandi to finish speaking, and reached out to stop Luo Nandi and said, don't be too busy to thank you. I haven't finished what I just said. Although I agree with you to join the Naval Academy, you must pass the academy. Physical Fitness Assessment. Physical Fitness Assessment. Luo Nandi looked at Zifa with a puzzled face, and Zifa said at this time, a month later, as long as you can drag the number 3 shell used by Carp and run around the college campus, even if the assessment is completed, how about agreeing to join the Naval Academy? Ding, the system has detected that the host is facing a choice. Do you accept Zifa's entrance examination? 1. Accept with pleasure. Come on, Mr. Zifa, I accept this assessment, I will definitely succeed. The reward comes from the League of Legends equipment system, Red Crystal. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. 2. Refusal to test. I will not do it, you are bullying the child, Daddy, let's go home, I will not go to the Naval Academy. Reward from the League of Legends equipment system, Burning Gems. 3. Reject and curse Zifa, Zifa, you old bastard, bullying children, I curse the apprentices you teach are all insurgents. Reward from the League of Legends equipment system, Invigorating Armor. Listening to the system's prompt sound, Luo Xindi wanted to pull out the person who released the option and beat him up. This tempted himself with big pieces and invigorated the armor. This is the best choice to resist magic attacks, and magic attacks, the world of One Piece is also endless, the most common of which is that the ability of the natural devil fruit ability is hurt. With this invigorating armor, not to mention those who are not afraid of natural abilities, at least the resistance is definitely higher than the average number of people in this respect, and the inspiring armor is worth having. But the mission posted here is really terrible, cursing that the disciples taught by Zifa are all rebels, 1 order, 1 hands-on, and 1 grave? Haha, if you say this, it is estimated that you will be on the scene, right? Can't afford to offend, let's be a little rich and settle down. Luo Xindi thought of this and looked at Zifa and said very sincerely, Mr. Zifa, I am willing to accept your assessment. Well, ambitious, Luo Xindi, right? As long as you can pass the assessment, I will allow you to enroll in the Naval Academy. Yes. Luo Xindi paid a salute to Zifa as a seaman. Zifa smiled happily at this time, and several people around looked at Luo Xindi with different expressions. I'm afraid this stupid kid doesn't know what kind of test he is going to endure. Carp's number 3 cannonball, is that something a child can carry? Chapter 15, Synthesis, Crystal Bracer. The banquet continued until more than 9 o'clock in the evening. Several people retired separately. After a few people left, the Warring States period called Luo Xindi to the study. Ro Xindi, you are impulsive, Zifa's assessment task is making things difficult. As for you, Carp's number 3 shell is not something you can drag now. Zifa doesn't want to directly refute my face. Only then did he come up with a method of assessment and prevaricate us. If you didn't agree just now, Dad, I can still think of a way to use my old face to ask Zifa for face, but now I can't even open my plea. The Warring States period looked at Luo Xindi and said with earnest heart, like a very worried old father, worried about his son's future. Father, I know that Mr. Zifa deliberately made things difficult for me, and I also know that you can continue to intercede, but I don't want to keep doing things in your name, let alone leave a back door to Mr. Zifa. The impression that I have, so I want to accept the assessment of Mr. Zifa. I want Mr. Zifa and the Navy cadets to recognize my strength, and I want to prove myself with my strength. Luo Xindi looked at the Warring States and said. The Warring States was shocked by Luo Xindi's words. For a long time, the Warring States suddenly laughed. Okay, great, Luo Xindi, you are a little man now. Father, can you give me the fine print? I'm already a man now. Luo Xindi said uncomfortably. Ha ha ha, really? Then you will try to prove it to me, Luo Nandi. Okay, it's getting late, you can rest early. I still have some official documents to approve. Okay Daddy, then I want to retire. Luo Xindi left the study and went directly to his room, clicked on the system, and directly confirmed the red crystal for the system reward. Ding! The claim is successful. The system detects that the host has the equipment healing orb, which can be combined with the red crystal to synthesize the high-end equipment crystal bracer. May I make it? Synthesize. Luo Xindi didn't even think about choosing to synthesize directly, and immediately after Luo Xindi heard the system prompt again, Equipment Synthesis, Crystal Bracer, Attributes, plus 200 health, plus 50% basic health restoration. Is the host equipped? Equipment. After Luo Xindi's selection, the next moment Luo Xindi has an orange bracer inlaid with sapphires in his equipment column. At the same time, Luo Xindi feels that his physical strength has more than doubled out of thin air, and his body is already weak. Full of explosive power. This is the horrible physical strength transformed by 200 HP. Luo Nandi estimates that his physical strength is now comparable to that of an ordinary warrant officer. Okay, the strength has improved again, come on, double the amount of training tonight. Luo Xindi said that he found the lead suit from Carp and put it on, and then started training tonight. Push UPS, sit UPS, leapfrogs, handstand walking, pull UPS, all of these exercise methods Luo Xindi has been training seriously. There are no monsters in the world that are born strong. It is nothing more than unremitting exercise after the day. If you did not eat the fruits of the natural devil, you can only complete the transformation through desperate training. Becoming stronger, only by becoming extremely powerful at the fastest speed, can it be possible to catch up to the top after the war, to win the position of the Admiral of the Navy, and then to pull the group of bugs lying on the highest throne of the world all down the altar, let them completely become history. The world is too rotten, there are too many tragedies, and most of the tragedies are inseparable from the world government, and Luo Xindi was once one of the victims. So Luo Xindi wanted to change the world and overthrow the so-called God. Become stronger, stronger, in this world, only by becoming stronger can you control your own destiny and change the whole world. This kid is really hard-working. The Warring States period stood by the window watching Luo Nandi, who was training in the courtyard, muttered, his eyes filled with relief, this sea belongs to the strong, and only the strong can rule the world. 2 hours of exercise, the time has been more than 11 o'clock. The vigorous exercise caused Luo Xindi to use up the last bit of strength. At this time, Luo Xindi didn't even have the strength to climb back to the house. No more, tired to death, go to sleep, the fruit of silence, deep sleep. Ho ho! Luo Xindi actually fell asleep directly in the yard. When Luo Xindi fell asleep, the doors of Warring States and Colette opened almost at the same time. The two looked at each other, and Warring States made a silent gesture, and then came to in front of Luo Xindi, holding Luo Xindi back to Luo Xindi's room. 2 hours later, Luo Xindi woke up suddenly. This is also the ability of the Fruit of Silence, which can set an alarm for Luo Xindi. In the state of deep sleep, he has the ability of the Fruit of Silence, which can isolate all sounds, and wait until 2. After hours, the Fruit of Silence disappeared instantly. A voice from the outside suddenly came in. At this time, the voice was louder than the alarm clock, and Luo Nandi could be awakened in an instant. Very hungry. Luo Nandi touched his shriveled belly, secretly came to the kitchen, and found that he still had leftover Sea King-style barbecue at night, no matter whether the meat was cold. Yu read www.yuyugonshu.com and gobbled it up and waited. After eating, Luo Xindi was resurrected with full blood and continued to exercise. This time, the number of exercise items increased by 10 more than 2 hours ago. 2 hours passed again. Luo Nandi once again used the fruit ability and fell asleep. Deep sleep is definitely the best choice to eliminate fatigue and restore physical strength. And with the help of crystal bracers, Luo Xindi's recovery is much faster than ordinary people. Therefore, if it is not to eliminate mental fatigue, just physically, Luo Xindi only needs to sleep for an hour and a half. In other words, after every 1.5 hours, Luo Xindi can perform a full blood training. Of course, the food must keep up, and then 2 hours of extreme training can completely exhaust the physical strength, so this average 3. Within an hour and a half, Luo Xindi can complete the training volume of others in a day. And 24 hours a day, if Luo Xindi can practice 6 times with full blood without hesitation, it is equal to the amount of 6 days of cultivation for others. I have to say that this is really abnormal. There are born geniuses and hard-working geniuses in this world. Luo Xindi may not be a natural genius, but he is definitely a hard-working genius. Soon it dawned. Today, during the Warring States period, I was going to the General Staff to discuss with Lieutenant General Crane the issue of the New World's defense, so I didn't have time to accompany Luo Xindi during the day, but Khalid was idle, just taking Luo Nandi. Di went to Lieutenant General Karp to take back the No. 3 cannonball that was going to be used as a prop in a month's time, and practice in advance. However, this suggestion was not made by Khalid, but was ordered by Karp yesterday. As for the reason, of course, the Karp is about to take annual leave. He will leave for the East China Sea this afternoon. If Luo Nandi does not come to get it today, I want to get it in 20 days. Chapter 16, The Weakest Reason in the East China Sea. Lieutenant General Karp's Doghead warship is docked in the Crescent Harbor of Malinvondo. A group of Marines are constantly moving supplies to the ship. Karp is lying on the deck chair of the warship's deck, wearing a doghead hat, and eating donuts. Lieutenant General Karp. Khalid took Luo Xindi on the deck and saluted Karp. Karp stood up and said, "You are finally here. I'm still waiting to go back to the East China Sea to see Doraig. Come, go to the ammunition depot and take away the No. 3 shell." "Yes, Lieutenant General Karp." Khalid saluted immediately, followed by Karp's adjutant Bogart, and led the two to the warship's ammunition depot. Kapu is a special-made warship, and the ammunition storehouse is exceptionally huge. As soon as I entered the ammunition Kurosandi, I was surprised. The amount of artillery ammunition here is really amazing. Bogart laughed when he saw it. Lieutenant General Karp is a famous human fort, and he has more shells. Not surprising, here is the No. 3 shell. Bogart said, and led Luo Xindi to see the shells. The shells used by Karp were numbered according to their size. Normal shells were No. 1. The specially made millstone-sized shell is called the No. 2 shell, and the No. 3 shell is about the size of a car with an iron chain attached to it. Usually, Karp uses this shell to destroy an enemy with one shot. Battleship. Luo Xindi looked at the huge cannonball in front of him that was higher than himself, stretched out his hand and pulled it, and found that the whole cannonball did not move at all. At this moment Luo Xindi was also a little confused. 1 month later, he was going to drag the cannonball around the Naval Academy. Do you run a lap in the playground? Did you dig a hole and bury yourself? Luo Xindi turned his head to look at Khalid and asked, the playground of the Naval Academy is not big, isn't it? It's not too big, it's about 5 kilometers in a circle. Khalid smiled and answered, Luo Xindi's face is dark, you are too much, you let me run for 5 kilometers with such a big shell, it really hurt me to death. Luo Xindi was very helpless. At this time, Luo Xindi turned his eyes to the number 3 shell in the ammunition warehouse. There was a warehouse marked with the words number 4 shell. There is still number 4 shell here. Bogart nodded when he heard this. This is Lieutenant General Karp's secret weapon. It is not usually stored in a warehouse, but is usually placed in a fortress. Each of these number 4 shells is 1/5. The size of a warship is heavier than a warship, and only Lieutenant General Karp can wield it as a conventional weapon. A shell that is 1/5 the size of a warship, this is really scary. Luo Xindi couldn't help but exclaim after hearing these words. Although this Karp was inconspicuous, his strength was definitely a figure at the ceiling of One Piece. Okay Bogart, we have taken the number 3 shell, and we will talk to Lieutenant General Karp back. Okay. Bogart responded. Khalid held the iron chain with both hands and burst out with all his strength. The next moment he directly picked up the number 3 shell. This time Luo Xindi looked stupid. It looks like you are not in One Piece. The number 1 person, but looking at the aura that he has erupted, it is obviously not an ordinary cannon fodder level, at least it should be a general level combat power. However, Luo Xindi just came out of this idea, and immediately understood it, too. Khalid, that was the adjutant of the Warring States period, and the opponents that the Warring States period often faced were Whitebeards or big pirates of the Golden Lion level. The Warring States period can face Whitebeard, and Khalid can at least face the powerhouse of the White Team leader level. Otherwise, it would be a loss of life. And this Bogart, obviously not an ordinary person, can serve as an adjutant to Karp. If he has no ability, it is estimated that he would have been killed by the pirates long ago. You must know that Karp's old opponent is Roger and Karp. Against Roger, who would deal with those ruthless people under Roger? If you think about it this way, these two who can be adjutants are not ordinary people. The water of this One Piece is really deep. If you don't pay attention, you can hide two ruthless people with low eyelids. The reason why these two people are so not well known is also related to their work. The Warring States will be a marshal in the future, and there are very few hands-on opportunities. As an adjutant, Khalid is mainly guarding the Warring States. As for Bogart, it's Karp. Karp's favorite thing to do is to wander around. 30 years later, when the plot begins, this one has already lived in retirement. The same goes for Bogart. Followed to live a retirement life, and did not leave his name on this sea. Khalid left Karp's battleship carrying the number 3 shell, and when Khalid and Luo Xindi disembarked, Karp could not wait to order his men to leave the Navy headquarters and head to the East China Sea. Looking at the Kapu Gauta warship going away, Luo Nandi couldn't help but sigh, I finally know why the East China Sea is called the weakest sea. Oh, Luo Nandi, what do you want to understand? Just like Lieutenant General Karp, he has to go home every year. Any famous pirate in the East China Sea will be taught by Lieutenant General Karp. After a long time, how can there be powerful pirates in the East China Sea? Luo Xindi whispered and analyzed. Khalid couldn't help but nod after hearing these words. It makes sense. Why don't we suggest that the general of the Warring States period also go back to his hometown? Do you think Dad will agree? Luo Xindi looked at Khalid and asked, You reading www.yuyugonshu.com? Khalid shook his head and said, No, the Navy can't live without the general of the Warring States for a moment. Then what do you mean? The maintenance of the Navy can be without Iron Fist Karp, but it must not be without the Warring States period of Buddha. Let's go Mr. Khalid, I still rush back to train. Luo Xindi walked towards the residence of the Warring States period as he said, while Khalid followed behind carrying the number 3 shell and shouted, Hey, today is the day of the temple fair in Malanvander, won't you go to see the excitement? The excitement? Leave it to the civilians. The Navy's excitement should be the training ground, the battlefield, and the front line to defend the civilians. I won't waste time in this kind of place. Luozindi rushed home without looking back. Khalid looked at Luozindi's back from behind, and couldn't help shaking his head. It's such an uncut kid, but it's pretty reliable as a navy. Hey, wait for me, Luonandi. Training. This will be Luozindi's main job in the next month. Apart from eating, sleeping, and occasionally going to the Warring States study to read books, Luozindi wears the lead clothes that Karp gave him during the rest of the time. De has adapted to the current training life, and at the same time the lead clothes on his body have become heavier and heavier. After the consumption of Luozindi these days, that Sea King has completely bottomed out. For this reason, the Warring States of the Buddha specially asked Khalid to lead troops to the Windless Belt to hunt and kill a Sea King, and gave Luozindi a continuation. On. As the Neptune meat is eaten more and more, Luozindi's physical fitness has risen sharply. In 1 month, Luozindi has grown by 20 centimeters. At present, Luozindi is 1.6 meters tall, and Luozindi has a height of 1.6 meters. D is only 8 years old this year. In just 1 month, Luozindi is about to accept Zifa's entrance test. Chapter 17, Kizaru, Red Dog. Naval Academy is located on a small island not far from Malanvatican, and is not established in Malanvatican. The reason is also very simple. What Zifa teaches the Navy is not military theory, but combat skills. High-intensity exercises and even pair training are required every day. This damages the environment, especially in the Naval Academy. There are also 2 natural monsters. If they fight with all their strength, it is estimated that the entire Maranvander will be broken into ruins. Therefore, the Naval Academy is set up on this small island, and there is no need to worry about damage, because the entire small island has only one building, the Naval Academy Dormitory Building, and the rest are deserted, and there is not even a small animal. And it's only half an hour away from Maranfando, so the supplies are also very timely, and they won't be hungry for the cadets of the Naval Academy. Today, the Naval Academy is obviously different from the past. It used to be on the naval training field where the training should be heard. At this time, the needles were quietly dropped. Teams of the 1st Naval Cadets stood neatly on the square, welcoming the inspections of several Navy figures. Yes, several important figures in the Navy have come today. Among them, the Warring States period of Buddha is worried about his son. Before going to the New World, watch whether Luozindi can pass the test of Zifa. And when Karp learned about this, his character to join in the fun broke out, and he clamored to visit Zifa's Naval Academy. The actions of these 2 people were learned by Marshal Kong again for some reason, and then Commander Kong was also full of curiosity and took a long time to come to the Naval Academy to review this class of cadets. So Zifa got the order that today, the Air Commander and the Admiral of the Warring States period, the hero Kapu, came to the Naval Academy to give condolences and review. This is a big deal. It is no longer a simple entrance examination, but a leader to inspect the work. There is no way to save the face of being handsome. Zifa can only arrange for a group of students to stop training for a long time to welcome their superiors. An examination. In private, Zifa also called the Air Commander, complaining that the Air Commander was too arbitrary and had nothing to do in the Naval Academy, and the training plan of the influential cadets for a long time. The Air Commander could only apologize for this. However, the Air Commander, the General of the Warring States period, and the hero Karp came to review this incident is a big deal for the students. After all, these people are all idols. The reason why they joined the Navy, many of them have heard of the heroic deeds of these people. And only then signed up to join the Navy. I'm coming. The training ground of the Naval Academy was facing the sea. At this time, the academies saw 3 finished warships approaching in the distance. Soon the warships approached the port, the air commander, the warring states general, and the hero Kapu stepped off the warship in turn, followed by a group of warships. Marine. Look, it's Marshal Sora. Ah, General Sengoku, he is a General Sengoku. Wow, that guy with a dog's head hat is the hero Cap, so handsome, so handsome. Shut up, rookies, how do I usually teach you, isn't it just a few veterans? As for the yelling, Zifa yelled at many students with a dark face, and the students suddenly silenced after hearing this. There is only one-headed looks extremely number trivial, and the thin, tall, slender man who looks odd and said with a small mouth, within the mouth, it's terrible, teacher Zifa is so strict. Shut up Huang Yuan, unless you want to be punished. After hearing what Huang Yuan said, a serious, unsmiling man shouted sharply. Na Soccerski, don't you be so serious, and whispering will not be heard. Shut up, Huang Yuan, if you speak again, I'll beat you up, and everyone in the Naval Academy is known by the code name, please call me Akadog. Within the mouth it really is a monster, he wanted to beat me. Shut up the yellow ape. Huang Yuan wanted to tease the red dog with two sorrows, but Zifa glared back at this time, so scared that he raised his hand to surrender, and it was the only one in the entire Naval Academy. The one who is afraid is Zifa. There is no way that Zifa is too strict, and he is a very serious man, he is very uncomfortable with a sluggish yellow ape, and he usually does more training for the yellow ape. As for the red dog, Zifa still likes it very seriously. He can earnestly complete the assigned amount of training without compromising, and sometimes even additional training. However, the understanding of justice in his heart is too extreme. This is actually related to his childhood life. Aquino was born in a naval family in Bahai. His father was a major officer in the Navy branch. Aquino has lived with his father since he was a child. The beginning of ear-reading and eye-catching yearning for justice. Later, when his father was chasing a group of pirates, he forced the group of pirates into a small island. There was no way that the pirates could only pretend to be civilians and mixed with a bunch of civilians and left the island on a merchant ship. His father was afraid of harming the innocent. There was no order to attack the merchant ship. As a result, after the pirates ran away, they called their accomplices. In turn, they grabbed their father. In the end, the pirates cut off his head, leaving only the young red dog. The Navy adopted it as an orphan, and at the same time, his father's experience also aroused the justice of Akagu. Believes that even civilians, as long as they are entangled with the pirates, they are sinful and should be eliminated. In the same way, Huang Yuan's personality is also related to his living environment. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Huang Yuan is from a good background. His parents are small officials of the world government. If he can fish in troubled waters, he will fish in troubled waters. A mahjong, at ease. And Huang Yuan, under the influence of his parents, also developed his unique civil service justice. The salary is not in place, no one can beat it, the salary is doubled, the 4 emperors can do nothing, the salary plus the bonus, dare to beat the 5 old stars, say the most insulting words, put the most ruthless laser wave, this is the yellow monkey in our mouth. A man whose fighting power can be adjusted depending on his salary. Empty handsome. Zifa came to Kong and offered a military salute. At this moment, Kong laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, don't restrain Zifa, I came here today just to see the future of our navy, let them practice." Yes. Zifa said that soon an assistant coach began to let the students show their learning results. He was very satisfied after seeing it all around. The quality of this session of seamen is very good, especially the red dog and the yellow ape, both have terrifying strength. I'm afraid it is now comparable to the fights of some rear admirals. Yes, very good Zifa, they are all good seedlings. By the way, today I will send you another good seedling, Luozindi. Yes. Luozindi ran to the rostrum wearing the navy uniform of the smaller one, and all the Navy students below looked at Luozindi with a bewildered expression. Who is this kid? What did he do on the podium? Empty handsome. Luozindi saluted. The air commander looked at Zifa and said, Zifa, this kid has done a lot of work in order to complete the bet with you. Oh, isn't it? Then show the results of your cultivation. Zifa listened to this and looked at Luonandi, his eyes were full of scrutiny. Chapter 18, shocked the entire Naval Academy. It's Mr. Zifa. Luozindi responded, and the next moment Adjutant Khalid and several Marines put the No. 3 artillery shell used by Karp on the runway of the Naval Training Ground. Here, what is this going to do? Yeah, it's a big shell. Is this going to be a show fire? Yes, this shell is too big. How many caddies it costs? The naval cadets were all shocked when they looked at the huge cannonball. After all, this cannonball the size of a car is indeed a bit exaggerated. Of course, there are also knowledgeable naval cadets in the crowd. What's all the fuss about? That shell is the No. 3 shell used by Lieutenant General Karp. My father is a lieutenant colonel in the department. He once had the privilege of seeing Lieutenant General Karp. The thief ship sank instantly. Throwing cannonballs with bare hands, this is too exaggerated. A few naval cadets opened their eyes wide and looked unbelievable. At the same time, the Navy cadets suddenly exclaimed. Ah, look, the kid went to the shell, what is he going to do? Does he want to learn from Lieutenant General Karp to throw the shell out? The students exclaimed, but Luonandi didn't pay attention to the students at this time. Instead, he grabbed the iron chain tied to the cannonball, and the iron chain rattled as soon as his arm was hardened. At this time, Luozindi turned around and carried the iron chain on his shoulder, making a standard maneuver of pulling a cart. My God, look at that kid, what does he want to do? Does he want to pull this cannonball? Pull the cannonball, my goodness, are you kidding? That cannonball is taller than the kid, how could he pull it? Yes, this kid is so whimsical. The students whispered, and Zifa on the ring also looked at Luozindi, with an inexplicable light in his eyes. Come on, prove to me your determination to become stronger. Zifa yelled to Luozindi. After Luozindi heard this, his arm slammed into force, his feet stepped on the ground, and he shouted, Ah! With the sound of the sound, the huge No. 3 cannon moved, and was pulled forward by Luonandi. Oh my God, how could it be possible? Just kidding. Here, is this kid a monster? Unbelievable, this kid is too powerful, is he still like a kid here and there? The students' eyes widened, and they were all shocked by Luonandi's operation. Within the mouth it's really strong like a monster. Huang Yuan saw this scene with a little shock in his eyes, and immediately covered it with his weird tone, but the cadets of the Naval Academy on the side were all unable to complain after hearing this. Speaking of monsters, you and the red dog, is it a monster? Aka Inu, don't you want to say something? Huang Yuan looked at the red dog and asked. The red dog glanced at the yellow ape and said, people and children can work so hard. You are so old that you live on a dog. Huang Yuan, oh. Ah. Luozindi quickly ran half a circle of the Naval Academy's playground at a sprint speed. At this time, Luozindi's speed dropped significantly. Sweat dripped down Luozindi's cheeks, and the clothes he was wearing were also completely wet. Through. Luozindi's stamina has been consumed 80%, but this huge playground is still half of the distance waiting for Luozindi. Warring states, Luozindi's little ghost's physical strength has been consumed almost, the next distance is not easy to handle. Karp ate the donuts and said to the warring states. Hearing these words, the warring states also showed anxiety, but he couldn't help it. On this occasion, he couldn't help Ronandi, so he could only say silently in his heart. Luonandi, come on. Luozindi also knew that he was losing 80% of his stamina at this time. The next section of the road was difficult to handle, but Luozindi did not give up. While slowing down, he used the remaining 20% of his stamina to fight for pull more distance. On the other hand, he began to adjust his breathing desperately, striving to recover his strength quickly. Fortunately, Luozindi had crystal bracers to help restore his strength. So when Luozindi's 20% of his physical strength was exhausted, he recovered an extra 100%. 5/5 physical strength. With this 5% of his physical strength, Luozindi took the cannonball and traveled a distance, but when facing the last quarter of the distance, Luozindi's physical strength had been completely exhausted, and he had reached the physical strength by this time. The limit. It's over, that kid's stamina is exhausted, I'm afraid I can't move it anymore. That's right, but this kid can pull such a big cannonball and run through 3/4 of the playground. It's amazing. Isn't it? Do we have such strength when he was his age? Pull it down, you were still peeing in mud when you were 8 or 9 years old. The Navy cadets looked at Luozindi and muttered, thinking that Luozindi was over here. In the stands, the Warring States fist was quietly clasped, and the palms of the hands were sweating. This kind of nervousness has not been felt for many years. Now, even in the face of the Whitebeard pirates, the Warring States period did not feel so nervous. Is it here? Zifa muttered as he watched Luonandi, who had reached the limit. Carp also slowed down his donut-eating speed. Kong Shui looked at Luonandi thoughtfully. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Under such circumstances, Luozindi did not give up, but gritted his teeth, continued to squeeze his potential, and desperately dragged the cannonball forward. Although every step was difficult, Luozindi did not stop. He can't stop, and he doesn't want to stop. Stopping means surrendering, means not being able to enter the Naval Academy, and means that his future road forward will be full of bumps. No, you can't give up, Luozindi, you still have your ambitions, you can't stop here, you are not a man of this level. Step, step, step. Luozindi has become extremely heavy every step, and his body has already reached its limit. He supported Luozindi with a will. Fortunately, the Sea King meat that Luozindi ate all this month has supplemented the body's nutrition. Otherwise, with his previous body, it is estimated that it has been worn down at this time. Step, step, step. Luozindi stepped on a difficult step by step forward. Every step is powerful, but Luozindi never gave up, clenched his teeth with tenacity. At this time, the students were no longer talking. They were infected by Luozindi, and they were shocked by the hard work of Luozindi. Knowing that he can't do it, but he does it, it's really a man. What a nice kid. Kong Sui looked at Luonandi in the stands and said with approval. Carp stopped eating donuts at this time and said, this physical fitness is far worse than my Doriage. Asshole Cap, your Doriage is 15, and my Luozindi is only 8 years old, can you compare it? The Warring States period heard Carp's words and said bitterly, and Zifa, who had been silent, looked at Luozindi, who moved forward step by relying on willpower, and looked back at the Warring States period and said, Warring States, you take it, son, I like this kid. Chapter 19, Blue Eagle. Hold on, there are only 10 steps left. Luozindi's eyes were all over at this time, and he was physically exhausted at this time, and he was insisting entirely on the will of his heart. 10, 9, 8, 7, 1. Luozindi finally took the last step under the tenacious will and pulled the number 3 shell back to the original point. After completing this step, Luozindi finally couldn't hold on, and fell directly to the ground with a snap. The Warring States period has long been unable to wait. At this time, he displayed the fastest body technique of his life, and came to Luozindi in a flash, picked up Luozindi, and saw that Luozindi had lost consciousness and fainted. Rozindi, why are you so stupid, for a Naval Academy place, as for? Warring States murmured distressedly, but Carp laughed loudly at this time, ha ha ha, a good devil Luozindi, I feel that he can now participate in the man training I designed. If Zifa doesn't want him, just take him, leave it to me, haha. You want Mikapu, who said I don't want him anymore. Warring States period. Congratulations to your family Luonandi for passing the entrance examination and can become the first auditor. Zifa looked at the Warring States and said, after listening to this, the Warring States looked at Zifa and asked with a puzzled look, audience student. Zifa nodded and said, yes, these students in the first class have been studying for a year and a half, and will graduate in half a year. Luonandi is joining now and he will definitely not be able to keep up with their progress, so he can act as an auditor, who has laid a good foundation in the past 6 months, waits for the second class of cadets to start in 6 months, and he can join the second class of cadets to join the Naval Academy. This way, well, it can only be this way. Warring States took a look at Luozindi, touched Luozindi's head distressedly, and then handed him to Zifa. Zifa, I am going to the New World now, where the Navy can't hold on anymore. No, the General is sitting here, they can't withstand the attacks of those monsters. I'm leaving now, and when Luonandi wakes up, talk to him. I understand the Warring States period. The Warring States period reached out and handed Luozindi to Zifa, and then took a few packs of snack rice crackers from the adjutant Kailat. This is what Luozindi likes to eat. When he wakes up, give it to him. I'm leaving. The Warring States waved his hand and took Kailat and a group of Marines to a warship in the distance. After that, he will rush to the New World G5 fortress to prevent large pirates from attacking the naval base. Zifa, I'm leaving too. Sora spoke to Zifa, turned, and left. Carp put the last donut into his mouth and said to Zifa, in half a year, I will send Durag to the Second Naval Academy. The rest is up to you, see you later. Kapu said, and left in a cool manner. 2 hours later, Luozindi woke up leisurely on the sofa in Zifa's office. Woke up. Luozindi looked at the vocalist when he heard the words, and happened to see Zifa who was writing something at the desk. Mr. Zifa. Hey? It's also called Mr. Teacher. Ah, yes, Teacher Zifa. Luozinandi was overjoyed. It seemed that he had passed the customs and successfully entered the Navy's Whampoa Military Academy, and it was still the first period. Well, since you are awake, I will tell you a few things. First, the Warring States period has gone to the New World. Before leaving, I left you with a few bags of rice crackers. Zifa handed the rice crackers to Luozindi. Luozindi took the rice crackers for a moment, and then mumbled a little moved, Daddy, that's true. Zifa didn't wait for Luozindi to be moved, and immediately said, Be moved, go out and be moved, this is the Naval Academy, and we don't cultivate a crying kid. It's really harsh. Luozindi couldn't help but complain. No wonder, as a teacher, the students he handed over are so rebellious. It seems that there is something to do with him. Okay, let me tell you the second thing. Since you entered school late, you can only be an auditor in the first term, and you can formally join the academy in the second term, but I won't let you waste this half a year. This is the training subject I set for you for the next 6 months. Zifa directly handed the piece of paper he had just written to Luozindi. Luozindi looked down and saw that it was full of training subjects for physical exercise. The third thing is that the Naval Academy has a 4-person sleeping system, so from today you will share a room with 3 other academies, but the rest of the rooms are currently full, only Polo Salino and there is still room in the dormitory of Soccerski, so let's live there. Live in a dormitory with Huang Yuan and Chi Dog. Luozindi was slightly surprised. Is there a problem? No, no. Luozindi waved his hand, and Zifa nodded at this time, okay, today you are exhausted and you can rest for an afternoon. From tomorrow on, you will train according to the training schedule I gave you, understand? I don't need Teacher Zifa, I have recovered my physical strength now, and I can complete the training task you gave me. Please let me participate in the training now. Hey? Yes, Zifa was slightly surprised when he heard Luo Nandi's words, Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com didn't expect this kid to work so hard. It's so good. Zifa thought to Luo Nandi and said, you follow me, let's go to the training ground together. Yes. Zifa brought Luo Zindi to the training ground, and stopped everyone saying, I will introduce you a newcomer, Luo Zindi, from now on he will be our current auditor. Welcome everyone. Papa. After a round of applause, Zifa turned his head to look at Luo Zindi and said, Aro Zindi, when you come to the Naval Academy, everyone has to give themselves a code name. From now on, you will no longer use their real names. Give yourself a code name. Code name? Yes, everyone here has his own code name. For example, the guy who looks like an old man over there, his code name is Huang Yuan. Hey, Teacher Zifa, I'm only 26 years old, okay, is there like an old man? Huang Yuan listened to Zifa's words and said dissatisfied, Zifa is not a bird at all, and continued to say to Luo Zindi, understand? Give your code name Luo Zindi. Blue Eagle. Luo Zindi thought for a while and wanted to name a code. It also follows the principle of the code name of the future general. The color and animal name, blue, symbolizes the sea, the eagle, and the king of birds. Luo Zindi's code name means hope. I dominate the sea like a goshawk. Very well, let's enter, Blue Eagle. Zifa nodded lightly, very satisfied with this, and emphasized that in the future, he must use the code name to match his name. It is best not to reveal his real name. This was learned by Zifa with blood. It was because his identity was not encrypted, which led to a family being killed has caused an irreversible tragedy, and he does not want his students and the future of the Navy to repeat the same mistakes. Chapter 20, Are you going to kill Teacher Zifa? Well, novices, you have been studying at the Naval Academy for a year and a half, and starting from today, I will teach you some real naval skills. Navy 6. Navy 6. After hearing this name, the Navy students' eyes brightened. As a Navy, how could they not know the existence of the Navy Type 6? According to legend, the Navy Type 6 is a skill passed down by the Navy since ancient times. The power of war. At present, the admiral-level officer, almost everyone knows a few tricks, and has now become a Navy signboard. But this Navy 6th form is not a bad way of training. If you want to learn 6th form at the Navy grassroots level, you must have enough military skills in exchange for it. I didn't expect to learn it for free at the Naval Academy. Yes, it's the Navy Type 6. I think you already know some related knowledge. I won't share it with you in detail. I will show you directly below. Novices are optimistic. There are 6 moves in the Navy's 6 styles. The first style, shave. The technique is to step on the ground dozens of times in 0.36 seconds to produce explosive reaction force, so as to achieve the general effect of teleportation. Like this. Shave. After Zifa was explained, he disappeared from the place in an instant. The speed was so fast that almost none of the trainees at the scene caught the trajectory of Zifa. Within the mouth this speed is really amazing, but it's useless to me. No matter how fast I shave, it can't be faster than the speed of light. Looking at Zifa's demonstration, everyone else looked shocked. Only Huang Yuan's mouth shouted terrible, but his contemptuous eyes betrayed him and didn't take this trick seriously. Shaved? Accelerate? Humph, I'm just Zifa did not respond to Huang Yuan after the performance, and immediately spoke again, Navy 6 Type 2, Iron Block. Come on, Red Dog, Yellow Ape, you use your strongest moves to attack me. Zifa shouted to the Red Dog and the Yellow Ape. After hearing this, the Red Dog and the Yellow Ape looked at each other. The next moment they saw the Red Dog's right arm suddenly elementized into strong magma, followed by a loud shout, Spitfire! Wow, is this Red Dog crazy? The students around saw that the Red Dog made such a strong attack. The whole person was stupid. Is this going to kill Teacher Zifa? Yo, within your mouth it's terrible magma, bhe kyan guyu. Huang Yuan looked like a beating again at this time, shouting terrible in his mouth, but the movements on his hands were not slow at all. He flew directly into the air and used the famous stunt backstroke jade, cough, Bakakayan Guyu. It's also weird to say that this 8-foot Kyangu jade was not hit by Luffy during the war, but when it was against Zifa in the theatrical version, it was incredibly lethal. Maybe Huang Yuan hadn't shot it in his entire life. That's it. Today, the same, Huang Yuan still showed the special effect of hitting Zifa 100%. He shot at Zifa crazy, and Zifa's face was dark at this time. Lao Tzu asked you to attack with all your strength. You use the power of the devil fruit, isn't this a play? But fortunately at this time, the red dog and the yellow ape are still very immature, the development of the devil fruit is not as strong as the general period, and Zifa is now in his 40s, at the peak of his middle age, not 30 years later, 72-year-old Z. Therefore, although Zifa had a headache at this time, he did not panic. Instead, he directly used the Navy Type 6 iron block, a defensive move that accelerates blood flow and thus changes muscle strength. It is a bit similar to China's golden bells and iron cloth shirts. The shortcomings of hard qigong are also obvious, that is, the body cannot move when it is used. Iron. Zifa urged the iron block, but watching the magma fist and laser that smashed over, Zifa decisively turned on the armed color domineering and hardened the whole body. Boom! Boom boom boom! The fist of the red dog, the 8-foot Kyangu of the yellow ape slammed on Zifa's body frantically, and Luo Xindi, who was in the crowd, was sweaty. These two guys must have the master killer attribute. I want to kill Zifa in the academy. In addition, the natural fruit ability is so handsome, I really want it. Kapu, if it weren't for you, I would have the opportunity to eat the thunder fruit in the future, which is not inferior to the rockberry fruit and the sparkling fruit. Teacher Zifa. Under the attack of the fire-breathing Nbhe Kyangu, the naval schoolyard was smashed in dust everywhere. At this time, the Navy students all watched nervously at the dusty schoolyard and talked about it. Asshole, Teacher Zifa won't be killed by the red dog and the yellow ape, right? No, Teacher Zifa is a general, the general will not be killed so easily. Fortunately, the red dog and the yellow ape teamed up to attack Teacher Zifa. If you don't talk about martial arts, maybe Teacher Zifa was killed carelessly. Hey, don't you guys say so scary? Teacher Zifa won't really be dead, right? Teacher Zifa! Teacher Zifa! A group of students shouted nervously. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Hey, novices, what is your name? I'm not dead yet. Just when the students were worried about being inexplicable, Zifa walked out of the dust. Everyone looked and saw that Zifa's upper body and clothes were all broken, but he was unscathed. Wu not dead, Teacher Zifa is not dead, great. The students screamed with excitement when they saw that Zifa was safe and sound, but the red dog and the yellow ape were silent. This man is too powerful and has no fruit ability, but can harden magma and lasers. Is this the strength of the Admiral? Alright novices, stop making noise, this is the iron block, which can harden the whole body and is not afraid of swords. The only drawback is that it cannot be moved after use. Zifa said to the students. Huang Yuan curled his lips after hearing this. What is there to learn about the skill of living targets? Zifa listened to Huang Yuan's muttering, did not say anything, and continued to say to the students, come on, let's go on, Navy 6 style 3rd style, painted on paper, take off the whole body and control the body like a piece of paper. You can easily avoid enemy attacks during the battle, Huang Yuan, if you come to attack me, just use the trick you just did. Yes. Huang Yuan said and activated his skill again, Bakakayan Guyu. Piu. A burst of laser waves madly fired towards Zifa, and Zifa did not resist at this time. The whole person was strolling in the laser waves like a piece of paper. There was no laser wave that could hit Zifa. Everyone who watched was stunned. This is too powerful. Only Huang Yuan continued to curl his mouth and whispered, "What's so great? I hide from elementalization a lot easier than this." However, although Huang Yuan's muttering is very small, how can he hide it from Zifa's ears? Chapter 21, Type 6 and Power Value. Huang Yuan, what did you just say? Zifa stared at Huang Yuan, and Huang Yuan waved his hands again and again. "No, I didn't say anything." "Asshole, don't think I heard nothing. I tell you, the yellow ape, you are too dependent on your fruiting ability, so you will suffer a big loss. God Allah, the severe teacher Zifa is terrible." Huang Yuan listened to Zifa's words absently and said, "Huang Yuan is not a real person, let alone think of himself in extreme circumstances. He has eaten the sparkling fruit, and the fruit ability is so easy to use, why does he no need? Usually, as long as you insist on exercising your physical strength, your strength can overwhelm the heroes." Although Huang Yuan looks stubborn, but he is extremely arrogant. "You group of people who can't catch up with the light, why do you say that I rely too much on the fruit ability? You." Zifa had a headache looking at Huang Yuan. This was a very thick-skinned guy. He had no choice but to do what a teacher should do, and kept urging him, even though it would be annoying, but this is the mission of a teacher. "Okay, Huang Yuan, if you don't want to learn 6 poses, you can exercise my physical fitness. Since you rely so much on the power of the devil fruit, then you must ensure that you have a strong body and enough physical energy to squander." Zifa looked at Huang Yuan and said. Huang Yuan shrugged after hearing this, "Thank you very much, Teacher Zifa." After finishing speaking, Huang Yuan turned into a light and flew away, and flew under a big tree behind the academy. He didn't know where to make a cup of tea, blowing tea, sucking tea, it was very uncomfortable. When Zifa saw that the shit-chucking stick was gone, he continued to introduce the remaining 3 tricks of the 6 styles. One is the moon step. This should be regarded as an upgraded version of the shaving skill. Moon step is to step on the air to generate power to obtain the ability to stay in the air. This principle is a bit of a martial arts novel, a ladder of clouds. Nuebu is a magical skill in One Piece. The Lieutenant Admiral is basically the same as the above, except for the flying yellow ape, and then the original work Nikaya Meiji. He has been trapped on the monster island for 2 years and has also learned this trick. But he called it a walk in the air. In addition to the moon step, the remaining 2 styles are Lanji, a kicking technique that can send out an athlete's foot attack similar to a sword chi attack out of thin air, which is very lethal. The last style is the finger gun. The whole body is concentrated on the fingers, and the hardened finger is used to release a blow between the electric light flint, which is more powerful than a bullet. Rookies, these are all 6 forms. You can choose to learn all of them, or you can choose the ones that are helpful to your strength. But before I teach you the 6 forms, I need to give you a measure of Dao power. If I don't have enough strength, then you will give me physical exercise again. When will it be enough, and when will I study? Zifa looked at the naval cadets and said. Everyone was confused when they heard this. Dao power? Teacher Zifa, what is that? The Dao Li value, that is a consideration value for the government CP department to measure the combat effectiveness of its subordinates, but it is not accurate, because the Dao Li value actually measures the strength of your physical body, but the physical strength does not represent a person's specificity. Combat power. Because fighting skills, devil fruits, domineering, these things can't be measured by numerical values, but if you simply use Dao power as a reference standard for measuring physical strength, it is still very accurate. Zifa said. He beckoned to the navy that had been waiting for a long time in the distance, followed by several navies carrying a tester, and Zifa pointed to the machine and said, "This is the power measuring machine I purchased from the world government. Generally speaking, an ordinary sea soldier has a power value of 10, and if you want to practice 6 types, the minimum requirement is 500 power values, which is also called a Superman by the CP. So rookies, in a moment, if your Deo strength value is not 500, just go to exercise my physical fitness, and if you have 500 Deo strength value, you can ask me about the 6 training methods, and you will understand. Yet. Understand. The naval cadets all responded loudly upon hearing this, and then walked to the Daoli value machine one by one under the arrangement of Zifa. 800. Passed. Next. 1200, pass. Next. 420. Not qualified. Next. The students stepped forward in turn, with good strength, hitting a qualified Deo value, but some unqualified Deo values were a little worse. Just at this time the red dog walked to the machine. Fruit power is not allowed. Zifa glanced at the red dog. After hearing this, the red dog nodded and hit the test machine with a fist. The next moment a number popped out from the machine, 4,800. 4,800 powers, oh my god, you deserve to be a monster, it's terrible. The surrounding students looked at the test machine and were all dumbfounded. At this time, the red dog straightened his baseball cap and slowly walked to Zifa. I want to learn to walk and shave. Yes. Zifa nodded gently, and the red dog slowly retreated to the side. He was not as disdainful as the yellow ape for the 6-style red dog. He is a rockberry, with amazing explosive power and good lethality, but the speed is not interesting, so shaving can make up for this defect. As for the moon step, it must be learned. After all, the rockberry can't fly, so it must be a bit of stagnation, otherwise how to fight the enemy in the air. The tests ended one by one, and in the end only Luozindi was left. Luozindi walked up to Zifa and said, Teacher Zifa, I also want to learn the 6 forms. You? Not enough power. Zifa looked at Luonandi and said. After hearing this, Luonandi pointed to the force measuring device and said, Can I measure it? Yes. Luozindi listened to Zifa's words. www.readaloud.com clenched his fists and came to the measuring machine, followed by exerting all the strength of the whole body, and slammed it down, 256. Okay, rookies, enough power to follow me, not enough to exercise physical fitness. Zifa just glanced at Luozindi's machine, and then lost interest, ready to take qualified people to teach, while the next few unsuccessful navies gathered around and looked at Luozindi's strength and comforted him. Blue Eagle, don't be sad, you are already very powerful. Okay, you are only a few years old this year, even when you are so old, you don't have such a high level of power. Yet, Blue Eagle, you also have the potential to become a monster. Unlike us, it is estimated that you will end up working hard and you will be a major. Several navies who failed the list said with a wry smile. Luonandi also reacted at this moment, and smiled at the many navies. Everyone, don't be presumptuous. We are the navy. The officers, the officials, and the small, all serve the people. To protect the stability of the sea, even if we are only majors, we will be loved by the people. Yeah, is it? Even a major will be loved by the people? Yes, brothers, we joined the army to protect the people. We can't give up on ourselves because of our bad aptitude. Let's go with me. Within half a year, you will be eligible to learn 6 styles. Yes, come on, brothers, thank you, Blue Eagle. Thank you, Blue Eagle. A group of unsuccessful navies were excited by Luozindi's words, and they began to work hard to become stronger. Luozindi was stupid, so what did he say? Don't you just say that all officials and small officials serve the people? As for all to thank me? Chapter 22, My mouth is really poisonous. Don't understand why they thank you. Just when Luonandi looked puzzled, Zifa's voice suddenly came from behind him. Luozindi looked at Zifa for a moment. Teacher Zifa. Don't you understand why they thank you? Zifa asked. Luonandi nodded, and Zifa said meaningfully at this time, these students who are not qualified as excellent are all recruited from the 4Cs branch by my request, and they are similar to the students from the headquarters. It's much worse than that, and I'm at the bottom of the various assessments, and I've denied myself amid constant setbacks. This time I tested my moral strength, I was brushed down again. Seeing the 6 types of learning for no reason, the justice in my heart has been shaken. I think I can't have a good future, my life is meaningless, and the next step is to abandon myself and completely degenerate. And the few sentences you just now, although brief, you have guiding opinions for them. Regardless of whether the officials are high or small, they are serving the people and defending the stability of the sea. Even a major, in fact, is doing the same job as a general. Similarly, they will be embraced by the people and realize the value of life. This directly allows them to find their goals and reburn their vitality. From then on, the Navy will have a few more outstanding talents. I have to say, Lan Ying, you really did an incredible good thing. Zifa looked at Luo Xindi and said, Luo Xindi was stupid after hearing this, am I so good? Is it me that you are talking about? Didn't I just say something from the officialdom of the previous life? How could it be so powerful? In fact, Luo Xindi really underestimated the influence of this official idiom in this underdeveloped world. These indigenous people have been baptized by communism, and they understand the greatness of serving the people. The Navy of this world is actually quite ignorant. They don't know who they are serving, and they shout justice, but they don't know whose justice this justice represents. In the minds of these indigenous navies, there is no idea of serving the people at all, and no one tells them that they will unconsciously think that they represent the justice of the world government if they are not strong enough to serve the people. Owned by the world government, it is worthless, loses its goal in an instant, degenerates, and abandons itself. At this time Luo Xindi stood up and told them, don't care too much about the world government, even if they don't need you, but the people need you, you can realize the value of life through the love of the people. Of course, these lost lambs found fighting spirit in an instant. At the same time, they are also full of gratitude to Luo Nandi who put forward such constructive opinions. This is a mentor of thought. Teacher Zifa, if you don't say I don't even know I'm so good. Luo Xindi said with a smile. Zifa turned his head to look at Luo Xindi after hearing this. Boy, your thoughts are very good, but they will not meet the tastes of the noble lords of the world government. You must be careful in the future. Trouble with the upper body. Trouble your upper body. Luo Xindi frowned. Zifa looked at Luo Xindi and said, the Navy is the face of the world government and is responsible for the world government, not the civilians of this sea, for the world's nobles' interests. Sometimes the Navy will do something to harm civilians. This is not the justice of the Navy, but it is the justice that the world government requires the Navy to uphold. Zifa looked up at the sky, and then said to Luo Nandi, it's getting late, go back and rest. Teacher Fusfa, I want to learn 6 poses. Luo Xindi looked at Zifa and said, Zifa took a look at Luo Xindi after hearing this, and said, I don't have a shortcut here. I want to learn 6 forms and raise the Dao power to 500. Good teacher Zifa, I'll go training now. Luo Nandi said as he ran to the training ground, lifting up iron with the group of marines who had re-established hope. Looking at Luo Xindi who was running to train, Zifa's eyes were a little softer. Sure enough, the future of the Navy lies with these young people, and Luo Xindi is the best spokesperson for the future of the Navy. 1000 push UPS with weights, 1000 leapfrogs with weights, 1000 pull UPS with weights, 2000 barbells. Yo, within your mouth what a hard-working brother, he's just like a monster. Luo Xindi is exercising desperately, Huang Yuan holding a cup of hot tea, swaying to Luo Xindi, sneered. Monster, don't lie, it's far worse than you. Luo Nandi kept moving and replied casually. Monster? Stop making trouble, brother, am I not as diligent as you? Diligence? The monster still needs to be diligent. Seriously, uncle, if I eat the sparkling fruit, I can't work so hard. After all, lucky guys have his arrogant reasons. Hey, brother, your mouth is too poisonous, what do you mean by lucky, and I'm only 26 years old, where is the uncle? Huang Yuan pouted after hearing Luo Xindi's words. Luo Xindi held up the barbell and said, I am only 8 years old this year, and you are almost 20 years older than me. Why are you not an uncle? 8 years old? Is it strong within the mouth 8 years old? And how did you develop? 8-year-olds are as tall as 14-5-year-olds. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is really precocious. It is very uncomfortable for Huang Yuan to be called Uncle Luo Xindi, so he satirically said that Luo Xindi was precocious. Hey, don't talk about this, brother, I saw you come with the generals of the warring states in the morning, are you familiar with the generals of the warring states? Huang Yuan asked, sucking his tea. Well, it's okay, I call him Daddy. Luo Nandi said casually. Within the mouth it turned out to be the son of the general's family, I actually satirized the son of the general's family, will I be killed? Let's come, Huang Yuan, you will be afraid of being a general's son, don't be kidding, there is nothing else? Don't disturb my training if nothing is wrong. Luo Xindi gave Huang Yuan a white look. Yet, what a ruthless little brother. By the way, I am here to tell everyone that the cafeteria is open, and while the red dogs are still training, let's go and eat all the meat. Huang Yuan was facing the surroundings. Said the unqualified trainee. After hearing this, the trainees immediately stopped rolling their irons. A very robust man in the lead stood up and said to Huang Yuan, thank you for being Huang Yuan. You're welcome, go eat now. Blue Eagle, won't you go? The sturdy man looked at Luo Xindi, and Luo Xindi smiled at this moment, Buffalo, you go first. I'll be done with 200 strokes. Then let's go first, said Buffalo and walked to the cafeteria with a group of people. Luo Xindi looked at Huang Yuan with a smile and said, Yo, I didn't expect that Uncle Huang Yuan was still a good-hearted person, and he would bark. These poor students eat. Haha brother, don't say anything good about me, I just look at them as pitiful. When the navy is just a mess, can you just fish if you don't have the talent? Is it necessary to work so hard? Chapter 23, My General Roommate. Being in the navy is just for food? Huang Yuan, are you serious? Luo Xindi was holding the barbell while looking at Huang Yuan. Huang Yuan raised his hand when he heard this. Yet, brother, don't you be so serious suddenly? You don't want to go to Zifa. The teacher told me, right? Don't think of me so narrow-minded, I want to know your understanding of justice now. Can you tell me? Luo Nandi looked at Huang Yuan and asked. Huang Yuan said with a dazed expression, Hey, brother, you can forgive me, justice, how can I understand that kind of thing? If I understand, I want to confuse one day is one day. Try not to make trouble for others as my justice. I will name it the justice of ambiguity by default. The justice of fishing. Luo Xindi listened to Huang Yuan's words and directly defined it. Hey, my mouth is too poisonous, brother. But that's right. Huang Yuan shrugged and said, this dear friend is deeply influenced by his native family. As a small official of the world government, he has the same understanding of justice as his parents' understanding of work. It's not that his talent is too abnormal. He is afraid of death. He will not join the navy. He is more suitable for the life of a small official of the world government. A cup of hot tea, a newspaper can kill a day, what a dull guy. Okay, I won't chat with you anymore, I'm going to the cafeteria for dinner, goodbye. Huang Yuan waved his hand at Luo Xindi, and immediately turned into a light and disappeared in place. It was really the speed of light to grab food. Seeing Huang Yuan is gone, Luo Nandi did not neglect, and continued to finish his unfinished tasks. When he finished his exercises and rushed to the cafeteria had already started to clean up the dishes. Luo Xindi asked if there was any food left. At that time, the chef pointed to the empty rice bucket not far away. I want to eat early, but I have run out of food. Yeah brother, is there nothing to eat? Do you want to come to my place to eat? Huang Yuan looked at Luo Xindi, who had no food to eat, and said teasingly. At the same time, he pointed to an extra meal at his table. Luo Xindi just wanted to agree. At this time, Zifa walked in from outside and said, Blue Eagle, I'll prepare your meal for you, go to my office to eat. Oh, yes, Teacher Zifa. Luo Nandi hurriedly responded. Huang Yuan pouted after hearing this. Yeah, eccentric Teacher Zifa, when I didn't eat, you made me hungry and Lan Ying had no food. There is even a small stove. Huang Yuan is obviously jealous, but Zifa shouted after hearing this, Shut up Huang Yuan, if you are only 8 years old, you can also go to my office to have a small stove. Huang Yuan was so speechless that he could only look at the restaurant calling from a table, Brother, you went to Mr. Zifa to have a small stove, what should I do with the meal I made for you? Huang Yuan asked bitterly. At this time, the red dog walked into the dining hall with sweat all over his body. He just practiced the moonwalk and spent a little more time, so he missed the meal. Then he walked into the dining hall and saw the kitchen start. After washing the dishes, I was slightly disappointed and prepared to leave, ready to be hungry, but at this moment Luo Xindi suddenly pointed to the equator and said, Or give him my share. Okay. The red dog looked at Luo Xindi with a dumbfounded look, and Huang Yuan also looked dumbfounded. Why did the red dog eat the food I worked so hard for? But let's say no, isn't this not giving the red dog face? What if this guy is stuck in school after school, although he is not afraid of him, it is always a trouble. Okay, okay. Huang Yuan nodded helplessly and agreed. Luo Xindi smiled and said to Equatorial Dog, Red Dog, the rice is yours, see you later. Luo Xindi waved at the red dog, and in the staring eyes of the red dog, he followed Zifa to the office. When I arrived at Zifa's office, there was a large plate of Neptune meat in the office. Zifa pointed to the meat on the plate and said, Today is your special treatment. From now on, remember to go to the cafeteria for dinner on time. If you go late, be hungry. Zifa read the newspaper on his own after he finished speaking. Luo Xindi has been tired for a day, and he is welcome, biting at the Sea King meat to replenish the energy needed by the body. Soon Luo Xindi finished his meal. Zifa put down the newspaper and said, Go, take you to the dormitory. Zifa said that he led Luo Xindi through the office building and came to the student dormitory behind. He quickly led Luo Xindi into a dormitory marked with the 303 plate, pushed the door, and inside was the red dog sharpening the knife. The yellow ape who is drinking tea comfortably with Erlang's legs upright. The door opened, and the two looked at the door together, staring Luo Xindi with chills. It is not easy to be caught by the two generals in the future at the same time. Well, G-Dog, Huang Yuan, Lan Ying will live in the same dormitory with you from now on. Zifa dropped a word and left. Only Luo Nandi stood at the door of the dormitory. The atmosphere was slightly embarrassing. For a long time, Huang Yuan took the lead to break the deadlock. Yo brother, we met again. Didn't you expect to become a roommate? www.readaloud.com Huang Yuan, take care of me in the future. It's easy to say, I don't know how to bully newcomers, but I don't know if Akaji bullies newcomers. Huang Yuan looked at the red dog. The red dog had awakened from the initial astonishment at this time. He lowered his head and continued to sharpen the knife. When Luo Xindi saw this, he could only speak first by himself, Red Dog, I will live in a dormitory in the future, please take care. Okay. The red dog replied only one word. Luo Xindi knew that the red dog had a gloomy personality, so he didn't like to talk, so he didn't say much. He started to make his own bed. After finishing for a long time, Luo Xindi suddenly found that the red dog was standing up with the steel in his hand. The knife was sharpened quickly, and he walked slowly to Luo Xindi's bed. Luo Xindi was instantly alert. What is this red dog doing? Killed yourself? Huang Yuan also put down the newspaper at this time and stared at this side. Once the red dog violently injures people, he is ready to rescue Luo Xindi. Although this kid's mouth is very poisonous, Huang Yuan thinks this kid is more than other naval students. Interesting, and quite congenial to myself. Akainu, what's the matter with you? Luo Xindi looked at the red dog pretending to be calm and asked. The red dog said in a low voice after hearing this, "Thank you for that evening meal." What? It turned out to be thank you, I thought you were going to kill me. Luo Xindi took a long breath after hearing this, and then smiled, you don't have to thank me for dinner. If you want to, thank Huang Yuan. He made the meal. He won't give me food even after he fries, you give me the rice, so thank you. After hearing this, the red dog said in a blunt tone. Huang Yuan cut his voice and stopped paying attention to the red dog, but at this moment Luo Xindi smiled and said, okay, all classmates, no thank you for going. By the way, I have rice crackers given to me by the general of the Warring States period. Do you want to eat it? Chapter 24, 1 If you don't agree, you will fight. Rice crackers, a small snack made of glutinous rice, Luo Xindi's favorite. After the Warring States general knew about it, he bought a lot for Luo Xindi to bring to the academy, and now Luo Xindi still uses rice crackers and red dogs. Started a good friendship with Huang Yuan. Yo xi, this rice tastes really good. Huang Yuan pouted his mouth, eating rice crackers, and sucking tea more vigorously. The red dog was eating rice crackers handed by Luo Xindi, and he recognized the taste. Good taste, sweeter than what we sell in Bahai. The three of them ate rice crackers and passed the embarrassing stage of the first acquaintance. Immediately after it was time to sleep, the red dog and the yellow ape all went to sleep, preparing for tomorrow's training, and Luo Xindi also secretly propped up the soundproof room. Use fruit power to put yourself into a deep sleep state. 2 hours later, Luo Xindi had all the negative effects on his body removed, and he opened his eyes full of energy. At this time, the red dog and the yellow ape were still sleeping on the bed. Luo Xindi got up at this time, put on clothes, and took advantage of the silence. The fruit eliminated all its own voices and exited the room. He came to the school and started crazy physical training. Luo Xindi wanted to learn 6 poses, which is a shortcut for the practitioner to become stronger. He did not want to give up such a good opportunity, so he had to make his own way as quickly as possible. The force value reaches 500. Luo Xindi got up. After a while, the red dog and the yellow ape opened their eyes. Both of them are strong. The slightest change in the room will wake them up. Although Luo Xindi silenced the sound, he got up and lifted the quilt. But it brought up some air currents, and it was these air currents that alarmed the two of them. At this time, Huang Yuan rubbed his sleepy eyes and looked outside through the glass window. He couldn't help but muttered, "Within my mouth, what a diligent brother, he only slept for 2 hours to train his physical fitness. Like a monster. Slacker, do you think everyone is the same as you?" The red dog sprayed a yellow ape, and looked through the glass window at Luo Xindi, who was exercising frantically outside. "Blue Eagle? I recognize your efforts. In the future, you will have the opportunity to stand shoulder to shoulder with me." After saying this, the red dog lie down and continue to sleep. The red dog does not have the auxiliary magical skills of deep sleep like Luo Xindi. He wants to keep full of energy and must sleep for 6 hours. If the time is short, he will feel tired. The same goes for Huang Yuan. After watching for a while, Luo Nandi went back to bed and went to bed. In this way, Luozindi trained at this full load intensity for a month. Don't underestimate this month. Although it is a month from the outside world, according to Luozindi's deep sleep training method, Luonandi's training volume this month is equivalent to 6 months for an average person. And through these 6 months of exercise, Luozindi's physical fitness finally exceeded 500 power values, and his body has grown a lot taller, almost 1.5 meters tall. After this month of hard work, among the poor students who had failed, the student codenamed Buffalo also reached 500 stats, and the two were approved by Zifa to learn the 6 forms at the same time and become new qualified members. Luozindi was taught by Zifa, and he learned all 6 styles, while the Buffalo only chose the Iron, Moon Step, and Lanji 3 ways to learn. After all, teacher Zifa said, learn everything, it is better to learn the same. After all, human energy is limited, not everyone has enough talent to learn all 6 forms. But after Luozindi had the bug of deep sleep, his energy time was 6 times that of others. It was not a problem at all for him to learn all 6 poses, and after all 6 poses were learned, he could learn a skill to return his life. This skill is actually quite buggy. After learning it, you can freely control your body, hair, and internal organs. For example, you can control your stomach to digest food quickly and supply it as energy to your body. For example, in the original Luffy, after a big battle, he overeats a meal and sleeps to recover more than half of it. This is the function of life return. At the same time, the life return can also control the hair and turn the hair into a weapon. For example, the lion Snuggle in the original CP9 can make the hair like an octopus and catch the opponent. There is also the Lieutenant Admiral Ghost Spider in the original book, a user of 8 swords. Some people say that he has eaten the spider fruit, so he can transform into 8 arms to hold 8 swords. In fact, everyone has misunderstood that the ghost spider is not a demon fruit capable person. The reason why he was able to hold 8 knives is because he used the life return, used hair instead of arms, and held the knives. In this way, another 4 months have passed, and there is only 1 month left until the graduation of the first naval cadet. In the past 4 months, Luozindi's strength has improved rapidly, and his Dao power value has successfully exceeded the 2000 mark. The 6 forms are also mastered, only the life return has not yet been comprehended, but the threshold of comprehension has been touched now. Wanting to understand is also the immediate thing. At this time, Luozindi's strength is already comparable to the power of the Navy colonel in his division. And it is almost the same as the strength of Luffy 2 years ago in the original book. During morning exercises, Zifa, who had not assembled the students for a long time, came to the school early and gathered all the students. At the same time, the deputy instructor behind Zifa was holding a box for the lottery. Dear novices, unknowingly, the 2 years of study is about to end. In order to let you deepen the impression of each other, I decided to conduct a preliminary examination in the early part of the graduation season. The content of the examination is a one-on-one duel. After graduating, the victorious students will automatically increase their ranks by 1 level, and at the same time, I will also give excellent evaluations. Well, rookies, let's start your carnival. Come, who will draw your opponent first? Zifa looked at the trainees and said. All the trainees' eyes widened when they heard this. Good fellow, this is a fight if you don't agree, but this opponent has to choose it carefully. This is related to his military rank after graduation. If you are lucky and get a weak person, you can automatically upgrade to 1 rank, but if you are bad luck, get a red dog or a yellow ape, it will be dead. So everyone decided to be strict and let others smoke first, hoping that others would take away the strong opponents. It would be better if the red dog caught the yellow ape, and let the 2 natural elements hang on and fight by themselves. But it is obvious that the dream is very good, the reality is very skinny. The red dog stood up first, and the opponent who was drawn turned out to be the buffalo. The buffalo looked at the red dog and his tears came down. How to fight this? Isn't this a joke about Xiaoming when he is still practicing 3-6 poses and fighting with the red dog? That, Zifa, teacher Zifa, I abstained. Buffalo wisely decided to abstain. If you can't beat it, don't look for abuse. The others didn't express contempt after listening to the buffalo. After all, everyone present had a tacit understanding. As long as the red dog or yellow ape was drawn, they gave up immediately and talked to the monster. Fight unless the brain cramps. Okay. Zifa's choice of buffalo is non-committal. He doesn't even have the courage to fight the strong, so your strength is just like that. Who else wants to smoke? Zifa looked at the people and asked, when Luo Nandi stood up and said, I'm coming. Chapter 25, Have to fight with Huang Yuan. I'll smoke. Luo Xindi stepped forward and went to the box to draw, and directly pulled out a piece of paper with only 2 words written on it, Huang Yuan. Brother, who did you get? Huang Yuan Jianzixi stretched his head to look, and saw 2 words written on it, Huang Yuan. Ah, it turned out to be me. Huang Yuan was also taken aback. At the same time, hearing Huang Yuan's exclamation, everyone looked at Luo Xindi together, and cast sympathetic glances at the same time. The progress of Luo Xindi is seen by all the people of the Naval Academy. His diligence, his perseverance, and his determination are also deeply admired by the whole academy. After all, when the academy goes to the bathroom at night countless times, everyone saw Luo Xindi who was practicing alone in the dark night. Everyone admires Luo Nandi's diligence, but diligence is not strength. No matter how hard you are, you can't compare with the monster. The 2 of you are not on the same level at all. The students feel sorry for Luo Xindi. With Luo Xindi's talent, now in the Naval Academy, in addition to the 2 monsters, the red dog and the yellow ape, Luo Xindi and everyone else has the power to fight, only these 2 people, I'm sorry that they are not on the same level. Give up, Blue Eagle, we won't be the opponents of these 2 monsters. Buffalo glanced at Luo Xindi and said resignedly. Other students also persuaded after hearing this. Yet, Lan Ying, give up your defeat, it is not shameful to lose to Huang Yuan this monster. Yes, Blue Eagle and Yellow Ape are natural flashes. All our attacks are useless to him. Give up. Give up. Everyone looked at Luo Xindi, and they all persuaded Luo Xindi to admit defeat and recognize the reality. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Luo Xindi's mind, ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the selection mission. Salino concedes defeat. 1 Give up, Papa Huang Yuan, you are the boss, don't beat me, I take it, the reward comes from the League of Legends equipment system, Red Crystal. 2 Make an appointment and win, isn't it just a mere yellow monkey? Watch Lao Zi punch you out. The reward comes from the League of Legends equipment system, Giant Belt. 3 At the same time meet the red dog and the yellow ape, and defeat the 2, red dog, yellow monkey, you go together, I will fight too. The reward comes from the League of Legends equipment system, the Black Cutter. Black Cutter. Seeing this piece of equipment, Luo Xindi's eyes are red. Good thing, armor-piercing artifact, if equipped with this, it is not easy and pleasant to beat Kaido, aren't you thick-skinned? Let's black cut all kinds of thick skin, can't beat it. However, this third option is simply not complete. It is simple to challenge the red dog and the yellow ape at the same time. At most, they will be beaten, but if you want to win the 2 of them together, that is really impossible, although this is now both of them are still infancy monsters, but if you really want to start, without a general's combat power, it is difficult to take them down easily. So now I can only choose between 1 option and 2 option. Needless to say, 1 is neat and tidy. I admit defeat and have no technical content. Although it is simple, Luo Xindi doesn't like it, and it doesn't match Luo Xindi. Character. Luo Xindi is a person who is thinking about becoming a navy marshal. If he doesn't even have the spirit of Liang Jian to face his opponent, what qualifications are there to be a marshal? the real strong should be invincible. So Luo Xindi prefers the second option, but the second option is not a test of your courage, it requires you to have courage and strength at the same time. Defeating the yellow ape is not just fun. Not much else, it's the elementalization of Huang Yuan. It's a question of how you can hit him if you don't be aggressive. This is also the reason why all the students are not optimistic about Luo Xindi, but Luo Xindi wants to give it a try. How about the Blue Eagle, did you make a choice? Should you fight or surrender? Zifa calmly looked at Luo Xindi and waited for Luo Xindi's answer. War, I choose to fight. Luo Xindi raised his head fiercely, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Within the mouth my brother's eyes are so sharp. Huang Yuan looked at Luo Xindi and laughed, his voice was still so lazy and slack, pouting his little mouth and didn't take Luo Xindi seriously. It is true that Huang Yuan has this arrogant capital. After all, Luo Nandi can't even be domineering, and he can't beat what he is afraid of. Okay, the fighting time is set to tomorrow noon, everyone prepare well, this may have to do with the excitement of your future resumes. Zifa said with a plain expression, but his eyes looked at Luo Nandi, with a little more admiration in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth were involuntarily raised slightly. What a good seed! Zifa turned around and left after speaking, only a group of students were left with staring eyes, and when Zifa walked away, the group of students huffed and surrounded Luo Xindi. Blue Eagle, you are crazy, how can you win against the monster like Yellow Ape? Buffalo was the first to question Luo Xindi. In the past few months, Luo Xindi is very popular among naval cadets. After all, when Huang Yuan's big mouth revealed that Luo Xindi was the son of the Warring States General, you read www.uuganshu. Everyone on com saw that Luo Xindi was approachable at ordinary times, he had no arrogance at all, and he got into one with his own clay legs, and even worked harder than his own group in cultivation. The image of a second-generation official who works hard, is self-cultivation, has connotation, and understands the sufferings of the world has stood up. This kind of person who was originally aloof suddenly descends to the world and mixes with ordinary people like himself. That is very affinity, and ordinary people are more willing to give friendship to such people. It is as if a mayor's son suddenly appeared among your classmates, and he is also an approachable person who is willing to be like a buddy with you. Then this person is definitely easier to gain your friendship. No way, this is human nature. Luo Xindi was not prepared to conceal his identity since he came to the Naval Academy. The purpose of his coming to the Naval Academy is not simply to increase strength, but to win people's hearts. His goal is to become a Navy Marshal. If he doesn't have a group of supporters to support him, he can do it, and these students of the Naval Academy are his targets. And in order to accomplish this goal, he must do two things. The first approachable person has a good relationship with everyone in the Naval Academy, from the red dog, the yellow ape, and the buffalo to the naval officers who are destined to be at the bottom in the future. Secondly, he showed his overwhelming strength. The pirate is a world where strength is respected. No matter how high your strategy and personal charm are, a group of strong will not listen to the command of a weak. It's like a pack of wolves can listen to tigers but not sheep. Therefore Luo Nandi wants to prove his strength to the students, and Huang Yuan is a very good stepping stone. As long as he defeats Huang Yuan, he can completely conquer the hearts of these students. Chapter 26, I really don't know the white beard. Blue Eagle, you are too impulsive. How could we defeat the monster like the yellow ape? Even if you are the son of a general of the Warring States period, you can't be so headstrong. That's the Blue Eagle, let's admit defeat, monsters like the yellow ape are not something we can deal with. Yes, Blue Eagle, Huang Yuan, and aka Inu are two monsters, we don't need to be true to them. The students surrounded Luo Xindi and showed their concern. Huang Yuan looked at Luo Xindi who was holding the moon and said with some taste, "Hey, you guys are too eccentric. Even if the little brother is very cute, it's not like there is no one who supports me, and even a monster called me. It's really too much. The students listened to this and looked at Huang Yuan together. Huang Yuan muttered and looked very sad, but the cynical expression still made all the students uncomfortable. Although the two men, the yellow ape and the red dog, have the strongest strength in this session of the Navy, their popularity is not good. The red dog has an extreme personality and does not laugh at all. The students are only afraid of them and do not like them. And Huang Yuan is a foolish man, and his speech is extremely annoying, and because he is a natural shining fruit person, there is a kind of arrogance in his bones, so the students are not willing to contact him too much. Therefore, in the entire Naval Academy, both the red dog and the yellow ape are not as popular as Luo Xindi, so their supporters are not many, at most they are affirmation and fear of their strength. Okay, Huang Yuan, you don't have to repeat this sorrow, go back and prepare, tomorrow I will definitely defeat you. Within the mouth the serious brother is really scary. Huang Yuan said with a smile, and did not take Luo Xindi's words to heart. Luo Xindi ignored Huang Yuan and walked to the playground on his own. Today's training volume has not been completed yet. Luo Xindi walked, thinking about how to deal with the yellow ape, or how non-dominant holders can cause damage to those with natural abilities. The natural fruit abilities can be said to be the top group of powerhouses in the world of One Piece. Before the domineering appeared, it was too difficult to defeat them. But it doesn't mean that people with natural ability have no weaknesses, they still have the shortcomings of fear of seawater and sea floor stones. Halo Stone is a good thing to deal with those with natural abilities. Unfortunately, Luo Xindi is a fruit-capable person. He will feel weak when he encounters Halo Stone. What is more annoying is that Luo Xindi does not store Halo Stone. He has never been in contact with Halo Rock. This is actually understandable. As a necessary material for those with the ability to deal with devil fruits, Halo Stone has strategic value. How can it be possible for a 9-year-old, just past birthday, child to play at will? Then there is no sea tower stone weapon, how can I deal with the yellow ape? Luo Nandi thought hard and found nothing. At present, it is known that there are two things that can restrain the natural demon fruit ability. One is domineering and has not yet learned it, and the other is Halo Shi, which is not in his hand. Now what I can use is the exquisite 6-type skill, but it doesn't seem to be of great use to the natural element, so what else is there besides the 6-type himself? The equipment provided by the system does not work. At present, the small pieces of equipment he equips are all recovery type, and there is no offensive skill at all. What else is there besides system equipment? Devil fruit? The fruit of silence? The fruit of silence Luo Xindi has been eating for several months. Currently Luo Xindi has only developed one auxiliary skill, deep sleep. This skill is definitely a bug skill for practitioners. It is equivalent to giving you several times more training time out of thin air. This will go on like this. If you don't want to be strong, it won't work. If you encounter a stable personality, spend 20 to 30 years on your own. If your body reaches the level of carp and then you come out, then you don't want to hammer someone, or who? But does this silent fruit only have this auxiliary function? Can't you develop offensive skills? Luo Xindi thought about coming to the training ground, found a barbell, raised one hand, and thought with his chin in the other hand. The fruit of silence, the main function is to silence, so why can it be silenced? What is the principle of mute? Before discussing this issue, let's take a look at how the sound is produced and how it reaches the biological ears. Physics definition: sound is a fluctuating phenomenon that the sound waves generated by the vibration of an object propagate through the medium, air, solid, liquid, and finally sensed by the biological auditory organs. The fruit of silence can make the sound disappear. Does it make the vibration disappear? Luo Xindi thought about propping up the soundproof room, then picked up a large blade on the weapon rack and flicked it with his hand. The large blade began to vibrate, but there was no sound. Looking at the vibrating blade, Luo Nandi came to a conclusion. The fruit of silence cannot stop the vibration of objects. Since it cannot stop the vibration www.readaloud.com, but it can make the sound disappear, it can only mean that the fruit of silence deprives the vibration transmission ability of sound in the medium, resulting in the vibration that produces the sound cannot be transmitted. Which means that the vibration generated at the sound source is still there, but the vibration generated during the transmission process is directly eliminated by the silent fruit, and naturally no sound is transmitted to the ear. Luozindi said naturally to himself, while holding a wooden stick and scribbling on the ground. He unknowingly wrote the words Whitebeard on the ground. Edward Newgate, the strongest man in the world, has the ability to shake fruits, which can affect the sea through vibrations, produce tsunamis, and destroy islands. And his ability is to deprive him of the vibration transmission generated in the medium, that is to say, the Whitebeard hits the fruit to shake the fruit, and the place where he is hit is the sound source. He cannot deprive him of his vibration ability. Damage will happen. But the vibrating power transmitted from the sound source will be eliminated by Luozindi's silent fruit, and there will be no power to produce the terrifying disaster of tsunami. Hey! Sure enough, I am the man with Tianqi's white beard. Luozindi couldn't help but turn up the corners of his mouth when he thought of this. Who said that silent fruit is trash? Can't it shake the fruit? It seems that you will develop it well. This silent fruit has a lot to do. But this can restrain the white beard from shaking the fruit, then how to develop the shiny fruit against the yellow ape? Luozinindi frowned. The top priority now is not to dry the white beard, but to defeat the yellow ape. Can he use the silent fruit to develop a trick to restrain the shining fruit? Luozindi thought about it but didn't have a good brain. The development of this devil fruit is very troublesome. Luozindi thought about involuntarily stimulating the devil fruit. This urged Luozindi suddenly the eyes lit up, and a hint of inspiration came to my heart. Chapter 27, One-Hit Trick. Devil fruit, the secret treasure of the sea, you can have demonic power if you eat it. How does this demonic power motivate? Luozindi ate the devil fruit, so when he urged the fruit of silence, the first thought was generated in his head. This thought was fed back to the devil fruit, and the next moment the devil fruit would produce a wave of fluctuations that resonated with the body. Unleash the devil fruit ability. The fruit of silence can eliminate the vibration. Can it eliminate the fluctuation of the devil fruit? So that the power of the devil fruit cannot be transmitted to the body, so as to temporarily deprive the capable person of the ability to use the ability? This seems not impossible. After all, vibration and fluctuation are related in the definition of physics. Vibration is the cause of fluctuation, and fluctuation is the result of vibration. It can prevent vibration, and of course it can prevent fluctuation. And this is the world of One Piece. There are many things in the world of One Piece. As long as there is a brain hole, there is hope of success. After all, some of the development of the devil fruit in the One Piece world has been developed into metaphysics. There is no reason why this brain hole that still follows the laws of physics will fail. Thinking of this, Luozindi seems to have found a way to defeat the yellow ape, using the fruit's ability to temporarily isolate the wave resonance of the devil fruit in the body. Hey, brother! You've been gesturing here for a long time. What terrible trick are you thinking of against me? Luozindi was just thinking about it. Huang Yuan suddenly appeared behind Luozindi without knowing it, and the words came at the same time, and his eyes also saw the three big characters Whitebeard written on the ground. Within your mouth, wicked brother, what do you write about Whitebeard? Are you still in touch with Whitebeard, and then let Whitebeard kill me for you? What a bold idea! Fuck off, yellow monkey, are you in contact with Whitebeard? And you guy, can you not open your mouth and shut your mouth within a wow? If you are really so scared, you won't do anything at all when you do it. How about? Yeah, brother, don't be angry, you're so angry, then I won't talk to you, I'm going to drink tea. Where is the oil? Huang Yuan definitely came here to provoke Luozindi on purpose. He said a few sorrows and decisively broke away. He really hated Luo Xindi and gritted his teeth, wishing to slap him to death. After the yellow ape left, Luo Xindi calmed down, thinking about whether it was feasible to temporarily make the opponent's devil fruit malfunction. At this time, Luo Xindi thought of Blackbeard. The dark fruit of Blackbeard can make the devil fruit malfunction. It shows that the devil fruit is not completely integrated with the eater, but there is a way to cut it off, which indirectly proves Luo Xindi's idea. But the most urgent task now is to find a devil fruit ability person to experiment. If there is no experiment for pure brain development, it is a hooliganism. Only after the experiment can it be successful. Thinking that Luo Xindi walked to a fat navy not far away, the navy code name, Boar, is a boar man in the form of a boar who eats pig fruit. Is also a good relationship with Luo Nandi. Mountain boar. Snoring Lan Ying, you call me. The mountain pig looked at Luo Nandi and asked. Luo Nandi looked at the mountain pig and said, the mountain pig, I conceived a move. I lack a sparring partner. Can you help me? Snoring of course, Blue Eagle, we are best friends. The mountain pig looked at Luo Nandi and said, as the snoring in front is a sequelae of the mountain pig eating the pig fruit, it is always easy to make a pig's grunt when speaking. Thank you so hard, boar. Luo Xindi thanked the wild boar sincerely, and then took the wild boar to practice new tricks in the dense forest in the distance. In the evening, in the dormitory, Huang Yuan was looking at the newspaper, sucking tea, and his legs tilted. It was so uncomfortable. At this time, the red dog dragged his slightly exhausted body back to the dormitory and looked at Huang Yuan. You drank in the dormitory all afternoon tea? Yes, what's the matter? Huang Yuan said indifferently, and the red dog frowned and said, the blue eagle hasn't rested all afternoon, and he is studying the tricks against you in the dense forest with the boar. Oh! Huang Yuan replied indifferently after hearing this, and the red dog frowned upon seeing this. Are you not going to prepare? What do you prepare? Do you think Blue Eagle can beat me? At this stage, I have a natural element, and I won't lose. Since I won't lose, what should I do when I am tired after exercising? Why not drink some tea, read the newspaper, and relax? Huang Yuan said indifferently, and Akaji shook his head when he heard the words, Teacher Zifa is right, you are too dependent on the devil fruit, you will suffer sooner or later. Within the mouth aka inu, what you said is terrible, please give me some Blue Eagle rice crackers. Help yourself. The red dog ignored Huang Yuan, picked up the whetstone for himself, and started to sharpen the knife. At 10 o'clock in the morning the next day, the wild boar stared at a pair of blood-red eyes. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com walked out of the dense forest with an incredible face. It was terrible and terrible. He never thought that Blue Eagle could develop such terrifying moves. This is simply a nightmare for all those with devil fruit ability. However, in order to develop this skill, Luo Xindi and the wild boar also suffered enough. From yesterday morning to today, neither of them slept for 24 hours. They both used it to develop this move, and after the successful move today Luo Xindi finally couldn't hold it anymore, and fell asleep directly with deep sleep. The wild boar did not fall asleep due to being too frightened, so he left early and found some food to bring to Luo Xindi by the way. The boar felt that Luo Xindi's newly developed trick to deal with the yellow ape is really possible to succeed. That yellow-skinned monkey is too dependent on fruit ability. At 12 noon the next day, Zifa had already prepared the ring on the school field. The temporary ring built by the rolling logs. The periphery of the ring was full of students. The match scheduled yesterday began. The rules of the ring: if one party falls to the ground and can't afford it, or fly out of the ring and land, it is considered to be a loss. At the beginning of the competition, students from all walks of life appeared one after another. All the 6 forms learned in the past 6 months have been used, and a few have used weapons, which have a lot to watch, but there are few explosive points. After a group of students had finished the test, Zifa took the stage to announce the next group, Huang Yuan vs Blue Eagle. The announcement suddenly boiled over the whole arena. Everyone was waiting for the game. When Huang Yuan heard Zifa call his name, he went up to the ring and looked around. Where is my little brother? It's strange, little brother. Didn't you come today? As soon as Huang Yuan said this, the surrounding students immediately searched for Luo Xindi, and indeed did not find Luo Xindi. Just when everyone thought Luo Xindi was about to escape, the wild boar in the distance ran over with Luo Xindi on his back. Wait! Wait! Snoring, the blue eagle is here, the blue eagle is here. Chapter 28, Divine Skill Annihilation. Ho ho! The mountain pig huffed and panted Luo Xindi and came to the ring. At this time, Luo Xindi on the back of the mountain pig was sleeping soundly and didn't mean to wake up at all. Blue eagle is this? Zifa looked at Luo Nandi, who was sleeping, frowned and asked, and the boar immediately replied, snoring yesterday, the blue eagle practiced too late and just fell asleep. What about the game? Zifa frowned and asked. The boar scratched his head when he saw it, and said, snoring just before going to bed, the blue eagle only told me that he should be carried on the court after the game. Okay. Luo Xindi was sleeping really soundly. Suddenly the soundproof room set up by Luo Xindi broke, and the loud noise directly awakened Luo Xindi. Luo Xindi rubbed his eyes to see the arena around him, and suddenly became sober. Teacher Zifa! Wake up! Can you still fight with Huang Yuan? Zifa looked at Luo Xindi and asked. Luo Xindi immediately shouted after hearing this, fight? How can you not fight? But before teacher Zifa fights, can you give me something to eat? I'm so hungry. What? It's just you. Zifa glared at Luo Xindi, but the boar smiled and took out 2 pieces of grilled sea king meat from the big pocket on the side. Luo Xindi's eyes brightened when he saw the meat. From yesterday to now, 1 day and 1 night. The food was not eaten, but Luo Xindi was starving. Faced with 2 pieces of meat, Luo Nandi was not welcome, and took a few bites into his stomach. At this time, his stomach felt much better, and he stepped into the ring. Oh, Huang Yuan has been waiting for a long time. Luo Xindi did a few warm-up actions and said. Huang Yuan narrowed his eyes and smiled, brother, I heard that you developed a unique trick, very powerful. Yeah, so be careful, shave. Luo Xindi disappeared from the place in an instant, and immediately appeared behind Huang Yuan. The next moment he punched Huang Yuan's back, bang, punched it down, the light scattered, and Huang Yuan disappeared directly in place. Suddenly appeared in the air, within my mouth I was almost killed. Let's deceive people, I will kill you. A slashing wave rushed directly into the air, but the slash directly smashed through the middle of the yellow ape's body, and did not harm the elementalized yellow ape. What a ruthless brother, he cut me in half, Bhe Kaian Go Yu. Huang Yuan ridiculed Luo Xindi, then crossed his arms and pinched his thumb and forefinger into a bird's beak, and suddenly countless light waves hit Luo Xindi. Piu piu piu, onomatopoeia. Paper painting, swimming. Luo Xindi saw Huang Yuan resorting to 8-foot Kaian Guyu, and quickly displayed his paper painting improvement skills, swimming around. When this skill was used, the whole person was like a swimming fish, which could flash through most of the yellow ape's light wave attacks. But there are some light waves that can't flash. At this time, Luo Nandi can only choose hard resistance, iron, steel. Luo Xindi stubbornly resisted 3 light waves, the clothes on his body were rotten, and a trace of blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. Uncle, your 8-foot stroke jade is pretty accurate. It's Bhe Kaian Guya brother. Huang Yuan said that he had stepped forward to Luo Xindi's body, and followed Nu with a smile, brother, have you ever experienced light speed kicking? Iron, jade. Luo Xindi quickly used iron defenses after hearing this. Fortunately, Huang Yuan's current strength is not the future general strength, and his kicking skills are not so strong, so this kick only kicked Luo Xindi out. And when Luo Xindi was kicking out, he rubbed against the wooden ground, and even pulled out a mark on the ground before he stopped. Shave, finger gun combo. Luo Xindi just stopped, followed the whole person and rushed towards the yellow ape. At the same time, he pointed the gun and hit the yellow ape like a machine gun, but it turned into a light spot when hitting the yellow ape. Hey, brother, you are really motivated, forget it, let's end this battle. Huang Yuan said that the whole person flew directly, and then once again assumed the shape of Bhe Qian Guyu. Brother, you must avoid yo, I will blow up the entire ring Bhe Qian Guyu. Piu. The dense laser directly blasted the wooden ring to pieces, with the aim of making Luo Xindi no place to stay. Ah, Huang Yuan, you are so despicable, you blow up the ring. After seeing this scene, the students accused Huang Ape, but Huang Ape didn't care at all. It was enough to win, but when Huang Ape thought he was bound to win, he heard a sudden stomping down below. Step, step, step. Look, it's the moon step, and the blue eagle used the moon step. In the smoke, Luo Xindi flew up on the moon step and went straight to the yellow ape. At the same time, he snapped his fingers into the air, room. With a snap of his fingers, a soundproof room was supported in an instant, and the yellow ape was wrapped in the next moment. At this time, Luo Xindi's physical strength was enough to support a circular space with a diameter of 30 meters. Hee, brother, you are far worse than your flying ability, Bhe Qian Go. Huang Yuan didn't panic when he saw it, changed his posture, and again prepared to use his skills on Luo Xindi, but at this moment Luo Xindi suddenly snapped his fingers again, quiet. Ah, how is it possible? After a snap of his fingers, Huang Yuan suddenly realized that he couldn't use the fruit power www.readaloud.com. I was silly in an instant. Uncle, have you ever experienced the upside-down golden hook? Luo Xindi said. The next moment the whole person stepped on the moon step and came to the sky above the yellow ape, followed by an upside-down golden hook and kicked it down. With a bang, the yellow ape was kicked directly from the air, ruthlessly smashed hard to the ground. Hoo! After kicking this kick, Luo Xindi's whole person is going to collapse. The move of Nirvana is really exhausting. With his current physical strength, he can only silence a powerful person like the yellow ape for about 3 seconds, but these 3 seconds are enough for Rosandi to defeat his opponent. Step on step. Luo Xindi walked down on the moon step. Huang Yuan was lying on the ground straight at this time. Zifa glanced at Huang Yuan, and then announced, "This game, the Blue Eagle wins." Oh! Hearing this announcement, the students in the entire academy went crazy, and the Blue Eagle defeated the Yellow Ape. This means that ordinary students may also defeat the monster. The Blue Eagle is our pride. The wild boar who cheered the most was the wild boar. This is the hero of Luo Xindi's success. After all, without him, Luo Xindi has no experimentation object. How can we talk about the possibility of success? Zifa looked at the yellow ape lying on the ground and turned back to the teaching building without saying anything. This time it is estimated that he can teach the yellow ape enough lessons. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and defeating the yellow ape Polosalino, now rewards the host with a giant belt. Luo Nandi listened to the system prompt and did not rush to receive the gift. Instead, he came to Huang Yuan and handed it to Huang Yuan. "Uncle, how long do you have to pretend to be dead?" Huang Yuan stared at the hand that Luo Nandi handed over for a moment, and then came back to his senses. "Yet I seem to be kicked off my spine by my little brother, at least I will be in bed for a month." Chapter 29, Fencing. 1 month? Come on! You can graduate in another month. Do you think Teacher Zifa will let you fish for a month? Luo Xindi looked at Huang Yuan and said. Huang Yuan's wretched expression on his face became more vigorous after hearing this. "Within the mouth I'm all injured. Will Teacher Zifa not let me rest?" Huang Yuan complained in his mouth but still stretched out his hand, holding Luo Xindi's hand. Luo Xindi pulled Huang Ape up with force, Huang Yuan stood up and looked at Luo Xindi and asked, "Brother, what method did you use to invalidate my fruiting ability?" After hearing this, Luo Xindi thought for a while and did not hide it. "I am the silent person who ate the fruit of silence. I used the ability of the fruit of silence to develop a trick to kill. The effect of this trick is to temporarily lose the ability of the devil fruit." Ability. Disable the ability of the fruit. Within your mouth, brother, you really developed a terrible move. Huang Yuan looked at Luo Xindi and said. Luo Xindi smiled and said nothing, but Huang Yuan thought about it and turned and walked towards the training ground. "Hey, Huang Yuan, what are you doing?" Luo Nandi looked at Huang Yuan and asked. Huang Yuan waved his hand and said, "Exercise, by the way, pick up the swordsmanship I learned back then. It's really troublesome. Why are there people like you in this world? I'm really scared to develop such a perverted move." Huang Yuan said that he turned around and left. This frustration made Huang Yuan understand that relying on fruit ability alone is not enough. He must have other skills, otherwise he might encounter a guy who can invalidate his ability in the future. Will suffer a lot. Swordsmanship? Huang Yuan, wait for me, I will learn swordsmanship with you. Luo Nandi thought that there are currently 6 types of physical skills that are sufficient. In terms of fruit, silent fruit is more of an auxiliary ability. Even the ultimate move of Nirvana is specifically for those with abilities. When encountering those with strong physical skills, it is not enough to form a lore, but with regard to the fruit of silence, Luo Xindi has conceived another big move based on the principle of the move of silence, but it is still to be developed, and it is not enough to form sufficient combat effectiveness. Therefore, it is necessary for Luo Xindi to learn another set of swordsmanship. After all, in the era of cold weapons, Yudao is 1 inch long and 1 inch strong. Unarmed is definitely not better than well-equipped weapons. After all, not everyone is Carp. Can fight all over the world with a pair of iron fists. Believe it or not, look at the white beard, the strongest man in the world, even with the shocking fruit, is still equipped with a large naginata to cut the clouds. As for the other strong, such as the 4 emperors, the Kaido mace, and the ant, hat and broadsword Napoleon, red hair, western sword, griffin. The 3 generals, the red dog, were equipped with swords when they were young. In the later period, the fruit may have been developed too abnormally, so it is unnecessary. The green pheasant developed the ice skates and the yellow ape sky cloud sword. As for the other lieutenants, one of them counts as 1A sword. It can be said that in the world of One Piece, the sword still occupies a very important position. This barehanded always feels that the power is not enough, and it is better to use a weapon to cut people. Therefore, swordsmanship was also included in the compulsory subject by Luo Nandi. There is no need to become a great swordsman in the future, but as long as he can increase his strength, it is okay. Luo Xindi followed Huang Yuan to the swordsmanship dojo, and before the other students had time to congratulate Luo Xindi for winning the competition, they saw Luo Xindi rushing to practice the next moment. Seeing Luo Nandi's back and showing worshipful eyes, this is definitely a powerful and self-disciplined man. Besides, he is a model for their students with this spirit of not wasting a single bit of time. At this moment, Luo Xindi's 9-year-old back suddenly appeared tall, even taller than the back of the yellow ape on the side. At the same time, on this day, the title of the first 2 monsters of the Naval Academy became there are 3, namely, the red dog, the blue eagle, and the yellow ape. Swordsmanship, a mainstream fighting method that has been spread in the sea, is also one of the 3 main systems currently practiced by One Piece: physical skills, swordsmanship, and devil fruit abilities. As for the domineering, this is a skill that the above 3 systems must learn. It is not included in the specific system. It is just like the true energy of the cultivation novel and the chakra of Naruto. No matter which system you use to fight, you will be domineering. After that, the fighting power will soar wildly. Nah brother, what are you doing with me? My swordsmanship is really half-hearted. If you learn from me, you will lose it. Huang Yuan looked at Luo Nandi and said helplessly that the swordsmanship he learned was taught in a kendo cram school run by the world government. In addition to being good-looking and not practical, Huang Yuan did not want Luo Nandi to follow him. Learn it by yourself, after all, Huang Yuan still knows how many caddies he is. Hey, Uncle Huang Yuan, this kendo training ground is just two of us. I don't learn from you, whoever learns from you, don't talk nonsense. How do you practice? How do I practice? Luo Xindi got up and picked up a standard long sword from the weapon rack, and threw one to Huang Yuan at the same time. Come on, let's start. Really learn from me. Huang Yuan is holding a sword. You reading www.yuyuganshu.com asked with a black face. Luo Nandi nodded and said, otherwise? Come on. Well, the first style of the gorgeous sword of the nobility, salute. Huang Yuan took a long sword and pulled a flashy sword flower and bowed to Luo Xindi, who looked at Luo Xindi frowning, asshole, what are you? Swordsmanship etiquette, this is the elegant swordsmanship learned by the world's nobles. Generally, the world's nobles use this swordsmanship to exercise their bodies when they have nothing to do. Work out. Hearing Huang Yuan's words, Luo Xindi's brows were frowned into Sichuan. What he wanted to learn was killing swordsmanship, not training swordsmanship, otherwise he would go to the park to learn Tai Chi swordsmanship from the old man and old lady. Uncle Huang Yuan, what I want to learn is the sword of murder, not the sword of your performance. Can you teach me something seriously? Within the mouth I want to learn the sword of murder, but I don't know what to do. Huang Yuan spread his hands. Luo Xindi gritted his teeth after hearing this, am I special? Or I will teach you. Just when Luo Xindi was about to make a few words about the yellow ape, a deep voice came. Luo Xindi and the yellow ape were taken aback. They looked at the man and saw that the red dog was walking with a long sword on his back. Come here. AKA dog, you. Luo Xindi looked at the red dog in a puzzled manner, and Huang Yuan was also taken aback, and then returned to normal number with a trivial expression, within the mouth the red dog actually wants to teach me swordsmanship. Huang Yuan, don't talk nonsense, don't learn, get out. The red dog is not a good temper. Hearing Huang Yuan's words, he went straight up. Huang Yuan's eyes narrowed when he heard the words, do you want to fight? Sakaski. Chapter 30, How silly to hold it with your mouth. Although Huang Yuan lost to Luo Xindi, it does not mean that he was afraid of the red dog. The red dog and him are both natural fruit abilities, and the red dog did not learn the domineering or Luo Xindi's ability to invalidate the fruit ability. Even if your red dog physique is better than me, but so what, you still can't do anything with me. So Huang Yuan is actually quite arrogant in his heart, although on the surface, he is arrogant, but no one is convinced in his heart. Fight, okay, let me try your Jin Liang too. At this time, the red dog was angry, frowning, red magma appeared all over his body, his arms also turned into magma, and the magma liquid dripped down. The yellow ape immediately responded when he saw it, pouting, and the whole person turned into light. Slowly floated up, within the mouth Hachi-chung. Big spray. Akahound was also preparing to zoom in on his move, but just then Ronandi snapped his fingers, room. In an instant, a soundproof room with a diameter of 30 meters stood up, and Luo Nandi snapped his fingers after him, quiet. In an instant, Luo Xindi cut off the fruit abilities of the yellow ape and the red dog, and the two ults were instantly misfired, but Luo Xindi was almost tired and became stupid. Silence two monsters at a time, this is already Luo. Southwest D's limit was reached, and Luo South D could only hold on to such a silence for 3 seconds. Enough, red dog, yellow ape, this is the training ground, not the ring, we have to fight in the ring. Luo Xindi frowned and reprimanded. Huang Yuan immediately raised his hand after hearing this, within the mouth the little brother is angry. Red dog also looked at Luo Xindi at this time, felt the feeling of being cut off the fruit just now, looked at Luo Xindi and said, is this how you defeated the yellow ape? That's right. Luozindi is a bit weak now, but his expression is still indifferent, looking straight into the eyes of the red dog, without any fear. Very good, I hope I can discuss with you sometime, Blue Eagle. The red dog looked at Luozindi and said. Luozindi nodded after hearing this, I'll be with you at any time. Within the mouth the two monsters have an appointment. Huang Yuan sees it, fearing that the world will not be chaotic. Luozindi turned his head and stared at Huang Yuan and said, Shut up, Uncle Huang Yuan, if you want to talk about monsters, you are fine too. Huang Yuan touched his chin when he heard the words, Can you stop calling me uncle, I'm really only 26 years old. Luozindi heard the words and ignored Huang Yuan, and looked at Equatorial Dog and said, Aqua Dog, didn't you just say you want to hand us swordsmanship? That's fortunate. Aka Inu thought he was fighting with Luozindi and Huang Yuan, but in a blink of an eye Luozindi would be able to pull down his face to learn swordsmanship with himself. What kind of mindset, he was a little surprised. Okay, but I only know the basics of swordsmanship, and when I fight the pirates, I have summarized some ultimate moves that I think are still useful. Aka Dog looked at Luonandi and introduced. Is it the basics of swordsmanship? Yes, aka Inu, I only learn the basics with Huang Yuan. As for the evolution of the moves, we will gradually improve in the future. Very well, if that's the case, let's start. Akaji nodded, and drew the long knife behind his back. Huang Yuan also became serious when he saw this. Swordsmanship has many genres. The most common is to divide the genre by the number of swords used. For example, one using one sword is called a one-sword style, two swords is called a two-sword style, one analogy, and a three-sword style. Three-sword style, Chi-Inu, are you kidding? People have two hands, how to use three swords? Huang Yuan asked strangely after hearing this. Take it with your mouth. Akina replied. Taking it with your mouth? How stupid it looks. How can someone use such a stupid way of holding a knife? Huang Yuan curled his mouth and said, thinking that the red dog would lie to him again. After hearing this, the red dog gave Huang Yuan a blank look and did not answer. It was just that Luozindi wanted to tell Huang Yuan that someone really used the three-sword flow. Fighting with a knife, and not only holding a knife, people can also fight while chanting poems while holding the knife. For example, I was born in a troubled world, and I should cut through the dust. Suffer all the hardships and never get tired of it. This is the way of Shura, the spirit of the nine swords Azura Yuyin. And people not only read poems, but they can't get rid of the sword in their mouths. Isn't it amazing? This is the future three-sword master, Nonoroya Soran. But Luozindi is not going to say this to Huang Yuan now. In the future, Huang Yuan will definitely be surprised to find out, this green-haired sand sculpture actually fights with a knife in his mouth. By the way, within the mouth, wow, keep up with a kick at the speed of light. Knife technique, there are 13 basic moves, which are split, chop, intercept, block. Red Dog did not continue to entangle with Huang Yuan with a few swordsmanship issues, but directly began to explain the basic techniques of swordsmanship, and at the same time gave demonstrations during the explanation process. Luozindi and Huang Yuan listened very seriously. Although Huang Yuan pretended to be very serious, nonchalant, and casually listening, his wicked little eyes betrayed his heart, because at this moment he was a thief. His small eyes stared at the red dog. Soon Akadog explained the basics of swordsmanship he knew. The basics were indeed very simple. It was a demonstration of a few tricks. Even the Soran animation mentioned the realm of iron cutting, the realm of steel cutting, and the red dog. Maybe aka Inu won't at all. But this basic swordsmanship is enough for Luozindi. No matter how powerful swordsmanship is, it is built on a solid foundation. As long as the foundation of yuyuganshu.com is strong enough, there are unlimited possibilities in the future. And Luozindi is the best at laying the foundation, not a gorgeous sword, then carefully practice the simplest chopping. 10,000 repetitions will not work, then 100,000 repetitions. Quantitative changes will achieve qualitative changes. As long as they are diligent enough, you can become infinitely powerful. This is a very stupid training method, but it is the most useful training method. If you don't believe me, take a look at Metkai in the next door Hokage. Even at the level of the late combat power collapse, you can also kick out Yekai's Nirvana. The ultimate move of this physical technique is better than the many fancy moves in Naruto. Simple basics does not mean useless, because no matter how complex moves are completed through these basic combinations. Okay, aka Inu, thank you. Luo Xindi looked at aka Inu and thanked him sincerely. After hearing this, aka Inu nodded his head blankly. This is a man who has closed his heart. He has done a lot of things. Hidden in my heart, not as lively as the yellow monkey on the side, yet, is this the red dog? This is really basic enough. I shouldn't teach you. After listening to Huang Yuan's words, the red dog gave Huang Yuan a vicious look, then turned around and left. He still had his training. Luo Xindi watched the red dog leave and turned to look at Huang Ape and said, Uncle Huang Ape, I will work hard to practice the basic skills of swordsmanship in the next month. Do you want to join me? Don't, brother, please forgive me, your training is terrible, day and night, it is not suitable for me, I should go back to drink water and read the newspaper. Huang Yuan said to Luo Xindi waved. Luo Xindi shrugged after hearing this, don't participate, then I have to exercise now, Uncle Huang Yuan, goodbye. Luo Xindi said and raised the standard long knife in his hand. What? Began to practice the basic skills of swordsmanship. Chapter 31, Completion Assessment. 5,000 hacks, 5,000 blocks, 5,000 stabbings, 10,000 push UPS, 10,000 sit UPS, 5,000 weight-bearing pull UPS, and a 5-kilometer walk in the air. These are the ultimate training volume of Luo Xindi in the last month. Every day Luo Xindi is training desperately, not dare to neglect. This is the world of pirates, a world full of strong. If you don't work hard, then let alone becoming the king of the navy, I am afraid that my life will not be guaranteed. And in this last month, the rest of the people did not waste their time. AKA Dog practiced the magma fist against the sea every day. Although the red dog is now carrying a long sword, he gradually realizes that the damage of the long sword can't keep up with his magma. Fruit's lethality is overbearing, especially since he recently developed a trick called the single attack of the dog. The power is even more amazing. Huang Yuan's servant was actually quite cunning. He said he was afraid of hardship and tiredness. But after being defeated by Luo Nandi, his arrogance in his heart bowed a little, so the servant began to practice swordsmanship secretly while others were not paying attention, let alone this. The old boy's talent in swordsmanship is really good, and a few days ago, he also mysteriously pulled Luo Nandi to see his new trick Sky Kong Yun sword. A kind of shining sword made from his shining fruit, and according to Huang Yuan himself, the strength of this shining sword is determined by the development of his fruit ability, and the hardness of the Sky Cluster Cloud sword he has condensed is comparable to that of Liang Kui Knife 5. The intensity of 10 work, this will be with the development of his fruit ability in the future. The strength of the Sky Cluster Cloud sword may break through to the level of 21 work of big knives, or even the highest level of 12 work. In addition to these two, the others, such as Buffalo and Wild Boar, also began to work harder to practice Navy 6 poses, and Zifa is not as serious as before, and occasionally shows a kind of benevolent expression. After all, this is also a man. A kind general, but he must be serious during training, otherwise how could these students listen to him? It is more than just empty words to be strict with students. In this way, the last month of the Naval Academy is over, and Zifa once again convened all the students on this day. Rookies, first of all congratulations to you for completing 2 years of study at the Naval Academy. Secondly, I want to announce one thing. According to the regulations of the Academy, every student must take a final exam before graduation, and the test results will be recorded in yours. The final graduation scores of the students, and the graduation scores will be sent to the headquarters, and the headquarters will give you the corresponding military ranks after the results are calculated. Zifa looked at the students standing upright on the playground and said, all the students were shocked after hearing this. At this time, Zifa's assistant handed over a stack of reward orders to Zifa. Zifa held up the document and said, the content of this final exam is to catch the pirates on the reward order. We will give you graduation results according to the reward amount on the reward order, so let's start choosing your goals. Zifa said that he handed the reward order to the assistant on the side, and then asked everyone to go forward and select the pirates they wanted to capture. Akadog was the first to go forward and directly selected the highest reward of 76 million. Bailey's great pirate, the evil spirit Kurad. The 76 million Pele is really a lot to tell the truth. This is not when the era of pirates started. At that time, in order to curb the arrogance of pirates, the bounty was generally high, and the bounty of pirates in this era is still very low. Even some big pirates who have been famous for a long time bounties only 1 or 200 million Baileys. You have to know that even when the late great pirate age started not long ago, Crocodile, who possessed natural rustling fruits, only offered a reward of 81 million. The red dog was selected, and it was Huang Ape's turn. Huang Ape is a lazy temperament. After picking, he chose Alof, the cheetah ranked third in the bounty, with a bounty of 60 million Baileys. Followed by Luozindi, who is the third monster of the Naval Academy, chose to take a look, and directly chose the second highest bounty to kill Persian darts. Immediately after other people began to choose their opponents, Luozindi chose the opponent, and then took the reward list. The reward list was dressed as a single-handed swordsman, wearing loose training clothes with his head tied. Wearing a red headscarf, there is a diagonally cut scar on his face. Does not seem to be a good stubble, and the bounty is marked below. Persdaltz, the leader of the quick-cut pirate group, born in the West Sea, a single-handed swordsman, offers a bounty of 70 million Baileys. Swordsman! Luozindi murmured, his eyes were full of fighting spirit, and he happened to be practicing swordsmanship. It would be nice to have such an opponent. Luozindi thought. At this time, Zifa's adjutant reminded, dear students, some of the people who have been offered the reward are from a pirate group. You can team up with each other and go to catch it together. The adjutant reminded him that immediately the students began to see which pirate group their bounty belonged to. From this point of view, many people really belonged to the pirate group. For example, there is a student Fiyu in the academy who is fairly good at strength. The pirate he chose is the second in command of the pirate group that Akadog chose, so he found Akadog. Akainu, let's join hands, I chose the second in command of the evil ghost pirate group. No, I don't need to join hands with people. But what he got was the red dog's merciless rejection. At the same time, some people also found the yellow ape. The yellow ape was originally indifferent, but when he saw the red dog coaxing, he waved his hand and said, although these sees the thief is terrible, but I think I can handle it by myself. These people were rejected. At this time, everyone looked at Luozindi. After all, as a monster, Luozindi was also one of the Academy's concerns. At this time, the boar touched his head and held a reward. Blue Eagle www.readaloud.com I chose the second in command of the Quick/Pirates. Can I form a team with you? The mountain boar is actually ready to be rejected. After all, both the red dog and the yellow ape have set an example. If Luozindi chooses to join forces, wouldn't he lose the momentum in terms of momentum? Form a team? That's great, boar, I just need your help. By the way, whoever chooses the Quick/Pirate group, come over, let's get together. Luozindi looked at the hesitant naval cadets around him and said. Upon hearing Luozindi's words, all the naval cadets looked at Luozindi. After all, in the eyes of these people, the record of one person against a pirate group is absolutely it is higher than a group of people against a pirate group, and the award will be higher in the future. Furthermore, how can a guy who can be called a monster of the Naval Academy be not an arrogant person, and how can he be willing to lower his head than others and give up the opportunity to show off? These people don't understand very much. After all, if they had the strength of Luo Xindi, they would definitely go it alone like the red dog. The wild boar was also a little dazed at this time. He thought that Luo Xindi agreed to team up with him because of his friendship with him. At this time, he regretted it a little. After all, if Luo Xindi's score was lowered because of his reasons, he absolutely cannot tolerate it. Blue Eagle, you didn't agree to team up with me because of our friendship, right? If it's such a big deal, I can change the task. I can't drag you down because of this kind of thing. Hold me down? Haha boar, don't be silly, catching a pirate is not playing a game, a person who is careless will kill you, so I sincerely ask you to form a team. After all, no one can be alone in this sea. Life is not far without a companion. Luo Xindi looked at the boar and said loudly. Chapter 32, Departure, Bahai. You can't go far without a companion. Luo Xindi's voice was so loud that everyone present heard it, and the expressions of everyone became weird. Red dog, yellow ape, with a flat face, especially the yellow ape like eating shit, secretly cursing this brother is not taunting himself. And the wild boars who are particularly close to Luo Xindi all have their eyes widened, and their faces are full of emotion. Companion, is this the position that Lan Ying has given him? Is he a recognized companion by Blue Eagle? At this moment, the boars were touched, and the rest of the students also had enough affection for Luo Nandi, and he was as approachable as ever. Zifa also looked at Luo Xindi at this time, and his eyes were a little more of amazement. Zifa is a man who has been a general, and he has also been exposed to strategy and imperialism. Therefore, he is very clear about Luo Xindi's remarks. Power, it can be said that based on Luo Xindi's words, when he faces promotion in the future, these former classmates will be his help. And as time goes by, the support and assistance of these people becomes stronger. After all, with their qualifications and strength, these people are likely to be in high positions in a few decades. At that time, if Luo Xindi made a call, then he would be in the navy. It wasn't a response. At this moment, Zifa had some doubts about Luo Nandi's purpose of joining the Naval Academy. Is this kid really joining the Naval Academy just to improve his strength? I understand. Blue Eagle, thank you, I will definitely help you catch the quick-pirates. The boar looked at Luo Xindi and made a guarantee. There are still us. At the same time, all 5 naval cadets who have also selected the high-level cadres of the Quick Cutter Pirate Regiment all made a guarantee. After some discussion, the Navy cadets have determined their capture targets and formed their own teams, but only the Red Dog and the Yellow Ape chose to set off by themselves. Zifa looked at the students in front of him, and said in silence for a moment, "Rookies, when the Navy is not a playhouse game, it will bleed and sacrifice, although these pirate groups are carefully selected by me to match your strength. The pirate group does not mean that there is no danger at all. If you go today, some people may not be able to come back, so novices, be careful and come back alive." Zifa looked at the people and said, followed by pointing to the big rock that Zifa had just set up a few days ago and placed it at the entrance of the Naval Academy, "Before you set off, engrave your names on it so that those who follow will remember you." "Yes, Teacher Zifa." "Set off." Zifa didn't talk nonsense, just opened his mouth, and set off. At this time, Akadog set out first and walked towards the port outside the academy. There were already parked with small warships from various branches stationed in the 4 seas. These warships were all responsible for the capture of the corresponding pirate groups. It was captured, and today it will be used as a tool for naval cadets to go to sea. The Red Dog came to the gate in a few steps, looked at the boulder, stretched out the long knife behind him, and carved the red dog Sakaski. Then Huang Yuan used a laser to engrave, Huang Yuan Polosalino. Luozindi came to the boulder and wrote with a finger gun, Blue Eagle Luozindi. Mountain Borgapa, Buffalo Gorda. On the warship, Luozindi led a few people on board the warship. When facing him, he saw a few people standing on the deck to welcome him. The leader was a middle-aged lieutenant colonel with a calm complexion and a long knife hanging from his waist. Several people from Luozindi boarded the ship, and the lieutenant colonel took the lead in saluting, "Welcome to the 73rd branch of Bahai. I am Lieutenant Colonel Mandela." "Hello, Mr. Lieutenant Colonel." Roxindi's several recruits saluted, and Mandela smiled when he saw it. "You don't need to call me Lieutenant Colonel. The rank of the branch officer who comes to the headquarters will automatically be reduced by 2 ranks, you can call me Captain Mandela." Mandela smiled and smiled at Luozindi. Mandela was right. He was a lieutenant colonel of the branch, and he would automatically be demoted to 2 levels when he returned to the branch. This is the difference between the branch and the branch. Moreover, the jurisdiction of the Navy headquarters is different from that of the branch. The Navy headquarters mainly guards the first half of the Great Route and a part of the New World, while the naval branch is in charge of the 4 seas. Relatively speaking, the strength of the branch is much weaker, and there are some sloppy ones exist. For example, at the beginning of the plot, the 16 branch of Colonel Rats responsible for guarding the waters near Nami Orange Town, and Colonel Smog, responsible for Rogue Town, are both colonels, but the difference in strength is simply a huge difference. Therefore, even though Luozindi was only a Navy cadet, Lieutenant Colonel Mandela still greeted him with a smile. Nothing else, they came from the headquarters. Although Lieutenant Colonel Mandela was very humble, he said that Luozindi could call himself a captain, but Luozindi could not help but praise him, still called Lieutenant Colonel, which won the favor of Lieutenant Colonel Mandela. See how the young man can be a man. "Mr. Lieutenant Colonel, where are we going next?" Luozindi looked at Mandela and asked. Mandela said after hearing this, "According to the instructions of this department, we will take you back to the North Sea. You read the book www.yuyuganshu.com and go to capture the Quick-Slay Pirate Group. Is the Quick-Pirate Group now entrenched in the North Sea?" Luozindi looked at Mandela and asked for information. "Yes, we are currently entrenched in the North Sea waters, and our branch has already played against them." "Oh, how strong is it?" "The Navy is defeated, the branch Navy is not an opponent, even I was cut by Persian Dars, we really have no way to ask the headquarters to send troops to suppress, and the transfer order given by the headquarters is to come here to wait for you." Lieutenant Colonel Mandela pointed to his right arm and said. At this moment, Luozindi looked over and saw that Mandela's right arm was wrapped in a thick bandage. "Well, I see, Mr. Colonel, don't worry, we will definitely help you catch the Quick-Pirates," Luozindi said, and Mandela nodded, "All please." After the warship started, Luozindi had lunch and went back to the cabin to rest. It takes about 2 days to drive from here to the North Sea, and this is still a special naval passage. If you take the normal route, it will even cost 1 or 2 months. Luozindi returned to the room, closed the door, and checked his personal salute, a changed uniform, and a Navy-style long knife. Just as Luozindi picked up the long knife and was ready to practice, he suddenly remembered the system prompt, "Ding, friendly reminder, the host has a task reward that has not been received, please check it immediately. The time limit is 24 hours, and it will be destroyed automatically after the deadline." Hey? System rewards? Yeah, I have been patronizing training recently. How come I forgot to claim the reward for defeating the yellow ape, and the system receives it? Luozindi heard the system prompt and reacted instantly. It seems that he still has a giant belt that he has not received. Chapter 33, Pirates are Murderers. Get it? Luozindi directly, choose to receive equipment. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the giant belt from the League of Legends equipment system, and the equipment attribute plus 380 health. I'm going, 380 HP. This giant belt is really terrifying. You must know that even equipment like the crystal bracer only adds 200 health points, and the health value added by this giant belt is twice that of the crystal bracer. Good things, absolutely good things, Luozindi thought, directly choosing equipment. Following, Luozindi suddenly felt that his physical strength had more than doubled. Room. In order to specifically estimate the growth of his physical strength, Luozindi directly propped up the soundproof house. The coverage of the soundproof house is the best embodiment of Luozindi's physical strength. As expected this time, the coverage of Luozindi's soundproof house has spread directly from a diameter of 30 meters to 58 meters, which is nearly double the distance. Luozindi felt his own strength, and then put away the fruit ability, just like a okay person, carrying a long knife to the deck, and starting the knife training. And Luozindi's behavior also inspired a few followers of the boar. For a time, the deck was full of hard-trained naval cadets. Lieutenant Colonel Mandela looked at Luonandi and the others, who were sweating outside through the window, and couldn't help but sigh. As expected from the headquarters, he is really hard-working. The 2-day voyage passed quickly during the training of Luozindi and others. When the Baha'i arrived, Luozindi stopped training. At the same time, he also asked the boars and others to regain their energy, maintain the best condition, and meet what may happen at any time. Fighting. Contact the branch to confirm the location of the Quick/Pirate group. Mandela said to the adjutant behind him. Yes, Lieutenant Colonel. Hearing this, the adjutant ran to the communication room, where there was a phone worm that could contact the outside world. Poru. Moses, this is Lieutenant Colonel Mandela, please confirm the location of the Quick/Pirates immediately. Quickly/the pirates? They should be in the area near Mushroom Island. Mushroom Island? Got it. The lieutenant received the message and immediately notified Lieutenant Colonel Mandela. At the same time, Luozindi gathered in the Navy conference room and discussed with Lieutenant Colonel Mandela about slashing the pirates. Quick/Pirate group is a pirate group of all swordsmen, and the captain Quick/Persia. Dars is a cruel murderer. Since he went to sea, he has killed countless civilians, and all the people who have been trapped are desperados. The combat power is amazing, not to be underestimated. Lieutenant Colonel Mandela, don't worry, we joined the Navy just to eliminate evil. If the enemy is not evil enough, there is no need to send us out. You guys, really? Mandela hadn't found a qualified adjective, and the door of the conference room was pushed open. Lieutenant Colonel, found it, the Quick/Pirate group is in the waters near Mushroom Island. Mushroom Island, an ordinary small island in the North Sea, on which the residents of a village live, usually rely on farming and the island's specialty mushrooms. It is a poor but not rich island. Hundreds of villagers were kneeling on the coast of the island, and dozens of pirates armed with sharp knives were besieged on the periphery. At this time, a burly man with a scar on his face came to the kneeling villager with a knife. Before introduce myself, this uncle is called Persian Dalzi, the leader of the Quick/Pirates. I came to your broken island today, not to kill, just to ask for money. You only need to give us 20 million Baileys, we will immediately just go, otherwise your island would not need to exist. Ah, 20 million Baileys? Uncle Pirate, we are just a poor island. How can we get it out? Uncle Pirate, please let us go. Hearing what Persian Dars said, an old man who appeared to be the village chief came to Persian Dars and pleaded bitterly. What? No money, don't die, little old man. Boss Dalts kicked the village chief over, and put the knife on the village chief's neck. Ah, the village chief. Don't come over. The village chief endured the pain to stop the villagers from coming forward. Little old man, listen to me, today there is not 20 million. The people in your village are all going to die. Now give you a chance to send a few clever people back to the village to get money. I don't have enough money at noon. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Pers Dalt stepped on the head of the village head, and the knife was placed on the head of the village head. The village head didn't dare to be careless at this time. He waved his hand and asked his son to take the 5 villagers to raise money and take away all the valuable things. Move here. Looking at the villagers being stepped under their feet and being detained, the 6 young men burst into tears and could only run desperately into the village. Stars kicked the village chief when he saw this, and found a chair to sit down on his own. At this time, Ronnie, the officer of the ship, took a few pirates into the village and walked around. It seems to be looking for prey. Suddenly Ronnie stopped in front of a chubby poor girl. The little girl was startled and shivered all over. Raise your head, Ronnie said in a cold voice. Ah! The little girl was terrified and raised her head subconsciously. Yoxi www.readaloud.com. It's so beautiful, drag it away. Ah! Don't! Ronnie said. The 2 pirates immediately went forward to catch the little girl. Ah, Johnny, save me! Let go, let her go! Hearing the little girl's shout, a young guy rushed over to stop him, but Ronnie suddenly blocked Johnny and said, "Who are you?" I'm his boyfriend," Johnny said tremblingly. Boyfriend? Haha, such a beautiful girl doesn't need a boyfriend like you, so. Brush, a sword light flashed, and Johnny's head flew out. Ah, Johnny! Johnny! The little girl broke down instantly, tears welled up in her eyes, and she cried loudly, but Ronnie smiled, drag away, drag away. Immediately afterwards, I heard a burst of clothes being torn to pieces and the girl's hysterical howling. The villagers who heard it gritted their teeth, but dared not say anything. The pirates were really murderers. If you don't believe me, you see Johnny's head is still there. Hey, hey, keep your voice down, don't frighten our customers, and rest assured, we are not unreasonable pirates, we will lose money if we kill people. How about 100,000 Baileys? Staltz looked at the shivering villagers and said, while Ronnie, who was working on the side, frowned when he heard the captain's words, and directly pinched the girl's mouth and cut his tongue out. Hey, I can't get out like this. Sounds. Come down. Hey, did our captain make you move? Fat sheep. Chapter 34, Death Realm. Woo woo. Straight coastline, a group of lambs kneeling to be slaughtered, cruel pirates, heads rolling on the ground, humiliated tongueless girls, ugly curses, everything is so cruel. This is the pirate, the true face of, instead of hoeing the strong and supporting the weak as shown in the animation, defeating the bad guys. The villagers have completely lost the heart to resist. The screams of the girls. Although the villagers can't bear it, they dare not stop them. Their only hope now is that the village chief's son will bring money back to redeem themselves. God, who can come to rescue us and drive away these pirates? The villagers knelt on the ground and prayed for God's blessing. Why can't this pirate always catch it? When will this sea be stable? The villagers begged, and God seemed to respond to his request. Just when many pirates were violent, a navy ship approached in the distance. Captain, found a warship approaching. The pirate in charge of the vigilance immediately reported the situation to Persian Dalts. After hearing this, Persian Dalts asked, where is the warship? The pirate in charge of the guard took a look at the single-scope binoculars and said, it should be the warship of Lieutenant Colonel Mandela of the 73rd branch that we defeated the other day. Mandela? Ha ha ha, do you dare to find fault with that waste? The captain has to leave this waste to me to deal with this time. Hearing the response of the alert pirate, Ronnie put on his pants, grabbed a knife in his hand and said bloodthirstily, Darts laughed after hearing this, of course you can. Great, little ones, copy guys, ready to follow me. Ronnie yelled and raised the big knife in his hand. The pirate behind him became excited when he saw it, and raised his sword and yelled. This is a group of evil spirits who are not afraid of the navy. Navy, village chief, the navy is coming. The villagers also heard the report of alerting the pirates at this time. A young man close to the village chief said excitedly to the village chief. Hearing this, the young man gave a vain look and said, "Don't be too happy, the navy is here. But they may not be able to beat pirates." "Ah, the navy can't beat the pirates." Hearing this, the young man was stunned. The village chief sighed and said, "The navy is powerful, but the navies that are really powerful are stationed on the great sea routes. The navies in the four seas are weak, especially in the North Sea. The navy may be killed by pirates at any time." "Ah! How could this happen?" The young man obviously hadn't received such a big blow, his whole person was a little depressed, and he didn't have much hope when he watched the warship approaching in the distance. At this time on the warship, Lieutenant Colonel Mandela looked towards the coast through a binoculars. His face was already pale. "It's broken, the residents of Mushroom Island have been captured by the pirates." "Okay." Luozindi's face turned dark when he heard this, and then he heard Lieutenant Colonel Mandela say, "And the other party has also found us, and is now lined up on the coast to face us, fighting against the navy. It is arrogant." Lieutenant Colonel Mandela leaned the ship over to let the pirates know how powerful the navy is. Luozindi's eyes sharpened instantly, staring at the pirates in the distance, full of murderous aura. The mountain boar and the other 4 naval cadets also frowned. The pirates did not run when they saw the navy. This is the same as when a mouse sees a cat and does not run. What an arrogant behavior! Hearing this, Lieutenant Colonel Mandela quickly drove the boat to the coast of Mushroom Island. At this time, the boat was still 500 meters away from the coastline. Luozindi raised the sword and looked back at Lieutenant Colonel Mandela. "The warship just stop here, you don't have to go with us, to deal with these miscellaneous things, 6 of us are enough." Luozindi said. As soon as he stepped on the boat, the next moment the whole person showed the moon step, and stepped on the air to fly to the coast. The mountain pigs all followed after seeing this. "Wow, look at the village chief, these navies can fly." The kneeling young guy didn't have much hope, but when he saw Luozindi's way of playing, his eyes widened. After all, flying is not a simple skill. The village head also opened his eyes wide at this time. Not to mention being a village head for decades, it was the first time I saw someone who could fly. Ronnie and Perstars also saw the 6 people flying over, and their faces suddenly became serious. "Little ones, please cheer me up. The navy coming this time is not good." "Oh, don't worry, Captain, we know." The pirates wielded their swords and didn't pay any attention to Luozindi at all. The 6 Loxindi came to the coastline, and the boar saw the heads rolling on the ground and the girl who had been insulted over there. They suddenly surged in blood, this group of bastards. It is also the first time for Luonandi to see such a cruel scene. He clenched his fist involuntarily and filled his heart with anger. "I used to see One Piece yearning for a pirate's carefree life, but it's a little bigger. Youafter.ukansha.com knows how to think for yourself. You will find that behind the stories of One Piece, there is also a group of murderous pirates hidden. The pirates are arguing for life at sea, and they don't rob and eat. As a looting party, how can the robbed party give in, and conflicts will inevitably occur, and how can there be no deaths in conflicts? Sure enough, I still think of the pirate world simply. The animations are all deceptive, and this is the naked pirate world. It's really dirty." Luozindi drew out the Navy Standard long sword with a brush. "Perstaltz, I am ordered by the Navy headquarters to come and take your dog. What do you want to take the life of our boss? Ask the knife in Lao Tzu's hand. If you agree, you go and die for Lao Tzu." Ronnie immediately became angry when he heard Luozindi's words, shouted, holding a big knife, and rushed towards Luozindi. Pig fruit, the form of a wild boar, transforming humans and animals. Land feet. Ronnie attacked Luozindi with a big knife. At this time, the boar behind Luozindi suddenly transformed into a human beast state, followed by a blow to Land's foot to take Ronnie's slash, and the next moment he directly stopped Luo. Annie said, "Don't disturb Blue Eagle, your opponent is me. Brothers rushed with me and chopped off this nasty little navy." Ronnie was stopped by the boar, and the rest of the cotters of the quick-slash pirates screamed, and then rushed towards Luozindi with dozens of pirates. Luozindi snapped his fingers when he saw this room, the realm of death. "Kill my heart is full." The pirates rushed towards Luozindi like crazy, but after Luozindi snapped his fingers, all the little pirates who rushed over clutched their chests in pain, fell to the ground with no blood on their faces, and lost their breath for a long time. Chapter 35, Hidden So Deep. A person with devil fruit ability. Persian Dars frowned when watching the pirates who fell on the ground, and then drew out the saber around his waist. Luozindi also drew out his saber at this time, but before Luozindi had not taken a shot, the 4 naval cadets behind him rushed towards Persian Dars. "Boss Blue Eagle, take a break first, leave this to us. Point the gun, nail it. Land feet, slash the waves. Shave, kill instantly. Finger the gun, Huang Lian." The 4 naval cadets attacked Persian Dali, and Persian Dali watched the 4 naval cadets who had been killed and slowly raised their sabers, one sword flow, wind cut. Brush, 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 brush. Ah! Persian Dalts uttered a sound, and immediately followed the whole person and disappeared in place. The rest of them could only see a phantom, and then they heard the 4 screams of the naval cadets, all of them were chopped off. He was defeated, and it can be seen that the strength of Persian Dars is really terrifying, and he deserves to be a great pirate offering a reward of 70 million. Die to me, 1 stab, blood to kill. 1 stroke cut and wounded 4 naval cadets. At this time, Persian Dalza did not stop, stepped on the ground, and then turned around and prepared to kill the 4. At this time, the 4 naval cadets had no power to fight back, and they couldn't even respond as they should to Persian Darza's attack. It's not that these 4 are too skillful, mainly because Persian Dars is too strong. From the perspective of Persian Dalzi's moves, Persian Dalzi should at least be a powerful swordsman. A strong swordsman only offers a reward of 70 million, which is really small enough, but it is more that it is not yet in the era of the big pirates, and the bounty is relatively restrained. After all, the natural ability such as the sand crocodile is rewarded. 80 million, a reward of 70 million for a swordsman is not too small. Die me! Pers Dal yelled angrily. The next moment the long knife in his hand was glowing with red glow and he slashed towards a navy student, but when the knife was about to fall on their neck, Luozindi suddenly moved. Shave. When? Hey, what do you want to do to my classmates, sword-playing bastard? Luozindi appeared in front of Persian Dalzi, and the long knife in his hand also blocked Persian Dalzi. What are you doing? Of course beheaded, otherwise what can a pirate do to the navy? Are you in love, the navy? Dang dang. The two said that they wielded swords and attacked each other for several rounds. The 4 naval cadets felt their sweat at this time. I'm saved, fortunately the Blue Eagle boss is here. Yeah, otherwise we will be killed by the pirates, this group of pirates are really amazing. Hey, it's not because you don't usually practice hard. If you have half the efforts of the Blue Eagle boss, how can you be labeled like this today? Okay, let's just say a few words. The Blue Eagle boss and Purse Dars have already met, and who do you think will win? I bet on the Blue Eagle boss. I also bet on the Blue Eagle boss. Dang dang. Luozindi and Persian Dalza wielded their swords and moved quickly, each with dozens of swords, hundreds of swords within a few seconds, but in such a fast attack, Luozindi did not fall into the wind. It is the basic skill he has accumulated hundreds of thousands of times with his sword. Hey, what a tough kid, 1 slash, quick cut. Pers Dars is not a small character that is easy to dismiss. When he finds that Luozindi's basic skills are solid, and the fast break can't get cheap, he directly launches his strongest slash, with the slash, fast slash. Brush. A slash, like a thunderbolt, slashed fiercely on the navy standard long knife in Luozindi's hand. With a sound, the violent slash directly cut the long knife in Luozindi's hand in half. Ha ha ha! Give me death! Pers Dal slashed Luozindi's standard long knife, and laughed suddenly. In Pers Dal's opinion, swordsmen without weapons in their hands have at least a 70% reduction in combat effectiveness. And with so much combat power slipping in the battle, what is waiting for is death. One sword flow. Bloody cut. Persian Dalts laughed and swung a skill. Luozindi threw away the long knife in his hand when he saw this. A shaved slash passed Persian Dalzi's slash, followed by a blow to the foot and flew. Shoot Persia Dars! Sorry, let you down, I am not a simple swordsman, my physical skills are better than swordsmanship. Shaved, finger guns. 10 bullets. Ding ding ding. Luozindi yelled, his finger spear was launched, and he madly attacked Persian Dars, and Persian Dars went back to block all the finger spears at this time. Hey, kid, even if your physical skills are strong, don't want to easily defeat me, look at my slash, cut it. Physique, not enough, don't forget that I am still a demon fruit capable person, room, death realm, heavy blow. Ah, my heart. Luozindi directly opened the soundproof room, and then used the ultimate move of Death Realm again, which immediately made Persdar's stiff body and a look of pain appeared on his face. There is a flaw. UU reading www.uuganshu.com shaved, slashing feet, wind and fierce. Seeing Persian Dalt's body stiff, Luozindi knew that there was a flaw. He immediately shoved close to him, raised his foot and kicked Persian Dalt's wrist with his foot, and Persian Dalt's whole body was now covered. Slightly stiff, the long knife in his hand was directly kicked by Luonandi. Seeing that the long knife flew, Luozindi approached the long knife in the next moment, and shot to catch the long knife. After starting with Luozindi, he felt that this knife was much better than the navy long knife he used. It should be a long knife. Famous knife. But at this moment Luozindi didn't have time to worry about so much. The next moment after catching the long knife, Luozindi directly slashed with a backhand, and went straight to Persian Dars's head. Quickly cut and harden. When Luozindi slashed his sword on Persian Dars's neck fiercely, but at this moment, when he heard the sound of the collision of swords, Luozindi was bounced out directly, and when he looked back, he found Persian Dars. His neck turned into a steel knife. Boy, don't think that you are the only one who ate the devil fruit, I am also a devil fruit capable person. Persdars tore open his jacket with a brush, followed by raising his arm, and the next moment his arms and fingers, and even his body all turned into steel knives. Boy, since I went to sea, no one has forced me to use the devil fruit, you are the first one. Persian Dars shouted fiercely with a grin. Luozindi frowned at this moment with a long sword in his hand. For those with the devil fruit ability, the Navy's intelligence didn't even mention it. It's really a big variable. Luozindi said, slowly raising the long knife in his hand. Pers doubts, even if you are a devil fruit ability, you can't change the fate of your defeat. I will definitely cut off your head with my own hands. Chapter 36, Little girl, what are you going to do? Cut off my head. Persian Dars was taken aback when he heard this, and couldn't help but laugh. Asshole Navy boy, just because you want to chop off my head, I tell you, I eat superhuman cut fruits, which can turn any part of my body into sharp steel blades, because you haven't reached the sword yet. How much swordsmanship do you want to cut steel? Ha ha ha. Pers Dalza laughed. Luozindi also frowned deeply at this time. Cutting the fruit, he knew it, the original Mr.1 of the crocodile in the original work, Mr.1, was the blade man who ate the fruit. When Fei fought against the sand crocodile, Sauron was against this opponent, but Sauron was almost killed. Fortunately, he realized at the last minute and cut off the realm of steel and defeated Mr.1. And Luo Xindi also encountered such a dilemma today, but Luo Xindi only practiced the basics of swordsmanship for a month, and his understanding of swordsmanship was far from the realm of Sauron, so he wanted to rely on him to understand the realm of iron cutting and kill his opponents. It's a bit difficult. But this does not mean that Luo Xindi has no choice. After all, Luo Xindi is not a simple swordsman. Asshole boy, just now you had a good time too, now it's my turn, one cut, full razor. Persian Daltz yelled, and then immediately slammed Luo Xindi in front of him, followed by a kick to Luo Xindi. Luo Xindi quickly took a step back, and brushed the foot of Persian Daltz. Go! The whole land was marked with a huge gully, and the foot he kicked out turned into a long knife. Hee the reaction is very fast, Navy Kid, 10 swords, Ghost Claw combo. Dang dang! Pers Dalzi approached Luo Xindi, and the next moment all 10 fingers turned into sharp blades, attacking Luo Xindi frantically, and Luo Xindi raised the long knife in his hand and resisted it. Double knife flow, spiral cut. Pers Dars saw that 10 swordsmen could only force Luo Xindi back. The next moment he released a big move, his hands stretched out, his arms turned into blades, the whole person was like a ballet, and he whirled crazy to kill Luo Xindi, and Luo at this time, Nandi could only hold his knife in front of his chest, and he was defeated by the clanging and beatings. 2 swords, cross-cut. Pers Dars suddenly changed his move in the middle of the fight, crossed his arms and slashed at Luo Xindi fiercely. Luo Nandi gritted his teeth and swung his knife to block the attack of Pers Dars. Squeak squeak! The swords came together, and there was a chilling squeak. At this moment, Pers Dal glared at Luo Xindi with a sneer, "Asshole, do you think you can beat me now?" One slash, the first one. Boss Darza yelled and slammed into Luo Xindi. Luo Xindi couldn't dodge, and was directly pushed to his left shoulder. With a slap, the entire left shoulder was cut with a huge opening, and the blood was left in an instant. Wow ha 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 Navy Kid, die for me! Pers Darza yelled and forced him even more crazily. Luo Xindi hurriedly shaved off and looked at the wound on his left shoulder. Although the opening was very big, the blink of an eye had stopped. If the blood flow is eliminated, this is the ability of the crystal bracer, restore the value of life. Very good bastard, you successfully angered me. Luo Xindi looked at his wound. Luo Xindi, who originally wanted to practice his sword skills with Persian Dars, decided to solve this difficult opponent. Thinking of this, Luo Xindi put the sword in front of his chest again and said, "Pers Dars. The next move will kill you. One move, kill me, ha 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 if you have the ability, you can try it, 10,000 knives, slash all over." Boss Darza yelled, and the whole person turned into countless blades in the next moment, and rushed towards Luo Xindi. Luo Xindi's eyes condensed at this time, and the long knife in his hand tightened. One sword flow, slash! Luo Xindi yelled, and immediately rushed towards Pers Dalzi, and at the same time showed his basic skills of hacking, which is a very simple top-down bevel cut. However, the power of this basic knife technique after hundreds of thousands of hacking exercises by Luo Xindi is amazing, but this trick alone will definitely not be able to kill Persian Dars. Therefore, in the process of sprinting, Luo Xindi the left hand, who had never held the knife, snapped his fingers, dying. Brush! The two were fighting like swordsmen. One was staggered and stood motionless. The picture was frozen. For a long time, a sea breeze blew by. Only a puff was heard. Persian Dars was cut across the entire body with a huge knife wound, and blood spurted fiercely. Out! How? How is it possible? Persian Daltz murmured in a godless eyes, and Luo Xindi put away the long sword in his hand and said, "I am cutting continuous steel, but I can restore your physical body. In this round, you lost. Ah! Persian Dalts fell to the ground unconsciously when he heard this. Luozindi got up and picked up the scabbard that had been thrown on the ground by Persian Dalts, and slowly inserted the seized long knife into the knife. In the sheath. The battle for Luozindi is over. The battle between the boar and the vice-captain Ronnie of the Quick/Pirates is not over yet. www.readaloud.com. At this time, the boar and Ronnie have also entered the white-hot stage. The boar transformed into a human beast form. What do you say about the shape? It's a bit like the legendary Zubeiji, but it's more ferocious than Zubeiji. A wild boar head with fangs, palms and soles have also become hard trotters, which can resist the hardness of a sword. Therefore, the fight against Ronnie has been back and forth, but thanks to the terrifying recovery ability of the animal fruit, the wild boar also has the upper hand. It is no problem to want to win Ronnie. Of course, the premise is that Ronnie can't hide any devil fruit ability. Ah, miss, you, what are you doing? Luonandi was watching the rise of the wild boar and Ronnie. Suddenly, he heard a few naval cadets behind him exclaiming. When Luonandi turned around, he saw the girl who had just been insulted by Ronnie Ling, Harmony, was undressed, picked up a pirate knife on the ground, and walked towards Persian Dalza lying on the ground step by step. At this time, her expression was so calm, there was a ferocious hatred in her eyes, and her tongue was bleeding from her mouth, but she didn't care, she wanted revenge. This is Ronandi's judgment. After the remaining 4 navies screamed, they lost their voice and did not stop. She became like this. A large part of it was caused by the disadvantage of the Navy protection. If the Navy can catch it earlier to the Quick/Pirate group, can the tragedy here just not happen? Ah! The girl came to Perstars with the knife, followed by the knife and pierced it fiercely, but at this moment, she heard only a sound, the girl's knife was blown out and fell to the ground the next moment. Persian Dars jumped to his feet. Miss, what do you want to do? Said, the right arm turned into a knife and hit the girl's throat. Chapter 37, Those eyes are forever unforgettable. Ah, he's still alive. Blue Eagle boss. The 4 naval cadets noticed this scene and yelled quickly, and Luonandi also looked back at this scene at this time. Don't move, Navy. Cough cough cough. I will kill her if you move it again. Persian Dalts shouted at Luozindi, and at the same time he coughed violently, and a mouthful of blood came out of his mouth. Luozindi had already injured his internal organs with the sword just now. If his vitality was not too strong, it might be fundamentally impossible. Can't wake up. Let her go. Ronandi looked at Persian Dalts and said coldly. Persian Dalts laughed after hearing this. Okay, I want to let her go, but you can prepare a boat for me first, and wait for me to be safe. Put this young lady in the place. Impossible. Do you think that for the crime you committed, can I let you go as a navy? Ha ha ha, don't let me go? What do you want? Persdalza laughed, and at the same time his arms tightened and said, if you don't let me go, I will kill this chick. Don't your navy pretend to be righteous? Can you guys of justice look at innocent civilians? Did you die in the hands of a pirate like this? Persian Dalts has an expression that is sure of you at this moment, and Luozindi is also a bit difficult to handle for a while. If this matter falls on the red dog, you don't need to ask, it is estimated that Persian Dalzi and this woman will be beaten together with a punch. Fly ash, complete justice is not a joke. However, Luozindi is not a red dog, he is not so cold-blooded, and when Luozindi was a little overwhelmed, the woman caught by Persian Dal suddenly made a whining sound with her tongue cut off. Woo woo woo. The woman's voice attracted Luozindi's attention. At this time, Luozindi looked at the woman. The woman's crying red eyes were grey, godless, and hopeless. This woman had no nostalgia for the world, she wanted to die. Woo-hoo! The woman yelled twice at Luozindi, and the next moment a strange smile appeared on her face. A drop of blood and tears flowed down the corner of her eyes, followed by the woman, and leaned forward suddenly. The blade of Persdar's arm cut the woman directly. With her throat, the woman immediately ended her tricky life, and when she was dying, her eyes were staring at Luozindi. What a pair of desperate eyes! Luozindi was stupid in place. He used to treat people in this world as NPCs in the game. Although he had been clamoring to overthrow the world government, become the king of the world, and change the world, all he did was to satisfy I am a YY heart of a traverser. But today, looking at the unknown girl who died in front of him, something in Luozindi's heart was severely broken. The pirates are damned, and the world government is even more damned. The world is deformed to the point where it can't be added. To change, we must completely change the world, even if it is not for the final rule of the king, even if it is only for not letting people die so helplessly in front of oneself in the future. At this moment, Luozindi felt that his whole person was sublimated. He no longer felt that this was a false world. At the same time, he was also firmer in his goal of overthrowing the world government and ending the era of pirates. End this troubled world, not for anything else, just to make the world no longer repeat the tragedy. Asshole, what did you do? Persdars looked at the girl who died in his arms. She was stupid and the hostage died. What else did she use to threaten the navy in front of her? Persdars raised his head to look at Luozindi with difficulty, and saw Luonandi slowly raised his head to look at Persdars. There was no expression on his face, but his eyes were filled with breathtaking murderous aura. Persdarts. With the order of justice, I pronounce you dead. One sword flow, chaotic corpses. Luozindi came to Persdars with a shave, and the long knife in his hand was suddenly unsheathed. Ah, don't! Dang dang dang, swipe it! Step on! A flashy Luozindi landed on both feet. The long sword in his hand was slowly inserted into the scabbard, and when the sword was completely inserted into the scabbard, I saw Persian doubts, which was still intact behind him, suddenly shattered into 5 or 6 pieces, and he couldn't die. Die again. And before he died, Persian Dalt's eyes were still wide open, and he looked unbelievable. The reason is also very simple. When he killed him, Luozindi didn't use the fruit ability, but relied on the power in his hand. The long knife directly smashed Persian Darz's body using the fruit's ability. Luozindi unexpectedly reached the iconic state of Zhang Gang, a swordsman at the moment of anger. Blue Eagle boss is terrible. Looking at the broken corpses in one place, a naval cadet shuddered and said, "Asshole, what are you talking about? Blue Eagle boss hacked to death the nasty pirate. What's terrible, that is justice and trial of evil. Yes, justice judges evil." Luonandi did not pay attention to the discussion of several pirate students, but turned to look at the boar, and the boar finally grinds Ronnie to death at this time, but the boar was also chopped and wounded all over his body at this time, but in the end, he still relied on one hand, the foot and the pig's hoof prints, kicked Ronnie's chest, destroyed Ronnie's heart, and killed the shipmate. At the end of the battle, Luozindi looked at the dead girl and took off her top. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com blocked the girl's skin that was torn by the pirates. This is a catastrophe. Woman, after she dies, no one can defile her body. Thank you Lord Navy for saving everyone in our mushroom village. Just as Luozindi helped the woman cover the body, the hundreds of villagers captured on the coast fell to the ground under the leadership of the village chief, and kowtowed their heads to express gratitude to Luozindi. Luozindi looked at all the villagers who bowed down and sighed and bowed, "Everyone, get up, it's us who should apologize. We are late. If we come a while earlier, maybe we won't die." "No, Lord Navy, you must not think so. It is our misfortune to be born in such a troubled world. How can we blame our misfortune on the Lord Navy? In the end, the pirates are defeated, and the Lord Navy is still the rescuer. If you don't have you, Lord Navy, we will have more deaths, so I would like to thank the Lord Navy on behalf of the whole village." "Yes, thank you sir. Looking at the villagers of Mushroom Village kneeling on the ground, Luozindi has mixed feelings. The Navy is indeed the most civilian organization in the pirate world. From the perspective of the civilians, the entire pirate world also plays a decent role. Although the Navy has its own decay, and the Navy has also acted as an accomplice of the world government and has done many wrong things, but this sea cannot leave the Navy. It is precisely because of the Navy that the pirate world has order. With order, the thieves will not be unscrupulous, and the people will be able to barely live their lives. This world of dog days is really decadent. Luozindi smiled bitterly and shook his head. He raised his hand to the sky and sighed. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and said to the villagers in Mushroom Village, "Everyone, get up, protect the civilians, and catch pirates is what our Navy should do. Don't do that." Chapter 38, Reward. Yes, Blue Eagle is right. It is our Navy's responsibility to catch pirates. Sorry, the village chief, I'm late. Luozindi said. At this time Lieutenant Colonel Mandela brought a group of navies over. The navies separated automatically and began to deal with the corpses of the pirates. If there is a bounty, they need to stay and take it back to the headquarters. The bounty is calculated. Credit. The Navy does not have a bounty for catching pirates, but it can count military merits. Once the military merits are accumulated to a certain number, you can increase your military rank and make a fortune. Ah, it's Major Mandela, I haven't thanked you much for the little bird pirates last time. The old village chief smiled when he saw Mondeladen at this time, and Mandela also smiled. The old village chief is in good health, and I am now a lieutenant colonel. Have you been promoted? That's great, the Navy that works for the people like you should be promoted. The old village chief said with a smile. After hearing this, Mandela looked at the dead villagers on the ground and sighed, no matter how big an official is promoted, isn't it still impossible to protect the people under his command? Okay, let's not mention this, the Navy, let me go back to the village as guests, we have not entertained you guests from afar. The old village chief said with a smile. Luozindi waved his hand after hearing this, forget the old village chief, we still have something. Hey, Blue Eagle, no matter what happens, you can't refuse the invitation of the kind people, and the grilled mushrooms in Mushroom Village are really delicious, let's try it. Lieutenant Colonel Mandela smiled and said to Luozindi. After hearing this, Luozindi looked at the expectant villagers and nodded, then bother, but they. Luozindi looked at the corpses on the ground, and the old village chief nodded and said, My Navy, don't worry, we will take care of these. In the end, Luozindi did not refuse the invitation of the old village head and Mandela. He had a rich mushroom feast in Mushroom Village. When he left, the old village head brought Luozindi a big bag of Mushroom Village. Luozind's hospitality is hard to accept, and he can only accept the characteristic mushrooms. After bidding farewell to the Mushroom Village, Luozindi and a group of students returned to the warship. The boar was seriously injured at this time and was lying in bed, while Luozindi went back to his room alone, summarizing the battle with Persian Dars. The gains and losses. Persian Doubts can be said to be a very good opponent. He is very good in terms of scheming and strength, especially in the swordsmanship duel. By competing with Persian Doubts, Luozindi's swordsmanship has risen to a higher level and is vague. It can be said that he has gained a lot when he touched the realm of Zhang Gang, a swordsman. Secondly, he tested the newly developed ability of his Fruit Death realm, which is the trick to kill all ordinary pirates in seconds. The realm of death was developed by Luozindi based on the feature that the Fruit of Silence can eliminate the transmitted vibration energy. The move is also very simple. First, the enemy is delineated within the ability of the soundproof house with a soundproof house, and secondly, it is used to target the enemy's heart. Silent Fruit ability. The role of the human heart is self-evident. If the heart is allowed to strike, the whole person will surely die. How can the heart strike? In other words, how do you keep the heart from beating? Let the heart not beat. Luozindi's silent fruit cannot do it, because the silent fruit cannot eliminate the vibration at the sound source, but when the heart is shaken and the blood is circulated through the energy of the vibration, Luozindi eliminates the vibration. With the transferred energy, the blood stopped flowing instantly. This is almost equivalent to severing the function of the heart. Without blood circulation, oxygen cannot be supplied to the whole body. Just like the heart is punctured, life is lost. This is the reason why Luozindi can kill the entire Quick/Pirate group's miscellaneous soldiers with one move, but this move is somewhat unsatisfactory against the strong. The strong body is strengthened to a terrifying point, and the blood is not circulating for a short time. They will not affect too much, and can even fight in this state for a long time. You must know that during the war, when the Whitebeard was bombarded by the Red Dog by half of his head, he could continue to be injured for a long time, not to mention the short-term blood flow, so this trick can only interfere with the strong, but cannot form it. Lore. But this is actually enough. After all, even the Red Dog and the Yellow Ape's group AoE skills are used to clear the miscellaneous soldiers, and the lethality of Luonandi's move is similar. The three generals are like this. In addition to these 2 points, the third point, Luozindi's greatest achievement is that he seized the knife in his hand. A good knife with 50 cuts and a sharp knife with a length of 1 meter and 3 meters and a scarlet blade. Please don't underestimate the Liangkuai knife because it is only 50 jobs. The Liangkuai knife belongs to the top famous knife series. After all, there are only 83 handles in the world that can be called a famous knife. The Liangkuai knife has 50 jobs and the Big Kuai knife is 20. 1 job, the Supreme Big Block, and 12 jobs. These 83 knives are scattered throughout the pirate world. How can it be so easy to get one? Of course, except for those with a halo of the protagonist, such as the Lucky Soran, visiting a weapon shop in Rog Town. You can walk for nothing. www.readaloud.com. A third-generation ghost. And Luozindi is very satisfied with the blood cut in his hand. Although it is not a big sharp knife, it is extremely fast, but its sturdiness is compared with the sharpness of the Navy standard long sword. It is a world of difference. With this, the strength of Deo Luonandi can also rise to a higher level. What a good knife, I can't live up to it. Luonandi thought about standing up, pushing open the cabin door and coming to the deck. Although he won a battle, he can't be complacent. There are too many powerful men in this world. If you don't work hard, you will die next time. It might be you. 10,000 cleaves, 5,000 push UPS, 5,000 sit UPS, 10,000 flat barbell lifts, 5 km training round trip. This is the amount of training for Luozindi this afternoon. You can't relax, absolutely can't relax. There are too many terrifying monsters in this world. Compared with them, you are still a lot worse. Only hard work can make up the gap. Come on, for justice. Ha, ha, ha. The sound of Luozindi's training alarmed the people in the cabin. At this time, the people in the cabin looked at Luozindi, who was struggling to swing his sword against the sea, and his eyes were full of admiration. The Blue Eagle boss is really terrible, he is so powerful and so hard-working. Yes, compared with the Blue Eagle boss, even hard-working people are like slackers. Hello, did I say that you have seen the Naval Academy at 3 o'clock in the morning? The Blue Eagle boss must have seen it. I have seen the boss training when I pee at night several times. Hey, I have it too. I said I feel that the Blue Eagle boss will definitely become an admiral in the future, do you believe it? General? That's for sure, I think the Blue Eagle boss can be a Navy Marshal. Chapter 39, For the Establishment Plan of the Foundation of the Sea. North Sea 73 Branch, the warship docked at the port. Lieutenant Colonel Mandela came ashore and handed all the heads of the quick cutter pirates to the Ministry of Military Merit. They will verify the pirate's identity, then record the credit and hand it over to the headquarters. Since the arrest of the pirates this time was a result of the teaching of naval cadets, the branch's military merit verification was very rigorous, and there was no idea of concealing it or not reporting it or taking it for its own sake. When he arrived at the Navy branch, Mandela first took Ronandi and a group of people to meet the highest leader of the Navy branch, the branch colonel, an old man who looked very slick. The bureaucracy is very strong. At first he was very serious towards Luozindi and others, and even seemed to ignore him, but during the conversation Luozindi accidentally revealed that his father was the Warring States period of Buddha. This old man was kind in an instant, as if he was a different person, one by one, a young and promising young talent, wishing to say all the words of praise he could think of in his life. Luozindi hated this, but he was helpless. The Navy organization was too bloated, and the supervision measures were obviously insufficient. The Navy headquarters responsible for guarding the Great Route was under the supervision of the influential high-level naval forces such as the Warring States of Buddha and Karp. Not bad, but the Four Seas Division, then the Emperor is really far away. A branch colonel would be treated to the Emperor, and there was almost no supervision over them. This gave these colonels a chance to be brutal and corrupt and pervert the law. Except for a few branch Navy officers who have sufficient ethics, the colonels of the other branches are all blackened and become evil, and some are worse than the pirates. For example, in the original work, the Colonel Mouse of the 16th branch of the East China Sea who persecuted Nami and Aaron in collusion, and the Colonel Monka of the 153 branch, the man jokingly called Axe King, after all, once cut carp with an axe, this strength don't overpower the Emperor, skin it. These two people are both colonels of the branch, responsible for guarding one side, but they have become a scourge, and become a navy even more disgusting than the pirates, and these two are just a microcosm of the times, and there are many branches like this. It can be said that from this it can be seen that the Navy's foundation is unstable and the internal ills of the Navy are also great, and the best way to eradicate this disease is for the government to go down to the grassroots level and establish a group of outstanding loyalty to the headquarters at the grassroots level. Head of the base. However, the current naval headquarters is under great pressure to suppress the Great Route. It is difficult to draw enough people to the grassroots level to reconsolidate the grassroots government and clean up the saboteurs within the Navy. And if the headquarters arbitrarily transfers people into the Four Seas branch, it is likely to cause the local forces of the Four Seas branch to resist, and even take off these airborne chiefs. Therefore, if you want to change the problem of the decay of the Navy's grassroots, you need to consider a long-term plan. But in response to this, Luozindi has some ideas. Since it is more difficult for the Navy to clear up chronic diseases from the top down, then let's play a bottom-up reform plan. First of all, in Luozindi's Navy grassroots reform plan, Luozindi is still preparing to use the traditional methods of winning one faction, attacking one faction, and cultivating one faction to make changes. The winning group refers to the more just middle and high-level Navy officers like Mandela. They can pull up and guard one side, at least better than that group of rotten bastards. As for the attacking faction, it refers to the rotten Navy colonels and the Navy. These people who violate justice must be eliminated, but the methods are not easy to be too radical. Just take your time. The third, cultivating faction. This is what Luozindi is going to do next. Among the first graduates of the Naval Academy, not everyone is good enough. Some of them are really good. If you put them directly into the Great Airway, there is only one possibility, and that is to become cannon fodder in the constant confrontation with the pirates. Of course, does not rule out very individual talents, which can miraculously survive battle after battle. However, although these cannon fodder is not a big deal in the naval system of the Great Sea Route, its excellent military literacy is good for the Great Sea Route, but it is a little master in the world. It can be sent directly to the grassroots level, starting from the bottom layers slowly. Take over the authority of the entire Navy branch, and when this group of people grow up, supplemented by strict supervision measures, the grassroots of the Four Seas will inevitably return to a place of harmony. However, before realizing this plan, Luozindi needs to brainwash his classmates and make them loyal to him. After all, he can only respond to him from all corners of the world when he makes a call from the heights in the future. Followers are like clouds. This is what the general trend that I cultivated. After an embarrassing, nutritious conversation, Luo Xindi followed Mandela to the cafeteria and had a meal with ordinary base soldiers. After the meal, Luo Xindi pulled Mandela aside. Said, "Mandela, are you satisfied with your branch colonel?" What do you mean, Blue Eagle? It doesn't mean anything, you reading www.yuyugonshu.com, I just think you colonel, inaction, timid, and mediocre. Let him sit in the 73rd branch. I am afraid it is not the blessing of your 73rd branch. Blue Eagle, what do you want to say? Mandela frowned, but there was a flash of approval in his eyes, but as a subordinate, he didn't want to slander his superior at will. Although the superior was stupid like a pig, he only knew how to carry money. I don't want to say anything, I just want to ask if you have thought about replacing it. Luo Nandi didn't talk nonsense, and asked directly. Mandela was stunned when he heard this. Instead, he wanted to dream about it, but how is this possible? Mandela has made many credits over the years. But every time he reported, he would be concealed by the colonel, and sometimes he would even take the credit for himself. In this way, the position of the old colonel has also become more stable, and he can only subdue to others forever, and cannot do his best to show his justice. Think. But how can it be done? Mandela smiled bitterly, but Luo Nandi said, as long as you want, I can put you in charge, but I need you to give something. What? Your loyalty. Luo Xindi looked at Mandela slowly and said, after all, Mandela has been in officialdom for so many years, how could he not understand the problem of position? Then Mandela weighed. Luo Xindi is only a navy student, but behind him is a general of the warring states period. If he enters his command, he will be a person of the general of the warring states. Isn't it that his future career will be promoted step by step? Want to understand this? Mandela opened his mouth and said, if you can put me on top, I am willing to be loyal to you, Blue Eagle boss. Chapter 40, White Town. Mandela also called Luo Xindi the Blue Eagle boss along with the people from the Naval Academy, which represents a kind of recognition and allegiance. Although Luo Xindi is only 9 years old this year, the things he does and his strength have already been ignored by everyone. With regard to his age, he voluntarily called him the boss. The close conversation between Luo Xindi and Mandela soon ended, and then Luo Xindi asked when Mandela would return to the Naval Academy. Mandela thought about it and said to Luo Xindi, the warship needs a simple. It is estimated that it will take 2 days for maintenance and inspection, plus the preparation of materials for the sailing. 2 days. Luo Xindi nodded when he heard the words, then looked at Mandela and said, can you lend me a small boat? Boss Blue Eagle, are you leaving? Oh, this is my first time in Bahai, so I can stop by when I have time. Luo Xindi looked at Mandela and said, this is the truth. In fact, in these 2 days, Luo Xindi can choose to train at the naval base, but after thinking about it, it has been almost a year since he came to this world. In a long time, Luo Xindi has only been to 2 places, Malinvander and the Naval Academy, so he wanted to take advantage of these 2 days to visit Bahai. Okay, it just happens that the number 6 boat is idle. You can take it and use it first. By the way, do I need to send 2 seamen to help you row? Oh, no, I just take my classmates. Boat number 6 is a small lifeboat, half a circle smaller than an ordinary fishing boat, but it won't be too crowded if a few people sit on it. After borrowing the boat, Luo Xindi found the boar and others and said that he would go out for a stroll. In the circle, did anyone go with it? After saying this, except for the wild boar who was seriously injured, the rest were eager to try. In the end, Luo Xindi chose 2 people, Turkey and Teal. These 2 people really don't know how to code names. They sound very culinary, but these 2 people are very honest, Don't speak much, don't speak much, and he is also a die-hard fan of Luozindi, very suitable for use as a boating tool. With such a small boat, the three of them went out to sea. After wandering in the sea for a night, Luozindi finally saw a small island, and the three of them happily went to the island. On this island, Luozindi discovered that this is a fairy tale version of the country of ice and snow, covered with ice and snow everywhere, white and flawless, beautiful like a fairyland, and the residents on the island are all very fashionable in dressing. Compared with the villagers of Mushroom Island, it is completely the difference between the metropolis and the countryside. Wow, Blue Eagle boss, this island is so rich, you see that the buttons on these pedestrian clothes are all made of gold. Turkey has never seen the world, and said with wide eyes. Luozindi was baptized by the 21st world skyscraper. These prosperous cities are full of resistance. He was not too surprised, but Luozindi discovered a special situation on the island, that is, there are no old people on this island. It seems that the oldest is in his 30s, not even more than 40. Perceiving this special situation, Luozindi suddenly woke up. There is no old man but very rich snow country, is this? Ah, boss Blue Eagle, Turkey, look over there, why are those people's skin all white, and their hair is white, is this a special race? Teal suddenly yelled at a few local people who had gathered together not far away to talk. Skin and hair are albino, is this really that country? Luozindi narrowed his eyes slightly after hearing Teal's words, and then Luozindi said to the turkey beside him, Turkey, you go and ask, is this Frevans? Frevans? Boss, how do you know this place? The turkey asked with a puzzled face, but Luozindi did not answer but urged the turkey to rush to inquire. The turkey immediately went to ask someone to ask, and soon the turkey ran back, Boss Blue Eagle, you are really a god. This is Frevans, also known as the White Town. It is the richest country among the many countries joined by the world government, and a rich country that everyone envy. A rich country that everyone envy, maybe. Actually speaking of a wealthy country, it is indeed very rich here, but everyone admires it, that may not be true. At least the world government officials who know the truth about this country will not envy this country. Frevans, the White Town, the original death surgeon, the hometown of Trafalgar Row, is also a country of tragedy that ended tragically. More than 100 years ago, Frevans, a small, poor country, suddenly discovered very rare amber lead. Amber lead is a very versatile material that can be used in tableware, paint, sweeteners, and cosmetics. It is even on the manufacture of weapons. Therefore, this amber lead was quickly sold worldwide. And the fast-eyed world government also signed a cooperation agreement with the royal family to obtain a part of the benefits, and encouraged the royal family to mine these amber lead mines to gain more benefits. However, the world government is rigorous in doing things. Reading www.uugonshu.com arranged for the Frevans to seize the time to mine the amber lead ore, while also understanding the essence of the amber lead ore. It turns out that this amber lead ore is toxic. It will spread into the air as it is mined. People will be poisoned if they absorb the toxin into the body, and this toxin will be passed on to future generations through inheritance. In this way, more and more people in Frevans are suffering from albinism and die, and the age of death is getting earlier and earlier, from 60 to 70 to 40 to 50 to 20 to 30. At the end of Luo's period, he could get sick at a few years old. Moreover, when the Frevans were collectively albino, a rumor was even more fatal to the people in this country. Some people said that albinism would be contagious. This suddenly alarmed several nearby countries, and these last few the country united and wiped out the whole country of Frevans. Only the young Luo mixed in the pile of corpses and ran out. This can be said to be one of the things in the original book that best reflects the corruption of the world government. For some benefits, you can squander all the citizens of a country and treat the civilians as weeds. This is really rotten to the root. Luozindi sighed, looked at the surrounding environment, and said to the turkey and teal, "Let's go, now that we are in this white town, let's try this national characteristic amber lead cuisine. Luo Xindi said that he was ready to taste the delicious food. As for some people said why not go to Luo and recognize his relatives earlier, I am sorry, it is estimated that Luo is still a single cell at this time. I haven't been born yet, what do you see, and the tragedy of this country is rotten to the roots, and Luo Xindi is powerless, so he can only go to eat first, but when Luo Xindi is preparing to eat, on the coastline suddenly there was a burst of gunfire, followed by someone shouting, "Hurry up, the pirate is robbing the world government's cargo ship." Chapter 41, Spandane. It's not good, the cargo ship of the world government was robbed. The cargo ship of the world government was robbed? After hearing this, Luo Xindi glanced at the teal turkey. The turkey teal looked at Luo Xindi and said, "Boss Blue Eagle, you don't need to look at us. Whatever you want to do, we will accompany you. Go and see." Luo Xindi is not polite after hearing this, the leader should get along with the masses, but when facing things, he must have the ability and determination to be unique. The three of them confirmed the direction and rushed forward with all their strength. When they reached the coastline, the three of them looked up and saw that a ship flying the flag of the world government was blocked by two pirate ships on the sea not far away. Two pirate ships have leaned on the transport ship of the world government, and the connecting decks of the two ships have also been erected. A group of pirates rushed to the transport ship of the world government, brandishing their swords. "Little ones, kill these officials, rob their goods, kill. Oh, go." The little guys rushed towards the transport ship with their swords, but when these little guys rushed halfway through, they heard a loud shout from the Navy transport ship, "Slash! Brush!" A huge wave of berry chopping rushed out, and the little guys who had just stepped on the deck the next moment were all swept out, followed by a group of people in black uniforms. "Ah, Blue Eagle boss, I am a member of CP9. The line of people in black who came out of the turkey suddenly spoke. Luo Nandi looked at the turkey and said, "How did you know?" The turkey said at this time, "My parents are small officials in charge of logistics in the world government. They usually prepare clothes for various departments. I have been playing in their warehouses since I was a child. Therefore, I have all the standard clothing for all departments of the world government. Understand, this black dress is the symbol of CP9. Other CPS have different colors. For example, CP0's clothing is white." The turkey looked at Luo Xindi and said. Luo Xindi nodded softly after hearing this. It turned out to be like this, he has gained knowledge. At the same time, Luo Xindi also expressed no surprise to the opponent's meeting. After all, the Navy 6th form is not a unique skill of the Navy, and CP also regards the Navy 6th form as a compulsory subject. A group of people in black immediately squeezed the two pirate boats for a short time. At the same time, a man in black striped clothes pulled away from the crowd and walked to the middle of CP9, with an amplified phone bug in his hand. Hey, where is the pirate, dare to intercept your Spandane Sama's cargo ship with such a lack of eyesight, and quickly leave me, otherwise all will be executed according to the rebels, bastard." Spandane said coldly to the pirates, and here Luo Nandi also heard Spandane's words. The whole person was a little tranced. How could Spandane's name as a senior Haimai not know? The CP9 chief who appeared in the original book is a trash with a holster on his face and a power value of only 9. His name is Spanum, and his father is Spandane. He appeared on the scene 20 years ago. She served as the chief of CP9, and 20 years before the beginning of the plot, he obtained the Golden Phone Bug, the initiator of the Killing Order, from the general of the Warring States period, and launched the Killing Order against Robin's hometown, O'Hara. "I didn't expect to meet this here," Luo Nandi murmured, and then continued to look at what happened in the sea, and just as Spandane's words fell, the next moment a stone flew from a pirate ship, and the stone flew. The speed is very fast, its power is comparable to a bullet, and it is about to hit Spandane. Spandane's strength was the same as his son, and he was a scumbag of the 5th battle. The sudden change scared Spandane to be stupid at the time, but fortunately there were other CP9 members present, and he saw his boss behave like this. The chicken flew over, pulled the boss away, and resisted the stone. Iron! Iron! There was a sound of a stone hitting the iron sheet, but before the sound disappeared, the next moment I heard a loud boom. The stone exploded like a bomb out of thin air, making a huge explosion. Boom! The CP9 member was obviously not aware of this situation. The whole person was directly lifted up by the bomb, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and the whole person was seriously injured on the spot. Yo ha ha ha, there are really idiots who dare to pick up my flying rocks. Hey, this group of stupid officials is a proud and arrogant one. They will never remember our name if they don't suffer a loss. Following 2 simple conversations, the captains of the 2 pirate ships walked out of the cabin. One was dressed in a long gown printed with a big stone, and the other was dressed like a primitive man, holding a stainless steel spear in his hand. Upon seeing these 2 people, a burly man on CP9 frowned suddenly. How could it be them? Gormley, do you know them? Shponda was frightened by the scene just now. He thought he could be a soldier without fighting for the name of the government. He didn't expect that the 2 pirate groups were so arrogant that the government was not afraid. www.readaloud.com. So at this time, Spandane was already frightened, and could only pin all his hopes on Gormley, the true senior agent of CP9, a powerful force. After listening to Spandane's words, Gormley glanced at Spandane and said, "The leader of the Flying Rock Pirates, Bamira, the bomb fruit-capable person, can explode and kill the inorganic matter that he has touched. The power is amazing, and the current bounty is 55 million. Another guy who dresses up with savages is the leader of the Spear Pirate Group, Savage Taro, who is good at using spears and has very strong physical skills. He currently has a bounty of 50 million. It's all tricky, guys. Ah, what should I do? Gormley, is all up to you. How many can you block?" Spandane looked at Gormley expectantly, and Gormley said with a dark face, "It's already very hard to block one." "Ah, what should we do? Will we die?" Spandane burst into tears after hearing this. Why would you encounter such a terrible pirate when you came out to perform a simple mission? "That's it, I haven't become the chief of CP9 yet, and the government has a relationship there. It's all done, and it took half of my savings. They all said that after the mission was successful, I would be promoted to CP9 chief. Is it going to die here like this?" Spandane was almost crying. "It was too difficult for me, and I was looking for promotion. How could I stand up to this unlucky thing?" Just when Shponda was thinking about it, he heard Gormley shout, "Be careful, the enemy is on. The spear flow, fly. Brush." The first shot was Savage Taro. This guy yelled, and immediately followed the stainless steel spear in his hand and shot it out like a javelin, and went straight to Shponda. "High official, don't kill him first." "Kill who?" Chapter 42, Luonandi's view of the overall situation. I'm going to die." Looking at the spear coming through the air, Spandane was terrified, his eyes widened, and his tongue was spit out, but at this moment, Gormley slammed and blocked Spandane. Iron. Steel. With a loud noise, the spear pierced Gormley's body directly, but was blocked by Gormley's iron block. But at this moment Savage Taro threw out 2 spears again, and at the same time he sprinted and shouted, "Savage sprint!" The Savage Taro moved abruptly, and followed by a sprint across the gap between the 2 ships, just like the savage chasing prey and jumping in a mountain stream, and at the same time 2 spears also flew in front of Gormley. Gormley still used iron blocks to block. The spear was blocked and flew out directly. The Savage Taro had already rushed over, grabbing the spear that flew back with both hands, and stabbed Gormley again. When Gormley saw this, he dodged and dodged. At the same time, he swung his foot twice and kicked out. 2 chopping waves killed the Savage Taro. The Savage Taro had both hands and a spear, one after the other in a block shape. stood in front of the chest and directly blocked the chopping wave. At the same time, the savage Taro waved his double spears again, lance flow, stab. Paper painting, Wushan. Gamla used the paper to dodge the enemy's spear, and at the same time a shaved man went behind Taro the savage, finger spear, handgun. Lance stream, big windmill. Savage Taro saw that Gormley had killed him, and quickly withdrew his two spears and turned the spears like a windmill to block Gormley's attack. Gormley could only retreat when he saw it, but he just retreated, on the other side. A flying stone hit it and exploded in Gormley's ear with a bang, causing Gormley to stagger. "Hey, government minions, have you forgotten me?" Flying Stone Bamira was sitting on the boat gang at this time, throwing a stone up and down in his hand, watching Gormley sneer. Gormley frowned and shouted, "Spandane, send someone to stop him, let me tackle this savage first." "Hey, you guys, go and stop Bamira, wait, you two come back and protect me." Spandane found a safe place to hide at this time, and reached out to direct a few other CP9 mid-level members to deal with Bamira, but after thinking about it, he called two of them back to protect themselves. There is no way to be greedy for life and fear that death is already engraved in Spandane's genes. The worse the situation, the more this slippery thinks about saving his life. At this time, he was even taken prisoner for a while, so he thought about saving his life. "Come on, don't be afraid of hacking Bamira to death. Just use paper to avoid his flying stones." "Oh!" Several CP9 members cheered each other out, then pulled out their sabers and rushed towards Bamira on the moon step. Bamira watched the CP9 members flying in the sky and said, "It's so flawed." Bamira struck out with a flying stone. "Go away, go away!" CP9s yelled loudly, but is Bamira's flying stones so easy to avoid? Just listen to the bang and explode directly in the air. A hapless CP9 is directly blown up, and there is no way to use iron in the air. The block was crushed directly by the bombing. "My god, it's terrible!" Spanda was shivering from the fright, hiding behind the rudder, showing two small eyes to see everything, and at this time a few CP9s also fell on the pirate's deck, very close to Bamira. At this time Bamira stood up and moved her muscles and bones for a while and said, "Oh, I haven't done it for a long time, let's practice with a few of you. Stop talking nonsense, come on everyone, hack him to death." CP9 glanced at each other, and then slashed at Bamira with a long knife. Bamira looked at the cut long knife, and the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. "It's really stupid. Isn't the knife also an inorganic thing?" Boom! The spear flow, the double dragon thorn. Savage Taro gave a loud shout, and then shot out a dragon and stabs Gormley directly. When Gormley saw it, he dodged the frontal stab, and then flew into the air one month after another, followed by a blow to the foot. Land feet, gale cut. Brush. Savage Taro's strength is lower than Gormley, so he was directly repelled by a single blow and kicked back by 2 steps, and just between this respite, Gormley heard a booming explosion, and saw it in a blink of an eye. All of his CP9 companions fell in a pool of blood, and Bamira reached out and pinched a CP9's head at this time, and lifted the whole person up. "No, no, no!" CP9 trembled in great fear, but at this moment Bamira smiled and said, "Goodbye, boy." After saying this, Bamira's arm swelled suddenly, and CP9's head burst like a watermelon after hearing a loud bang. "It's disgusting." Bamira looked at the white substance mixed with blood in her hands, grabbed a CP's clothes and wiped her hands, then looked at Greet in the air with a cruel smile. "It's your next time, sir." Fly. Stone. Boom. A stone flew directly into the air and exploded. At the same time, Bamira jumped into the CP9 ship and officially joined the battle. At a time, 2 big pirates with a bounty of more than 50 million shots at Gormley at the same time. Even if Gormley is strong, he is not an opponent at all, but if Gormley wants to escape, he can succeed. After all, he has a skill like Uebu. The escaping opponent would not be able to catch up, but Gormley didn't dare to run. They are pulling precious materials named by the world government on this ship. If they lose this batch of materials, they will face execution when they return to CP9, so Gormley can only resist desperately. Boss Blue Eagle, I'm afraid that CP can't hold on anymore, let's just leave it alone. Teal looked at the battle on the side and asked. The turkey heard this and said, isn't the CP that filthy thing's dead a good thing for the sea? Let's talk about when our navy was in desperate situation, he CP helped us, I said we didn't see it, and it was not our navy that was robbed anyway. The relationship between the navy and CP is not very harmonious. The navy follows this justice, at least superficial justice, and CP, as the lackey of the Denon people, is unscrupulous, and sometimes even in order to accomplish the goal, the joint pirate pit navy does it. After www.readaloud.com, the navy has always had a poor impression of CP. Of course, CP also looks down on the navy and serves the gods too. Why is your navy forced to be full and one mouthful of justice, and our CP is going to be called a running dog? Therefore, on the surface, both organizations are in a state of dog biting a dog's mouth. The conversation between Rob Lucci, who was promoted to CP0 from the original book, and Marshall Akadog can see some clues, so Turkey said that regardless of this is in line with the values of an ordinary navy, but Luozindi does not think so. Luozindi's goal is to overthrow the world government, establish a new regime, and become the king of the world, so he will not limit his sights to an ordinary navy. What he wants is the overall situation, and in order to complete this overall situation, all forces can be won. CP9 is not impossible, it just needs some means. But then again, Spanda is too disgusting to save him. And saving him is a bit inconsistent with Luozindi's values. After all, O'Hara is the order of the slaughter launched by this servant. Wouldn't it be a bit of help to save him? Yeah, it's really hard to choose. Ding, system detection, the host is facing a choice, whether to rescue Spandane. One don't help, this kind of disgusting bug, it's good to die. Reward, from the League of Legends equipment system, pickaxe. 2 Rescue, view of the overall situation, perspective of the overall situation, a person must have a perspective of the overall situation, for the overall situation of saving a bug is not a big deal. Reward, from the League of Legends equipment system, burning gems. 3 shots to kill everyone, and the world government announced that after CP9 saw 1 kill 1. Send your own voice to the world, kill CP9 first, and then declare that you are the enemy of the world government, you are the king of the world, wow haha, reward, from the League of Legends equipment system, Endless Blade. Chapter 43, Pirate, you are arrested. Blast, 100 Rock Bomb. The Spear Flow, the Tiger Sting. Boom boom boom. Ahem puff. Gormley just insisted on being exhausted for less than 5 minutes. He was defeated. After suffering the explosion of hundreds of flying stones, he was immediately pierced by the savage Taro's abdomen, clutching his stomach and retreating. After reaching the position of the cabin, the blood in his mouth and stomach was rushing, and he lost his combat effectiveness. Hey, I thought it was a hard bone, but it seems like that now. Flying Stone Bamira smiled, and followed his eyes to Spandane's direction. Come out, the government's running dog. Spandane was almost urinating at this moment, and the whole body was trembling in hiding. He didn't reply to Fushi Bamira's words, but shivered constantly. At this time, Savage Taro frowned and held it up. The spear walked towards Spandane. Ah, you two, save me, save me. Seeing the Savage Taro coming, Spanda hurriedly asked the 2 CP9 members around him to protect himself. The 2 CP9 members knew that they were definitely not opponents, but they had been brainwashed and gritted their teeth and shouted, "For the government, kill!" Lance Stream, Doublethorn Bird. How could 2 ordinary CP members be the opponents of the Savage Taro? They were pierced in the heart by the Savage Taro in just 1 round. Ah! Shbanda yelled strangely when he saw it, and knelt on the ground the next moment, showing a humble attitude. Ah, Lord Pirate, spare your life, don't kill me, please don't kill me, I will know what you have. Yes, really, I will promise. Spandane knelt on the ground and wailed loudly. His humble appearance was not as good as a dog. Don't turn his face away from the seriously injured Gormley and couldn't bear to look directly at him. What a shame! At this time, the savage Taro was stunned with his spear, and frowned. Hey, is this an agent of the world government? Too humble and disgusting. No, no, Taro, don't get me wrong. The real agent is the guy who can fight, and the dog-like praying for life can only be done by those timid officials, and this is a standard stooges of world government officials. That killed. Savage Taro looked at Bamira, and Bamira nodded and said, if you like it, kill it. Anyway, my goal is the valuable amber lead of this ship. For some of these amber lead, I can have enough money to attract more. My subordinates, they have hit the great route. Don't forget my share. Savage Taro looked at Bamira and said. Bamira laughed after hearing this, of course, we are an alliance. Then I killed this dog. Kill. Bamira nodded in agreement. The savage Taro also raised his spear at this time, and Spandane was shaken into a sieve. No, no, don't kill me, help. Hey, minion, go to hell. Land feet, flying cut. Just when Taro was about to stab Spandane to death with a spear, suddenly a slashing wave flew over not far away, interrupting Taro's spear, and Taro and Bellamy were all vigilant. Looked into the air. At this time, I saw a young navy standing in the air stepping on a moon step, holding a camera phone worm in his hand. This phone worm was borrowed by Teal from Branch 73. He originally thought he was going to travel with Luozindi and wanted to take a photo to commemorate, but I didn't expect it to come in handy here. Yeah, I'm sorry to bother you. I want to kill someone and wait for me to finish taking the photo first. Navy. Bamira frowned and looked at Luozindi who was stepping on the moon step in the air. Luozindi also took the photos he wanted, and then smiled and said to Bamira, hello, Mr. Pirate, now I will officially inform you that you have been arrested, please don't make senseless resistance. I was arrested, it's up to you, what joke, you get me down. Bamira looked at Luozindi frowned, and the next moment a stone flew towards Luozindi. Luozindi hurriedly fled when he saw it, only to hear a boom, the stones exploded behind Luozindi. Yeah, what a dangerous ability. Luozindi murmured, and at this time Spandane underneath was already yelling, Navy, I'm CP9 Captain Spandane, come and save me. It's really noisy. Luozindi buttoned his ears, and the next moment he stepped on the moon step and fell from the air. Bamira and the savage Taro looked at Luozindi vigilantly, but Luozindi looked at Bamira and the wild with a smile at this time. People Taro. Be careful, they are great, Navy. Gormley covered his wound and said to Luozindi. Luozindi nodded and said, I have watched your battle just now. It is indeed a very difficult enemy. Luozindi said, slowly drew out the good knife and blood cut in his hand. Pirates, do you surrender yourself, or you still need me to do it? If I do it, I can't guarantee that you will be alive. There is no guarantee that we will be alive, the Navy is so loud, CP is not our opponent, can you just do it? Bamira and Taro the savage looked at each other, and then surrounded Luozindi in a pincer. Luonandi was not nervous when he saw this. Read www.yuyugonshu.com. Luonandi witnessed all the battle just now. He has enough understanding of the strength of these two pirates. How can I say, the strength is good, but with there is still a big gap between 70 million big pirates who are about to cut Persia. Dars, especially Bamira, who relies on the ability of fruits, was even killed by Luoxin Dick. Luozindi thought, savage Taro had already attacked. The spear flow, the double dragon thorn. Blast, 100 rock bomb. Savage Taro shot, Bamira immediately threw a bomb to block Luozindi's retreat. Luozindi saw the blood in his hand and raised it slightly, one sword flow, chopping knife. When Luozindi's unpretentious chopper directly caught the savage Taro's double dragon sting, but don't underestimate this simple chopper. One action is practiced hundreds of thousands of times, and its power is definitely not worse than a trick. The spear flow, the tiger sting. One sword flow, block. Luozindi still blocked the barbarian Taro with unpretentious and calm and unusual basic swordsmanship. After 2 moves, the barbarian Taro and Luozindi knew that Luozindi was a strong man who was absolutely not inferior to him. At this time, he called out quickly. Bamira! Bamila, help me! Okay, blast, boulder bomb! Bamira said that he drew out a fist-sized boulder and smashed it at Luozindi. When Luozindi saw this, he quickly shoved and wrinkled his brows. This battle must be decided quickly and cannot be delayed. It seems need to drop an eye-catching guy in seconds. Luozindi thought about kicking the air with his feet. Shave, sprint. Luozindi directly changed his angle and headed straight for Bamira. Seeing this scene of savage Taro shouting in shock, Bamira, be careful. Chapter 44, I want to kill you like an ant. Bamira listened to savage Taro's words and looked at Luozindi who was rushing towards him, with a confident smile on the corner of his mouth. A swordsman wanted to slash himself with a knife. Don't forget that the knife is an inorganic substance and can also be detonated. You really treat me as a bully. Bamira thought about the decision to directly enlarge the move, destroy the nasty navy with one move, and then smoothly take away this badge of amber lead, and after selling it, recruit troops and buy horses to increase their strength. Blast, self-bomb. Bamira's use of abilities will begin to swell in the next moment. The basic ability of explosive fruits can make the whole body explode with great power. As long as Bamira explodes, there will be no living people on the entire deck. As for the savage Taro, to be honest, Bamira only uses him as a knife. As for the alliance, he is lied to divide the money. Anyway, after killing these CPS, he is ready to kill Taro. It is better to kill them all right now. Up! Luozindi speeded up at this time, and the blood cut in his hand was ready, but Luozindi also saw that Bamira's whole body was swelling. Luozindi knew the fruit of the explosion. The fruit in the original anime is Don Quixote. The cotter of spades in the family, the fruiting ability of Gurudayas. It is a kind of powerful destructive fruit that can detonate inorganic matter in itself at will. With its current expansion state, it is estimated that as long as the explosion of the entire deck, everyone on the deck will be affected, and Spontane's zero combat garbage is estimated to become instantaneous. Slag. The purpose of Na Luozindi's shot this time is not complete, so Luozindi must not let Bamira explode. Snap, a snapping finger, room. First, the scope was covered. A huge soundproof house with a diameter of 58 meters instantly enveloped the entire ship. The next moment Luozindi snapped his fingers again, death. Bang, hey. Bamira was already inflated to the extreme at this time. Just about to detonate herself, she suddenly realized that her fruit power had disappeared, and her whole person was stupid. At this moment, Ronandi sprinted to Bamira's front. One sword flow, cut. With one stab, Bamira's whole body was cut open from the chest, and the blood flew out directly. At the same time, with the experience of slashing the pirate group, Luozindi quickly swung a few more stabs and directly chopped Bamira into several segments. It's so deadly, so relieved. Bamira. Savage Taro saw Bamira being chopped into several pieces, he was furious, and shouted loudly, and the two spears slammed at Luozindi, lance stream, flying fishbone. With the sound of breaking through the air, the two spears pierced Luozindi. At this time, Luozindi held the blood high, and then continued to use the extremely stable basic sword technique to face the savage Taro. Ding ding! 2 times Luo Xin blocked the two spears of the spur, and the savage Taro rushed forward, and the next moment his hands held the two spears again. Lance stream, double windmill. Said that the double spears in Taro's hands turned like two big windmills to kill Luozindi, and Luozindi grasped the handle of the knife with both hands, one sword flow, block. Dang dang. Luozindi stalemate with Taro holding the blood cut. Can't Luozindi behead Taro immediately? No, Luozindi has such strength, but Luozindi does not, but uses Taro to hone his swordsmanship. Especially the realm that he cuts off the steel of Persian Dalzi, the fast-cut pirate group. Luozindi just touched the edge, and then it is difficult to make it out, so Luozindi wants to rely on the barbaric tower. Luoyazan, master this technique. Dang dang. The two fought for hundreds of rounds, and Luozindi found that his sword skills were getting more and more sophisticated, and Luozindi slowly mastered the realm of cutting steel. Hey boss Blue Eagle, we have all caught, when will you end? Luozindi was playing with Taro. At this time, Luozindi was ordered to deal with the teal of the miscellaneous soldiers. The turkey shouted with a loud voice. Sure enough, the two pirate ships were caught by the two of them. At this time, Luozindi almost mastered the skill of cutting steel, and Taro's sparring team could no longer play a big role. At this time, Luozindi forced the Taro back with a sword. Pirate, I have played enough, you surrender, or you will die. Luozindi watched the savage Taro issue an ultimatum. Hearing this, savage Taro raised the spear in his hand and said, there are only savages who died in battle, and cowards who did not surrender. If the navy has the ability, you can kill me. You can die. Under the sword of the strong, it is the honor of our savages. Come on, spear flow, wolf piercing. Hey, that's it. In that case, I will use the tricks you practiced with me to get to know you. One sword, slash the steel flash. Brush. Hey. The two would fight the swordsmen, usually using each other's unique tricks to kill each other, followed by the two staggered past, standing still. For a moment, Luonandi exhaled a suffocating breath, and the blood cut in his hand slowly inserted into the scabbard. When the sword was completely inserted into the scabbard, the two stainless steel spears of the savage Taro were all cut off from the middle, and at the same time, a huge blade appeared in Taro's chest. With a puff, Taro fell to the ground without breathing. Luozindi turned and said to the turkey and teal, you two chopped off the heads of these two pirates, we are going to leave. Hey www.readaloud.com Navy, you can't touch these two pirates. Luozindi was just about to let the turkey and teal clean the heads of Bamira and Taro, when Spandane, who was almost scared to pee, suddenly cried. Do you have any opinion? Luonandi turned his head to look at Spandane. Spandane was startled by Luonandi's eyes, and he trembled all over, but thinking that this man was a navy, he couldn't pinch himself at his waist and said, Navy, report your rank. Navy cadet, no rank. Luonandi said indifferently. Spandane's chest became even stronger when he heard this. Let me tell you, I am Spandane, the captain of CP9 under the world government, and I have a similar position. To the rear admiral of your navy, so boy, now I order you to leave the head of the pirate, otherwise I will punish you and expel you from the navy on the grounds of hitting the superior. He, do you take credit for it? Spandane, I don't think you know how to write dead words. Luozindi smiled at Spandane, the next moment he brushed his blood out of the sheath and put it on Spandane's neck. Ah, what are you going to do? I am CP9. If you kill me, I will be wanted by the world government. Not to mention the navy, the whole world will hunt you down. Spanda was frightened, especially when he smelled the smell from the sword. He. Spandane, who do you think I am? I will kill you and be wanted by the world government. It's a joke. I killed you and the world government wouldn't even dare to let go. Believe it. Hi, Navy, don't brag, who do you think you are? Do you think you are? Draco? If you have killed a government agent, can the government want you? I'm wanted, yeah, I forgot to introduce myself, my surname is Don Quixote. Chapter 45, Want to be friends with me? Don Quixote. The eyes of this surname Spandane were all staring. Others don't know what Don Quixote represents, but how could he, a CP person in charge, not know the master's surname? Shhh, keep your voice down, call God's last name, do you want to die? Luonandi turned his head close to Spandane and said. Spandane was so scared that he nodded and said, let's talk in the cabin. Go. Luozindi said, turning his head to the turkey tea duck and said, put away the heads of these two pirates, I will say a few words to the CP adult, and we will leave here in a while. Yes, Blue Eagle boss. The two responded to Luozindi and began to clean up the pirates, and Luozindi had already entered the cabin with Spandane, entered the cabin. Luozindi cut the blood into the scabbard, and watched Spandane silently. Spandane paused for a long time and said, are you really surnamed Don Quixote? That's right. Luozindi replied faintly. Impossible, you lied, Don Quixote is the last name of God, they should live in Marijoa, how could they join the navy? Spandane stared at Luozindi, as if he had broken through Luozindi's lies or average. Luozindi said a name calmly at this time, you know, Don Quixote Huoming Guosheng. The betrayer of the gods. Hearing this name, Spandane's eyes widened. How could he not understand the fool who voluntarily gave up his noble status in the Sky Dragon? I remember that when I first heard about this news, Spanda Inbai was surprised to hear that the Drago Knight was killed. After all, how could he easily give up his position and fall into the mortal world? This is something that Spandane, who has played his life and wants to be promoted, can't understand it at all. Yes, I am his son. Oh, I see, you are Don Quixote da Flamingo. It was said in the Holy Land that old sage Huoming has a 13-year-old son. Spandane pointed to Luozindi and said. Luozindi shook his head after hearing this, I'm sorry, I am not, my name is Don Quixote Luozindi, Huoming's second son. Luozindi? No, the news from the Holy Land said that Huoming Gushan's second son is only 9 years old this year, and you are only 9 years old. Spandane looked at the 1.7 meter tall, slender and handsome Luonandi with an unbelievable expression. Whose 9-year-old kid looks like this? Yes, I just passed my 9th birthday, is there a problem? Luonandi looked at Spandane and asked. Spandane shook his head and said, no. That's good, but Mr. Spandane, don't be too pressured. I am no longer a Denonian. I have been removed from the Holy Land, so we should be able to be friends. Patient, friend. Spandane just breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, he was suddenly frightened by Luozindi's words. To be friends with the Drago Knights, and to be friends with a Drago Knight who had been removed from the list, this risk is great. Yes, my most loyal friend, what do you think, Spandane? Hee. Yes, of course. Spandane said reluctantly, but then cautiously asked, Master Luozindi, be your friend, me, what do I need to do? Oh, Spandane, don't be nervous, it's not a big deal. All you have to do is to climb to the top of the CP, and then when I need it, help me do something, or pass me some useful information. Yes, it's not very simple, my friend. Spandane wiped the sweat on his forehead with his hand after hearing this. It's a simple ass. Isn't this just letting himself be the double agent of Luozindi? Let yourself be a spy of Luonandian Diane in the government? The risk is too great. Spandane frowned, preparing to pretend to agree to Luozindi first, and then ran out to tear up the contract. Anyway, Luozindi was no longer a god, and it was not easy for him to trouble himself. Hey, Spandane, my photography technique is really weak. I took you so ugly, sorry. Spandane was thinking about how to perfuse Luozindi, but at this moment Luozindi actually took out a camera phone worm. With the touch of a button, the camera phone worm immediately spit out a few photos. It is very magical, just like that. Polaroid camera is like. At this time, Luozindi shook the photo in his hand. Spandane saw the photo at a glance, and his eyes became serious immediately, because the photo in Luozindi's hand was the photo of him kneeling and bowing to the pirate. In the photo, he was wagging and begging for his poor photos to the fullest. Seeing these photos, the cold sweat on Spandane's back came out. CP9 is the ace of the world government spy forces. It has always been the purpose of sacrifice rather than submission. Serve God and stop till you die. However, these photos revealed all his greedy and fearful side of life, and kowtowed to the pirates for mercy. If this is passed to the CP headquarters, he will definitely be sentenced. Not to mention that the current official position is not guaranteed, and he may even kill him. Ride in it. Ah, Lord Luonandi, I want to understand, it is my honor to be a friend of you, please accept my loyalty. Spandane knelt on one knee at this time. www.readaloud.com. A knight's loyal look, Luonandi patted Spandane on the shoulder and said, "Good friend, your loyalty is I have received it. I can rest assured that I will collect these photos, and I will never let them show." Hehe, then there will be Lord Luonandi-san. Spandane looked grateful, and Luozindi smiled at this moment. "You are welcome, are they all friends? By the way, when you call me in the future, just call Luozindi, don't add a holy, after all, I have its nada anymore." "Yes, Lord Luonandi." Spandane bowed and said. Luozindi nodded with satisfaction. "By the way, do you have any phone bugs that can be contacted secretly? The one that can only be contacted in a single line. Give me one. Let's do well in the future. Keep in touch. Some adults." Spandane spoke and pulled out a pair of black phone bugs. "My lord, this is an anti-eavesdropping single telephone bug." "Oh, is it? Don't make a mistake, if I say something on the phone about you kneeling down to the pirate and begging for mercy, it's not good." Luonandi looked at Spandane and said. Spandane waved his hand again and again after hearing this. "My lord, don't worry, this phone bug will never be tapped. I guarantee it with my head." "Well, in that case, just wait for my call." Luonandi picked up a black phone worm to go, but after just 2 steps, Luonandi remembered an important thing. "Hey, by the way, Spandane, you guys are well informed about CP9. Help me keep an eye on one. Devil fruit, I have an urgent need." "Devil fruit? What kind of devil fruit, is it natural?" No, Superman, the fruit of the door." Chapter 46, The Truth about Amber Lead. Door fruit is definitely a bug fruit. When using the fruit, you can open the door anywhere, including air, and if you open the door in the air, a green alien space will appear, and the user can take refuge in the space. Listen, is this fruit ability very familiar? It's more like the arbitrary door in the hands of Doraemon, and if it is to develop in combat, think about the little boss in the Naruto crew next door with Soil. One can be ranked among many the pinnacle of the shadow level powerhouse. It can be imagined that this involves the terrifying ability of space. But in the original One Piece, this fruit ability was developed by Bruno of CP9. It was extremely rubbish, and it was easily defeated by Luffy in the second gear. What a pity! So Luozindi felt that he should collect this fruit. If he meets a suitable subordinate in the future, or meets that person, he can turn this fruit into a power he can use. Luozindi thought about walking out of the cabin. At this time, the turkeys and teals were waiting. Luozindi said a few words to the two, and saw a government ship flying a government flag in the distance. Luozindi looked at such a raging government ship, a bit strange. The government is not like a poor person, and a cargo ship is not so nervous when it is attacked. Luonandi was thinking about it. Spandane also walked out of the cabin. Luonandi was even more confused when he saw Spandane. If it was just valuable goods, even ace agents like CP9 would be sent to him. Luo Xindi thought about beckoning to come to Spandane. My lord, you call me. Hey, I forgot to ask just now, what valuable cargo is loaded in your ship? You need your CP9 to collateralize it yourself. Luo Xindi looked at Spandane and asked. Spandane hesitated a little after hearing this, and said, Pole lead, all the boats pull on this boat are high-quality amber lead. Perkin? Why does the government want so much Perkin? Luo Xindi looked at Spandane suspiciously. Spandane had already surrendered to Luo Xindi at this time, so he dared not hide it. My lord, let me tell you a secret of the world government. Oh, what's the secret? Luo Xindi was also aroused by Spandane. Spandane looked at the turkey and the teal and said, This secret can only be told to you alone. As soon as this was said, the turkey and the teal were both witty and walked away. At this time, Spandane said to Luo Xindi, My lord, even if I am loyal to your testimony, this secret is required by the world government. Strictly confidential. Oh, talk about it. Sir, do you know amber lead? Know a little bit, the specialty of Fervans, a magic substance that can be used in all walks of life and even in weapons. Luo Nandi looked at Spandane and said. Spandane nodded after hearing this, Yes, but do you know that this amber lead is highly toxic, sir? Very poisonous. Ronandi pretended not to know, and Spandane nodded slightly at this time, Yes, the world government has investigated it 100 years ago that this amber lead is highly toxic. If it continues to be mined, it will make the entire Frevance's people are replaced with albinism and their lifespan is greatly reduced until they are extinct. The government hasn't notified the royal family of Fervans to stop mining amber lead mine. Ronandi looked at Spandane and asked. Spandane gave a ghostly smile upon hearing this. The government has notified the royal family of Fervans, but the news of the notice is to increase the amount of lead mining. The world government has even increased the purchase price of amber lead, and used profits to lure the people of Fervans to open mines day and night, providing a steady stream of amber lead mines for the world government. Hey? Why? Why did the government do this? Is it only for the wealth brought by the lead? Luo Xindi is even more puzzled. Although he believes that the world government is rotten, but no matter how rotten the government is, it cannot destroy a country just because of its mere money. Wealth? No, Lord Luo Xindi, although wealth is very important, it is not so important that it makes the world government abandon a world government to join the country. The world government knows that the lead is poisonous, but still asks Frefans to mine it. The reason for this is that they discovered a big secret about per lead. Spandane looked at Luo Xindi and said, Luo Xindi also successfully aroused interest. What big secret? Amber lead has energy storage, and it has an irreplaceable role in making weapons. As for other functions of amber lead, such as making paint, dessert seasonings, cosmetics, etc., after the amber lead is purified, the remaining side the role of the leftover material is that the true essence of amber and lead has been purified by the world government and sealed up. Spandane looked at Luo Xindi and said in a low voice. After hearing this, Luo Xindi's eyes shrank sharply. Amber lead has an energy storage type, which Luo Xindi can understand. After all, on Earth, lead batteries it is very common, and it is understandable that the amber lead is used for energy storage as a battery. If so, the amber lead is really a strategic material, not to be underestimated. My lord, let me tell you one more gossip. It seems that Wu Laoxing is sending CP0 to adjust a scientist named Vegapunk recently. It is said that a design drawing of a laser light weapon by this scientist was discovered and reported. The energy of the laser light is stored by amber lead. Spandane whispered to Luo Xindi, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Luo Xindi's eyes shrank severely after hearing this. Vegapunk, another great man, a self-proclaimed beyond world 5 a century-old super genius, in the future, he invented the navy ship that can traverse the windless zone and the great scientist of the pacifist. Speaking of pacifists, Luozindi could not help but think of those bear-like guys, who can emit laser light on the palms of their hands and mouth, and the laser light is a design drawing by Vegapunk, so presumably, this pacifist the energy source of the person is likely to be a super battery that uses amber lead as an energy storage material. In this way, it makes sense that the world government does not hesitate to destroy a country for this powerful weapon and energy, but it makes sense, but every time you think about it, the innocent people of a country are just because of the selfishness of the world government. All the tragic deaths are annoying. It's really a dirty government. It's really damning to treat the lives of people in a country as ants. Luozindi clenched his fists tightly. He is now unable to change all of this. When Luozindi can change the world one day, Luozindi will surely overthrow this dirty government and return the world to peace. Big, sir, what did you just say, what did you say? Luozindi did not speak very quietly just now, so Spandane heard clearly. At this time, he was so scared that he was trembling. Luozindi actually said that the dirty regime was said to be ahead of. Oh, I didn't say anything. You didn't hear anything just now. By the way, if your companion is here, I will withdraw first. Luozindi patted Spandane on the shoulder, then waved to the turkey, and Teal said, retreat. In the next moment, the three of them stepped on the moon step and headed to the coast, and soon disappeared. Chapter 47, Bounty. Boss Blue Eagle, what shall we do next? The turkey looked at Luozindi and asked. After hearing this, Luozindi thought about it, leave Frivans, then find a bounty house, and replace the head of Flying Stone Bamira and Savage Taro with bounty. Let's go out and play. How can we have no money? Ah, Blue Eagle boss, do you want to exchange the heads of these two great pirates for the bounty? The turkey looked dumbfounded. This is all merit. If it is brought back to the headquarters and the great pirates quickly cut Persian Dalt's credit, Ronandi can even be promoted directly to the rank of Major by virtue of this credit. He is 9 years old. Major, this definitely broke the record for the youngest major in the Navy. But for such a precious opportunity to upgrade, Luozindi actually wants to use it to exchange money. Turkey can't understand it. In this sea, only strength is the most important. In addition to strength, the rest are like money and beauties. They are all strengths. Accessories, with strength, as long as you want to. Aren't these things at your fingertips? Teal was also surprised at this time, but the acceptance of Teal was obviously higher than that of Turkey. When Luozindi said that he wanted to exchange the head of a big pirate for the bounty, he was taken aback first, and then he proposed one to Luozindi. Very important question. Boss Blue Eagle, we are the Navy. According to the Navy's military service system, after the Navy eliminates pirates, it will exchange the pirate's bounty for military service, and the accumulated military service can be exchanged for military rank. You cannot directly exchange the pirate's head for the bounty. This is a problem, so if you two have money, let's find a clothing store, buy 2 casual clothes, and then go to collect the bounty. Luozindi watched the two propose a solution, and then they couldn't help but drag them to find a clothing store. Half an hour later, on the streets of Frivans, Luozindi wore an aristocratic tuxedo, followed by 2 turkeys and teals in brown suits. From a distance, he led 2 attendants with someone from a young master. It's out in general. Yes, so you don't see that we are the Navy, Turkey, where is the nearest bounty here? Luozindi turned his head and looked at the turkey on the left. The turkey looked up the map in his hand and said, it should be the bounty house where the 67 branch is located. Okay, let's go there. Luozindi said that he took the turkey and teal to the nearest 67 branch bounty house. Navy Bounty House, this is actually an organization affiliated to the Navy, and the actual control is the world government, so the bounty provided in the bounty house is also provided by the world government. The 3 of Luozindi came to the island where the bounty was located. As soon as they approached the island, the 3 of Luozindi saw that the island was crowded with people coming and going. Everyone was holding various wanted lists in their hands, from time to time. Pointing, and inviting each other to form a team. This screen is a bit like those stand-alone games that Luo Nandi once played, where players take on tasks. Boss, these guys are bounty hunters active in Bahai. These guys don't have a bottom line. Whoever gives more money can help whoever does things, and they always like to eat black. Let's be careful. The turkey came to Luo Xindi's ear and whispered. Luo Xindi nodded and said, I understand, but don't be afraid of them. If they dare to provoke us, we will let them return to the west. Luo Nandi shook the blood cut in the handshake. The bounty hunter said it nicely, but it was actually a group of mercenaries. Today they may be offering high rewards from the navy, so he will help the navy kill the pirates, and tomorrow may also be due to some the pirates were treated well, and they in turn joined the pirates to kill the navy. To put it plainly, these are some extremists who can do anything for money. And this kind of extremists is also part of the root cause of the disturbance of the sea, so if these short-eyed guys provoke Luo Xindi doesn't mind sending them back to the west. Boss Blue Eagle, we'd better not make trouble here. This is the territory of the world government. It's unclear what happened. Turkey kindly reminded. Luo Xindi nodded slightly after hearing this. They don't mess with us, we don't mess with them. If they dare to mess with us, we will destroy them. Okay, everything depends on you, boss. The turkey nodded in agreement, and immediately stopped the boat, and the two of them surrounded Luo Xindi and got off the boat. The bounty hunters on the coast also noticed 1 or 3 people of Luo Xindi, mainly turkeys. It was too eye-catching to hold a head alone with Teal. Oh, where is the noble brother? Do you need to find a follower? How about 500,000 berries? I'll be your follower for 500,000 berries. Just as soon as Luo Xindi landed ashore, a Scarface greeted him and asked. I do not need it, thank you. How could Luo Xindi be a follower? He refused directly. After hearing this ruthless refusal, the bounty hunters all around were very happy. Ha ha ha. Scarface is too embarrassing. I volunteered to be a follower, but was ruthlessly rejected. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Ha ha ha. What a shame. Shut up, you rubbish, don't patronize and laugh at me, you have the ability to go up by yourself. Scarface said with a black face, but the look in Luo Xindi's eyes was wrong, but when he saw Turkey and Teal with heads in their hands, he couldn't help frowning. Who would be killed? Go up and take a look. Scarface thought about following Luo Nandi and his group to the bounty house without making a sound. The bounty house was built in the center of the island. It was a separate small Western-style building. A navy post was set up around the small Western-style building. A small group of navy was stationed in the post. The navy who took the lead was a fellow with the rank of major. The door of the bounty house was open, surrounded by bounty hunters. When Luo Xindi and a group of 3 arrived, he was immediately surrounded by the bounty hunters, and then he entered the exchange hall. When they arrived, a fat man was received. Government officials. What's the matter? The fat man looked at Luo Xindi and asked. Luo Xindi waved the Turkey and Teal to throw their heads on the case and said, change money. Oh, wait a minute. The fat man waved his hand when he heard the words. The 2 staff in suits opened their pockets, revealing 2 heads. At this time, the fat man took the bounty slip and stood up. This turned his hands and suddenly stopped, because the bounty slip was impressively written, the captain of the Savage Pirate Group, Savage Taro, is offering a reward of 50 million. Wild, Savage Taro, 50 million great pirates, you killed. Fatty's eyes are almost staring out. The 50 million big pirates are definitely among the top 10 horrors in the North Sea at the moment. Hearing Fatty's words, the surrounding bounty hunters were all shocked. My grass, 50 million big pirates, the 3 of them can kill 50 million big pirates? How is this possible? Chapter 48, Armor of the Deity Fanatic. No, no, how could there be 3 people? You see, the one in the middle is obviously a young master. The ones who really have the ability should be the 2 in suits. Look at the muscles on their bodies, it's obvious that they are practicing family. The bounty hunter's eyes were very poisonous and he saw the extraordinary of the turkey and the teal. As for Luozindi, he was wearing a tuxedo, with a delicate face, and a relatively thin body. Young master, although handsome, he is incapable at first glance. And there are really powerful men, turkey and teal, who are about 1.90 meters tall and hunchback. And just as the bounty hunters were guessing the strength of the turkey and the teal, the fat guy who was responsible for checking the head suddenly shouted again, "Oh my God, this guy is a big pirate flying with a reward of 55 million. Shibmira. Bamira." Upon hearing this name, all the bounty hunters in the bounty club took a breath of air. Fishi Bamira's reputation is much greater than that of the savage Taro, mainly due to the several killing activities organized by the bounty club. The first time kill Bamira. At that time, Bamira's bounty was only 22 million. At that time, a total of 10 bounty hunters were dispatched to hunt. As a result, all of them were destroyed in World War I, and none of them escaped back. The second time when Bamira offered a bounty of 40 million yuan, the bounty club organized a hunting team of 50 people, and the ending was still ruined. The third and last time, when Bamira offered a reward of 50 million, the bounty club organized a hunting team of 100 people, and again no one survived in the first battle. Since then, Bamira has been the trickiest prey in the bounty club. Although everyone is greedy for the 55 million bounty, no one dared to organize a manpower to destroy the flying stone Bamira. Therefore, when everyone heard that Bamira was killed, the crowd suddenly became lively, and there was a lot of discussion. The fat man carefully compared the head and the reward list, and walked through the process to ask how Luonandi and his team killed Bamira and the 2 big pirates. Hearing the fat man's question, the others pricked their ears and listened. At this moment, Luonandi smiled and said, "It's luck to be able to kill them all. Today I took my 2 bodyguards out to play in fray. On the isolated island near Vance, Bamira was found fighting with Taro the Savage, and I quickly hid with 2 bodyguards. The 2 of them fought for a long time, and both suffered a loss. At this moment, I asked my 2 bodyguards to go up, and one of them easily killed the 2 who were already paralyzed from exhaustion." Luozindi smiled. The turkey and teal rolled their eyes when they heard Luozindi's words. The Blue Eagle boss is really a lie. If you don't know the truth, maybe you will be fooled by the boss. The surrounding bounty hunters also heard Luozindi's explanation, and instantly slapped his thighs with annoyance. How could I not let myself meet such a good thing? I said that with these 3 people, how could I kill the flying stone? Bamira, a strong like Taro the Savage. But to say that these 2 people fight and lose both ends, these 3 guys who have been lucky enough to pick up the head, they can still believe it. After all, this is in line with their logic and cognition. How about it? I didn't use the dummy head to fool you, so hurry up and give us a bounty, let's go back. Luozindi looked at the fat man and said. The fat man also sighed Luozindi's luck after hearing this, but the reward that should be honored still has to be honored. Flying Stone Bamira, Savage Taro, confirmed death, bounty revocation, bounty exchange. Bang, bang. After finishing saying this, the staff immediately brought 2 big suitcases, Bailey, and put them on the chopping board. In an instant, the eyes of all the bounty hunters gathered. Looking at the bounty hunters around like evil wolves, the turkey and the teal looked at each other and wanted to make Luozindi go quickly. At this time, Luozindi pointed to the bounty on the table and said, "Count it, the amount yes, just leave." Yes. Turkey and teal tried to calm themselves down after hearing these words, and then counted them. The reward of 105 million was a lot. "Master, that's right." The turkey nodded to Luozindi, and Luozindi waved his hand after hearing this. "After the money is collected, let's go." After speaking, Luozindi turned around and walked outside the Bounty Club. The turkey and teal immediately followed, and at the same time, one person carried a large box of barley in his hand. Go, keep up with them. Seeing Luozindi and 3 people go, the bounty hunters looked at each other and hurriedly followed. There was a scar face in it. Luozindi was walking in front of 3 people, and the bounty hunters behind him got together more and more. Soon the number surpassed 100, and at the same time it was still growing. Wealth is touching. 105 million Baileys are enough for these guys to take risks. At this time, someone can't help but prepare to do it. Asshole, you can't do it on the Bounty Island, otherwise it will attract the Navy. Scarface stopped a bounty hunter who had the urge to do it immediately. Boss, shall we do it? Feeling the bounty hunters gathering more and more behind, and the unkind gazes of those people, the cold sweat on the turkey's forehead is getting more and more, and the fists are clenched. Don't worry, www.readaloud.com, I'll talk about it out of the island. Luozindi walked in front indifferently, not at all frightened by the more and more bounty hunters behind him. His indifferent appearance was like a lion ignoring the more and more sheep. Boss, you are too indifferent, there are at least 200 bounty hunters behind us. The turkey gritted his teeth and said. Luozindi smiled and said, it's okay, there is me, 10 of you, and the rest is mine. This is not good. The turkey said with embarrassment. After hearing this, the teal glared at the turkey and said, how about I and the boss 10, and the rest is yours? Boss, I think your proposal just now is great, just listen to you, hee. The turkey smiled at Luozindi, and his holding heart stabilized, no longer being as worried as before. The 3 of them got on the boat. Luozindi turned his head and said to the turkey, find a deserted island nearby. Understand? The turkey should row with the teal, and at the same time a group of bounty hunters all got on the boat and rowed with Ronandi and the others. This is already going to be robbed. The turkey and the teal were rowing. Luozindi closed his eyes to rest, and received system rewards in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system mission and helping Spandane. Now the host is rewarded with a burning gem. May I ask the host to extract it immediately? Extract. Luozindi directly chooses to extract, followed by a ding-dong sound. The burning gem is completed. Burning gem, plus 200 HP, plus 10% cooling reduction. Ding! The system prompts that the host has gathered crystal bracers, giant belts, and burning gems. Now it is possible to synthesize godly fanatic armor for the host for free. Does the host synthesize it? Chapter 49, see you again. Fanatic armor, the first big one. Luozindi's eyes suddenly brightened a lot. This is the first big piece he will synthesize. Look forward to it. Synthesis. There is nothing to hesitate about. Luozindi directly confirmed the synthesis and heard the system prompt again in the next moment. Ding! The equipment is successfully synthesized. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the first magic outfit, Fanatic Armor, from the League of Legends equipment system. Fanatic Armor basic attributes, plus 800 health, plus 200% basic health recovery. Equipment skills, Heart of a Fanatic. Wearing this equipment, when in a non-combat state and not taking damage for 6 seconds, the damage the host receives will heal at a rate of 5% per second. With plus 800 HP, this one doubled his inherent HP, and his physical strength grew proportionally. In other words, his devil fruit abilities will become more durable, and the scope of the room will also be larger. Luozindi murmured, followed by snapping his fingers, and the next moment the scope of his room directly expanded to a huge range of 120 meters in diameter. It has more than doubled its previous strength, and this is only the basic physical strength value added by the equipment. With the complete development of his body and unremitting exercise in the future, Luozindi feels that one day, a single finger can cover the entire room. Marin Vondo. The second is this plus 200% basic health recovery. This is about physical recovery. Normally, after a long period of exercise, Luozindi takes about 2 hours to recover to full physical strength, and now he has this attribute bonus. Luozindi's physical strength can be completely recovered in only 1 hour, which for the cultivator madman, almost double the training time out of thin air. This is definitely a magical skill for Luonandi, who is a hard-working genius. And this is just a bonus to the basic attributes, and the real reason for the fanatic's armor to be rated as A is his exclusive skill Fanatic Heart. This is a very buggy skill. Read the skill description carefully. It clearly states that in a non-combat transition state, if you do not receive damage within 6 seconds, it will heal wounds at a rate of 5% per second. What kind of concept is this? That is, as long as Luozindi is not directly hammered to death, he can heal his entire body in 26 seconds and return to full blood again. This is simply a weakened version of the immortal body. And pay attention to the question, the condition for the activation of skills is non-combat status, not after the battle is over, that is to say, even if you do not attack or get hit by enemy skills during the battle, as long as you dodge for 26 seconds, you can be full. The blood comes back to continue to be tough. Is this not a magical skill? Think of the man in Demasha who is hiding in the grass and holding a big sword. He is usually beaten to blood in battle. Then this buddy ran away and the assassins chased after him. This chase and chase, chase and chase, for a while, this the great sword returned to full blood, then turned his head with a smirk, and hit the opponent with a fatal blow. Silence, followed by armor. The great sword turned around, the last Demasha justice, the great sword from heaven. The anti-kill was successful. This is the horror of a man with a big sword in a fanatic armor, and also the horror of a fanatic's armor. And now Luozindi has obtained this terrifying equipment. Luozindi thought about preparing the first divine outfit. The next moment he listened to the rowing turkey calling himself, "Boss, boss." "Hey? What's the matter?" Luozindi regained consciousness. "Boss, there is an island ahead. Do you want to dock?" "I just roughly counted the ships chasing behind. There are more than 40 ships, and the total number is 300 to 400 people." The turkey said with some courage. Luozindi heard the words and glanced at the turkey and said, "It's okay, there are not a few masters, it's all a mob, just do as we said, you and the teal will practice 10 each, and the rest all of it belongs to me," Luozindi said confidently. After hearing this, the turkey swallowed and asked in a low voice, "Boss, this bounty hunter is not the target of our navy, why do we have to target them?" "For them? No, no, they are targeting us, and a sea does not require 2 arms. These bounty hunters say they are helping the government to fight against the pirates, but they sometimes do more evil than the pirates. Metaphorically, the pirate is a real villain and is bad in the face, while the bounty hunter is a hypocrite, bad in the dark, just like the scum behind us." Luozindi glanced at the bounty hunters chasing behind him. After hearing this, the turkey and teal looked back at the group of bounty hunters chasing after him anxiously, and couldn't help sighing. Heaven's evil is especially against it. You have committed evil and you can't live. You think you are chasing the god of wealth, but you don't know that this is the real god of death. The boat quickly reached the edge of the desert island. This desert island is very small. It is said to be a desert island, but it is actually a huge reef. The whole island is bare and there are no plants. Except for the stones, they are stones, which has no economic value at all. Luozindi looked at the island very satisfied. Yes, it's a good place to make a grave. As Luozindi walked towards the center of the island, the turkey and teal carried a large suitcase of money, and then walked towards the center of the island. "Quickly, catch up with them, they are on the island." The bounty hunters screamed www.readaloud.com and rushed to the island. More than 40 boats madly surrounded the entire island, and then the bounty hunters were surrounded. "Land and move closer to the center of the island." At this time, in the center of the island, Luozindi found a huge boulder and sat on it, hugging his arms, with the blood cut in his arms. The turkey and the teal stood one by one at this time, guarding Luo like a guardian. Southwest D, 2 boxes of Bailey were left alone under the boulder. The sea breeze roared, and bounty hunters formed an encirclement. Dozens of seagulls resting in the middle of the island were frightened by the terrifying aura and all flew away. Good. 300 or 400 bounty hunters, armed with swords, stared fiercely at the 3 Luonandi who were surrounded by them. Their eyes were full of murderousness, murder, and treasure. This is the kingly way to survive in this sea. Ha ha ha, little master, meet again. The encircling circle became smaller and smaller. Scarface was the first to stand up and answer. Luonandi sat on the boulder, looked at Scarface and touched his chin. Yes, how come I didn't succeed in being my follower on the bounty island? Are you looking for so many people to apply for the job now? I have said that my young master does not accept poor skills, and you want to be a follower of me and not qualified. Ah, do you want to die, kid? After listening to Luozindi, a short man in the crowd drew a knife and glared at Luozindi. He dared to mock others when he died. He really didn't know how to write the word for death. Hey, don't worry. Scarface looked at the dwarf and stopped him, and then continued to look at Luonandi with a smile on his face. Young master, we should not hire if you know your standard is high, but our brothers are not doing very well recently, so we want to follow young master. You borrow some money to spend, will young master not borrow it? Chapter 50, I grant you death in the name of justice. Don't borrow, get out. Luozindi didn't even pause, and shouted to Scarface. This is the last chance he gave these bounty hunters alive. If they admit their counsels at this moment, they still have a chance to leave, and if they don't retreat, that is deliberately looking for death. Hey, young master, don't borrow, we have hundreds of people chasing you to this desert island. If you don't borrow, I'm afraid you are not enough friends. Friends? Make friends with me, are you worthy? Luozindi was still speaking without saltiness, and Scar's face suddenly turned cold. Little master, we have already given you a lot of face. Don't be shameless. Okay, I have enough nonsense with you, but the same sentence, don't borrow, get out. Luozindi was already a little impatient. Luozindi was very polite when dealing with civilians and fellow navy, but he didn't know why he was especially disgusted when facing these hypocritical bounty hunters. You, kid, you really are toasting and not eating fine wine? Brothers, the 2 big ones are chopped directly into mashed meat. This young master looks pretty good. I know a few who are active in the Great Route. Human traffickers, they like high-end goods with delicate skin and tender meat like young master the most. Scarface finally turned his face and shouted angrily, and all the bounty hunters who could not bear it at this time all rushed towards Luozindi angrily. The little ones give me a rush, kill a bodyguard to reward 1 million Baileys, and the one who catches the young master alive, a reward of 10 million Baileys, give me a rush. Kill. Teal, 10 yours on the left, 10 mines on the right, go up. The turkey looked at the bounty hunters rushing up, divided the personnel, and shot directly in the next moment. Land feet, cut. Dang dang. Little ones, be careful, it's a hard stubble. When the turkey got down, a group of bounty hunters unexpectedly stopped the slash, and the turkey immediately shot again, shave. The turkey flashed and came behind a group of bounty hunters, followed by a loud shout, pointing spear, Huanglian. Step on step. The turkey shot fiercely, and the teal was naturally unwilling to lag behind. It was also a shaved man who came to the crowd and began to attack the bounty hunter frantically. The turkey teal worked one after another, but was also trapped by the crowd. At this time, Scarface, the dwarf led a group of bounty hunters around Luozindi. Little master, now the 2 bodyguards you rely on can't protect you anymore. Believe it or not, I can chop you off with a single knife. Scarface tilted his head and looked at Luonandi. Luonandi slowly raised his head and looked at Scarface and said, "Do you often borrow money from people like this? Shouldn't you bounty hunters catch pirates?" "Ha ha ha, little master, are you stupid? There are a few good things that can form a pirate group in this sea. If we live by catching them, don't we want to starve to death? So we borrowed some money from the merchant ship, and then it's the beautiful women on their boats who sell their children to human traffickers to make the most of our money. How, little master, do you understand who we are now?" Scarface looked at Luonandi and laughed. At this moment, the dwarf on the side looked at Scarface and said, "What are you talking about these nonsense to him? First grab it and then sell it, then tie it up. Don't worry. The prey can't escape, but I love to spread the knowledge of survival in this sea to these young masters who don't know anything." Scarface laughed. Luonandi slowly appeared on his face when he heard this. Intercepting merchants, abducting women and children, what a bounty hunter, really more evil than a pirate. Pirates? Young master, don't compare those no-brained guys with us. Although we do the same tricks as pirates, we never provoke the navy, and occasionally provide services to the government, so we don't will be wanted like pirates. We are still called justice knights among those civilians, ha ha ha. Scarface looked at Luonandi with a rather contented smile. The pirates are just a group of brainless guys. The really smart people never go against the government, but they can make money. Well, this world is really rotten to the roots. You scumbags can also get the title of righteous knights. Okay, very good. But today you met me, I can't continue to let you do whatever you want, scumbags. Guys, I will kill you in the name of justice, scumbags, you are dead." Luonandi looked up and his eyes were already full of anger. What a deformed world, a group of guys who are even more evil than the pirates, they are called the righteous knights, it is really disgusting. In the name of justice? Ha ha ha, you can really joke, little master, do you think of yourself as a navy? Scarface looked at Luonandi and laughed, as if laughing at Luonandi's uncontrollable and whimsical. Okay, enough nonsense, little ones, go, catch the young master alive and find him a good buyer. Scarface yelled, the younger brother below went crazy, oh, punch, catch him. Luonandi looked at the bounty hunters frantically rushing towards him, frowning slightly in his mouth and muttered, I will grant you death sentences with a righteous life. You reading www.yuyugonshu.com scumbags. Snapped. A snap of your fingers. Room. An invisible soundproof room appeared instantly, and Luonandi clenched his fist. Death realm. A heart, my heart. A help, help. Puff puff. The corpses of bounty hunters fell to the ground, a move in the death realm. All 300 or 400 bounty hunters fell to the ground. Almost all of these bounty hunters were at the junior level. Bad things, but dare not face the Navy's scum. What kind of bravery can there be? And in this sea, a person's strength is directly related to his bravery, and a person who loses his bravery is not qualified to be a strong person. Snapped. Luonandi jumped off the rock and slowly walked past the fallen Scar. The Scar was holding his heart and he was not completely dead. Luonandi stopped in front of the Scar. One hand was holding his heart, and the other hand tremblingly grabbed Luonandi's trousers. Please, please, forgive me, I don't want to die. The people you killed have said the same thing to you. Think about how you did it. Sin will only go away with death. Luonandi said, ignoring Scar, and slowly walked forward. After hearing this, Scar's extended hand froze in place, and soon lost his breath. Hey boss, I just started playing here, why did you kill these guys all at once? I haven't gotten hooked on playing. The turkey used to pick up the 100 million Baileys of Luonandi, and quickly caught up with Luonandi. The teal followed without a word, and Luonandi slowly walked to the coast at this time. Hurry up and go back to training, time waits for no one. There are too many scum on the sea waiting for us to catch it. Chapter 51, Boss, let's post. The three people walked slowly towards the coast like this. Looking at the bounty hunter who was dead without a trace of blood, the turkey teal shook his head sympathetically. Jealous. On the shore, Luozindi looked at the 40 bounty hunter boats docked around him, waved his hand. Turkey, teal. Boss, you order. There should be valuable things on these ships. Don't waste them and move them out. Find a town and sell them to make some money. After all, you can't be a poor navy with no money. Luozindi said. The turkey immediately put down the leather box, jumped onto each ship and began to search earnestly. Teal hesitated at this moment and said, Boss, I want to set up a tombstone for these scumbags. Okay. Luozindi looked at Teal with some doubts. Teal said at this moment, even the most evil should be forgiven after the soul ascends to heaven. Are you saying that? Boss. Luozindi smiled slightly after hearing Teal's words. Although I don't agree with this, I will not interfere with how my friends do things. Do what you want to do, Teal. Yes, boss. Teal happily replied, ran out to find a flat stone, stood in the soil, and then carved 5 words on the stone with a finger gun, the tomb of the penitent. Luozindi was not very inspiring at this time. He returned to the cabin alone. This time he came out and saw the real pirates, the White Towns, the government CP9 members, and the bounty hunters. These guys all gave Luozindi an extremely bad impression. Pirates kill people like hemp. They wantonly hacked at innocent people for profit. The government does nothing, and even for profit, it can abandon the lives of its own people. The people of any country will fend for themselves. CP9 does not distinguish between right and wrong. Bounty hunters, known as sea knights, are doing things worse than pirates. This sea is already dying. If it is not treated, more people will die and more tragedies will be staged. Must be reformed, must overthrow this decadent world, re-establish political power. This decadent Dragonite regime has been maintained for 800 years, it is time to sweep into the garbage dump of history. However, reform is not a slogan. You need to build up your power and strengthen your strength. So even if you are only 9 years old, you can't slacken in the slightest. You must become stronger, stronger than anyone on this sea, in order to complete yourself. The goal. Luozindi strengthened his conviction, and without delay in the next moment, he ran out of the cabin with his sword. At this time, Teal also joined the Turkey's ship search mission. 40 ships were enough for these two guys to keep busy for a while. Up. What? What? Luozindi came outside, arrived on the stone island, drew out the sword, facing the sea, began to practice basic sword skills over and over again. This is something Luozindi practiced every day, only to lay a solid stronger than anyone else based on the foundation. Oneself can have a greater future than others. What? After 4 hours of basic swordsmanship training, Luozindi's physical strength has been consumed more than half. In the past, Luozindi's extreme sword training for 2 hours would exhaust his physical strength, but after equipped with the fanatic armor, the physical recovery reached 100%. 200, this is terrifying, and Luozindi's physical strength has not been exhausted in 4 hours. However, after 4 hours of exercise, Luozindi stopped training. He is now outside instead of the Naval Academy. If all his energy is exhausted, what if he encounters danger? So even if he wants to exercise, Luozindi will stay. Give enough emergency physical strength. Luozindi carefully wiped the blade of the blood-cut knife with a cotton cloth, wiped the sweat from his body, and inserted the knife into the scabbard. At the same time, the turkey and the teal came carrying 2 huge wooden boxes. Boss, send it, send it. Before they got closer, the turkey and teal cried out, and they looked like 2 children who had never seen the world. Yet it looks like a good harvest. Not bad? It's more than good, boss, you don't know how rich these are. The turkey and the teal threw 2 large wooden boxes on the ground, and then said to Luozindi, Boss, this group are too rich. We both searched around, and Pele only found 100 million yuan. In addition, these gold and silver jewels are estimated to be sold for 1 or 2 billion, which is more money than killing 2 great pirates. The turkey yelled in excitement at this time, and the teal face was flushed at this time. He had never seen so much money. Luo Xindi was also very happy to get so much money. He smiled and said to the 2 people, "Very good. Let's post it now, ha ha ha. Also, boss, these boats also store a lot of wine, some of which are famous wines in the world." The turkey looked at Luo Xindi and said. Luo Xindi's eyes brightened when he heard this. In the principle of not wasting, Luo Xindi suggested that they also bring wine. "Bad boss, our boat is too small to pull so much wine at all." Turkey looked at Luo Xindi and said. Luo Xindi had a headache after hearing this www.readaloud.com, and he could only reluctantly say, "Then pick the expensive ones and get as much." Hearing these words, Teal nodded and said, "Boss, let me take you there. My house used to sell drinks." Luo Xindi heard this and turned his head to look at the turkey and said, "Turkey, you carry the money and treasure to the boat, and we will set sail when I and Teal come back." "Yes." The turkey salute should be, when the Teal took Luo Xindi back to the various ships, "Boss, I remember where the famous wine was just now, you come with me." Luo Nandi followed the Teal and jumped onto a ship. The Teal said, "I found 2 bottles of 80-year-old gold medal rum in the captain's room of this ship. This is a treasure. 1 bottle sells for as much as 1 million yuan. Bailey." Teal opened the captain's room of the ship and immediately found that there were dozens of barrels of rum stored in oak barrels. This rum is an essential material for pirates and bounty hunters, and its effect is even higher than that of fresh water. In this era, the fresh water that the pirates fetched and stored on the boat is not pure water. There are a large number of microorganisms in it. It is easy to deteriorate soon after being left. Sometimes when sailing, it is impossible to meet an island in a month, and it is impossible to replenish the water source in time. Looking for something that can replace fresh water and can be stored for a long time, this is rum. Moreover, rum has an antivirus effect as alcohol. Not every pirate ship has a ship doctor. If you don't have a doctor, you can use rum to clean up the wound and prevent inflammation. Has a medical effect. Therefore, a wine that can replace fresh water, can be used as a medicine, and has a sweet taste, has naturally become an essential substance for pirates, so every pirate ship always has wine on board. "Boss, good, let's go to another ship, where there are 5 bottles of 30-year-old Binks." Chapter 52, 500 million Baileys. Teal duck, take the box, fast load, load. "Hey, good, boss." In a cabin, Luo Xindi and Teal found a huge wooden box and started to pack wine. Although each ship doesn't have a lot of wine, 3 bottles and 5 bottles, you can't hold others. The room was filled quickly. Woo! Luo Xindi and Teal were pretending to be full of joy, and suddenly heard a whining sound in the cabin. Teal heard that there are still people on the boat. Or is it a ghost? "Boss." Luo Xindi also heard a voice signaling the Teal to mute, and then looked for it seriously. Under the deck. Luo Xindi quickly heard the source of the sound and immediately fixed his eyes on the deck under his feet. Hearing the words, the Teal immediately stepped forward and lay on the ground and listened. "Yes, it's under the deck." Luo Nandi heard the words with a strong foot, and then stomped the deck with 1 foot, suddenly revealing the confined space under the deck. At the same time, a rather embarrassed girl was also revealed. This girl was wearing a white evening gown, but it was already he was in tatters, with the top hat on his head, but it appeared to have been stepped on the ground. At this time, the girl curled up in the dark corner and cried. When the sun was shining in the moment the deck was stepped on, the girl squinted her eyes in discomfort, revealing her crying red eyes. "Boss, there is a woman here." Teal said at this time. Luo Xindi said, "Pull up. Come up." Teal stretched out her hand to pull the woman, but the woman hugged her knees like a frightened rabbit, crying even worse, "Don't kill me, don't kill me, ooh! Hey, who is going to kill you? I want to save you!" Teal said impatiently at this time. Luo Nandi patted Teal on the shoulder after hearing this. "I'm here, hello madam, we are the Navy, just wiped out this group of bounty hunters, you are saved." "You? Navy?" After hearing this, the woman raised her head in confusion. When she saw Luo Xindi's handsome face, her heart suddenly missed a shot. The next moment she believed Luo Xindi's words almost without doubt. Such a handsome person. How could it be a bad guy? Luo Xindi rescued the woman and gave some fresh water and food. The woman began to tell her story. It turned out that she was the daughter of a wealthy businessman on Gemay Island not far from here. She went to sea with the family merchant ship a few days ago and met the bounty hunter, who pretended to be a pirate, was caught directly. The bounty hunter was going to use her to extort 100 million baileys from the wealthy merchant. After listening to the woman's narrative, Luo Xindi thought for a while and decided to send the woman home. After all, such a deserted island left her here, and there is a high probability that death is waiting for her. And according to the woman's narrative, Gemay Island is a commercial island with developed traffic and dense flow of people. This just happens to cash out the treasures he has collected. In this way, Luo Xindi collected all the good wine on the other boats, and then embarked on a return journey, and a group of 4 went straight to Gemay Island. However, in this vast sea, it is not easy to find an island, but at this time the woman suddenly showed her amazing talent, and she was able to easily find the location of Gemay Island without recording pointers. This had to make Luo Xindi sigh. All human beings in this world have the gift of the silent cup. According to the woman's guidance, the boat sailed for an afternoon and arrived at Gemay Island. After arriving on the island, Luo Xindi was invited to the woman's house. He received crazy thanks from the wealthy businessman and wanted to give out 100 million baileys as a reward. But Luo Xindi directly refused. If he took the money, what is the difference between himself and the group of bounty hunters? I save people completely out of my heart, not money. Otherwise I will be ashamed of the justice behind me. Luo Xindi's performance shocked the rich. He was deeply impressed by Luo Xindi's personality and exclaimed more than once, "If every navy is like you, it would be great." Luo Xindi did not know what to say after hearing the words of the rich, and finally could only reply, "In the future, there will be more and more navies like me." Although Luo Nandi did not accept the rewards of the rich, he did not refuse the treats of the rich. So he had a special meal at the rich's house. During the meal, Luo Nandi knew that the rich was called Togos. And his daughter is named Naris, and she knows that the rich man's strength is extraordinary. This rich man has a lot of family properties, spread all over the North Sea, and even trades in the Great Sea route. The most powerful thing is that he is in Champu. There is also a large-scale store in the islands, and business is booming. And when he knew the business map of Togos, Luo Nandi had some ideas. Money in his own hands is dead money, but in the hands of merchants, money can make money. After understanding this, Luo Xindi did not rush to reveal his trump card, but wanted Togos to help him sell the gold, silver, jewelry and famous wine. Togos fully agreed, saying that his family had business in this area and sold directly. Just give it to him. Luo Nandi expressed his gratitude. Soon Togos went to check the treasures and famous wines, and told Togos the quotation. After hearing this, Togos said to Luo Nandi, "Brother Blue Eagle, we will evaluate the price of your treasures. It's 200 million, but that's a low price. If you put it in the store and sell it to our Togojian business group, it's worth 300 million baileys. As for the famous wine, it's about 80 million baileys. It's not enough if you put it in the store. It should be possible to sell more than 100 million baileys. www.readaloud.com. Give me these things, and I will give you 400 million baileys. 4 billion baileys." Hearing this price, both the turkey and the teal were taken aback. They must know that these things were valued at a maximum of 300 million baileys from a professional perspective, but now Togos has given 4 billion baileys, which is obviously too much. Oh, by the way, Brother Blue Eagle, I just heard Neris say that you have parked more than 40 sea ships on that deserted island. You can sell them to me if you want, and I can change them to merchant ships. Those hulks? Yes, they can be sold to you. Well, some of these ships are large sailing boats, worth several million baileys, and some are small boats, worth hundreds of thousands of baileys. Let's put it together, I will give you 100 million, so that's 500 million baileys, can it? 500 million baileys. Hearing what Togos said, the eyes of the three of Luozindi widened. After all, if you count the cash in their hands, it would be a huge sum of 700 million baileys, which is enough to buy a big pirate in the New World. The head is gone. Luozindi glanced at Togos and said, Mr. Togos, the price you gave is very fair, even a little bit beyond the value of the goods. No, no. Don't say that, Blue Eagle brother, you helped me bring back Neris, this is the most precious thing, a little money is not enough to express my gratitude to you. Togos thanked Luozindi for his gratitude. Luozindi knew that he had no intention, so he finished the banquet happily, and received a huge sum of 500 million baileys from the old housekeeper of the Togos family. Looking at Luonandi's back, the old butler looked at Togos and said, Master, this deal hasn't earned any money. I didn't earn a head? How could it be? A relationship with this terrifying navy brother is the biggest earning. Chapter 53, Luonandi's arrangement. In Luozhindi's room, the turkey and the teal were staring at the 5 big boxes on the table. Each of these 5 big boxes contained 100 million baileys, which is impossible for an ordinary person to earn for a lifetime. A huge sum of money arrived. Boss, this time we really post it. The turkey pinched his face and said in disbelief. Teal still frowned without saying a word. Teal, do you have anything to say? Luozindi looked at Teal and asked. Teal listened to Luozindi's question and said, Boss, this Togos has given too much money, which is obviously beyond the value of this goods. Yes, so you have concerns? Luozindi asked Teal with a smile. Teal nodded and said, My mother taught me a word, merchants make great profits, and Togos will never do business at a loss. At a loss? How can Togos lose money? He wants to use this money to get in touch with us. A relationship. Yes, this old skater just wants to use this money to build a relationship with us. You must know that this old skater's business is not small. If you want to make a good business in this sea, how can you live without a power to protect you? Just like this time the bounty hunter kidnapped Neris, if his relationship is strong enough, the nearby navy would have taken the lead for him, but it didn't. What does it mean? It means he is okay. The turkey moved his eyes away from Bailey at this time, and Luozindi nodded and said, or the relationship is not strong enough, so he saw his shortcomings this time, so he urgently needs to find a relationship in the navy. That's not right, boss, he should look for those greedy navy colonels in the Baha'i branch to find a relationship, and how can it be that he ran over to find some of our students? Teal was still confused. Luonandi smiled after hearing the words, why don't you say that this old slippery head is clever? If you look for the greedy colonels in the Baha'i branch, you will probably get a relationship, but those colonels are all eating people and not spitting out bones. The evil wolves of China, if you have a relationship with them, it is easy to be eaten by that group of guys. If our navy becomes corrupt, it will be countless times more terrifying than the pirates. So this old skater didn't dare to risk such a risk to hook up with the navy here, and while continuing to find a relationship, he happened to discover our 3 upright little navies, especially the Naval Academy, which is the headquarters. In the future, they will be the mainstays of the navy. With a relationship, you are not afraid of being swallowed up by the prophet, and you can use our strength to protect yourself as much as possible. Why not do it? Luozindi explained the mystery in a word, looking for things like umbrellas. Which businessman does not do it? If he wants to be bigger, it has nothing to do with the government, and the end is often miserable. Turkey and Teal immediately understood the joints of Luozindi's words. At this time, Luozindi paused and said, "Of course he wants to use us, and we can also use him as our help." Okay, let's not talk about this. I said before, we sell the treasure and divide the money. There are 500 million Baileys here, and you alone can take 100 million Baileys and go. Luozindi looked at the Turkey and Teal and said, the Turkey Teal was stupid when he heard this, 100 million Baileys, what a terrifying number. At this moment the two looked at Bailey on the table with their eyes it's all lit up. But soon the two looked away from Bailey. Boss, we can't take this money. You killed the big pirate Bamira and Taro. You killed the bounty hunter. We didn't do anything. How can we take this money? Both the Turkey and the Teal waved their hands. Luonandi looked at the clear eyes of the two, and the corners of his mouth were slightly upwards. You have actually helped a lot. You deserve the money. Take it. No, boss, we don't want it, we don't want to kill it. The two looked at Luonandi firmly. Luonandi couldn't help but cocked his mouth when seeing the two of them like this. If they choose to take the money and leave, then Luonandi will also cut their righteousness with them, but they have withstood the test now. Luonandi decided to accept them as confidants. Don't. Really not. Don't kill me. Okay, very good, Turkey, Teal, I am glad you can withstand the test of money. I see in you the qualities that a naval soldier should have, so I sincerely invite you to be my brothers. Luozindi stretched out his arms at the two of them. After hearing this, the two of them could not understand. The navy is actually divided into factions, such as hawks, doves, old school. And want to be more comfortable in the navy, it is impossible to deny the boss and not join the faction. And Luozindi's invitation, even if they formally invited the two to join the small faction centered on Luozindi. Well, boss, thank you boss for taking in. When the two heard these words, they were suddenly very excited. No matter what his strength or background, Luonandi said that his future will be bright with him. Well, you reading www.yuyugonshu.com Turkey, Teal, welcome to join, then I will tell you something business, and it is also about how to use our 700 million yuan. Luozindi looked at the two and said. The two of them listened to this and looked at Luozindi with their eyes widened. Luozindi said slowly at this moment, our navy, as the face of the world government, is to destroy the sea for the world government. The thief, suppressed the sea, shed blood, lost their lives, but did not get enough treatment. After many soldiers died on the battlefield, the government did not even give pensions, leaving these wives and daughters who sacrificed soldiers for the navy without their parents paying attention to them. The refugees of the sea are miserable. Luozindi said here, the Turkey and Teal clenched their fists, damn the world government. Vent the resentment in his heart. Luozindi waved his hand at this time, don't talk nonsense, don't slander the government if you don't have enough strength, just listen to me. Although the world government doesn't care about these dead Marines, the generals of the warring states period have already set up pension facilities, but they can only barely make most of the dead naval family members not starve to death. This is obviously not enough. The navy is so big, I can't manage it, but in the future, when we graduate, we will also become generals and have our own subordinates. If they are killed or injured in the future, we will take care of them. So I decided to use this money to set up a fund. Then let us have this fund to help us make money, and then we use the profit as a pension for our navy soldiers in the future, to raise their children, parents, and the government does not care about them, we have to control it. Luozindi looked at the Turkey and the Teal and said, the eyes of the Turkey and the Teal went wide when they heard this, and tears were rolling in their eyes. Boss Blue Eagle, you are so gentle, you can be your subordinates. So happy, boss, we support you. Chapter 54, Blue Eagle Fund. Okay, in that case, let's follow my plan and set up a fund with the 700 million Baileys, but the name of the fund must be decent. Luo Zenandi whispered. Name, do you still need to think about the name, boss? It's called the Blue Eagle Fund. All the money is from you, the boss, so it should be named after you. Turkey heard Luo Nandi's words and said to himself. Teal heard Turkey's words and nodded, I agree with Turkey. The money paid by the boss should be named after the boss. It is not called the Blue Eagle Fund, but the Luo Zindi Fund. We must let us receive the grant. The people know who sent the money. Yes, that's right, just these two names. Turkey echoed again at this time. Luo Nandi was very satisfied when he heard the words. To become a leader, he must be remembered all the time, even thinking of himself involuntarily. As long as the Navy receives its own subsidy in the future, it must think about its own good and put itself first, so as to increase the loyalty of its Navy to itself. I want to understand these. Luo Nandi nodded and said, well, just listen to you two, the name of the fund is the Blue Eagle Fund. Thank you Blue Eagle boss for accepting our opinion. Turkey and Teal said, slightly moved at this time. After all, a boss who is willing to listen to the opinions of his subordinates is worthy of following. After all, this can show the boss's respect for himself. Okay, the name of the fund is set. Let me talk about my thoughts on this fund. First, the fund must be handed over to a qualified businessman to help us operate it. We just need to provide guards for it and wait. Regular dividends are enough. As for the direction of fund use, as long as it does not hurt the nature and reason, it cannot be held accountable to give fund managers enough room. The second is about the issue of fund allocation. My idea is to never move the principal. We can even invest some funds in the process. Then we mainly allocate the profits generated by the fund, and this interest should also be divided into two. Some account for 40%, and some account for 60%. 40% of the profit is used as a daily allowance. We give our soldiers some allowances every month. Now the world government pays too little to the naval military expenses. Many soldiers are not paid enough to keep their families hungry. Yes, so the treatment of soldiers should be strengthened, depending on the situation. Second, the remaining 60% of the profit will be treated as a pension. When the time comes, we will formulate a standard that must allow our soldiers to receive the best care for their families after their deaths. When the soldiers fight the enemy desperately, no worries. Yes, boss, your arrangement is too reasonable. Turkey and Teal said excitedly after hearing Luo Zindi's arrangement. Luo Zindi heard the words and looked at the duo. In addition, we did not have any soldiers in the early stage, so all the pensions will be used as the principal and continue to expand the scale. As for the daily allowance, the three of us can get a monthly allowance of 100,000 Baileys, and the rest will be counted as principal to expand the scale. Good boss, we have no objection. The Turkey and the Teal all agreed with these words and had no opinion on the distribution plan. Okay, the fund distribution plan has also been determined. The next step is the most important thing. Who is the agent of this fund? Luo Zindi looked at the Turkey and the Teal and asked the most critical question. Who will take care of the money? After hearing this, the Turkey and the Teal thought for a while and said, Togos. Hee, smart, I think so too. Togos is in urgent need of a backer now, we can provide him as a backer, and Togos is very talented in business. Without a strong background, he was established in the Chambord Islands. Industry, it can be seen that his mind is flexible, and this money allows him to act as an agent not to lose money. In addition, this person in Togos will weigh the pros and cons. As long as we are in the Naval Academy or the Navy, he will not dare to swallow our money, and the relationship between this person is not complicated, and the strength is very poor, as long as he dares to act rashly. We can send someone to clean it up for him. It's safe and reliable. Who would you choose if you don't choose him? Luozindi cocked his mouth, Turkey and Teal also cocked his mouth. The boss is so smart, he can pinch Togos to death, reliable. The three of them made a plan in the room. The Turkey and the Teal were already so excited. They felt that if they did this by Luozindi, they were likely to develop a super force that was far more powerful than other navies. After all, the navy now when fighting is full of worries. If there are no worries, the level of loyalty, the level of desperation, will reach a terrifying level. At this moment, they seemed to see a world-changing power quietly brewing. Luonandi looked at the excitement of the two of them, smiled, got up, picked up the blood cut by the bed, and walked out of the house. "Boss, it's almost going to bed, what are you going to do?" "Exercise, don't waste any time, there are many people in the world waiting for us to save it." Luozindi walked to the outside of the courtyard. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Togos's home is very large, so Luozindi was hosted in a separate courtyard. The Turkey and Teal looked at each other and stood up and followed Luozindi. Outside the house, "Boss, you are right, from now on we will follow you to practice." Luozindi has already waved the blood-cutting knife in his hand outside the house. The basics need to be practiced and the practice is extremely reliable. The sword is practiced into muscle memory, and the knife skills are integrated into the blood, so that he can become an extremely powerful. Jianhao and Luozindi, under constant practice, found that his sword skills became more and more proficient, and his sword skills became stronger and stronger. Just like the steel-cutting realm before Luozindi was not working well when used, but after Luozindi's current training, he has become more and more proficient. Swipe the sword 100,000 times, block 100,000 times, chop 100,000 times. Luozindi stood still and slashed the blood cut in his hand seriously. With constant exercise, he could swing 2 swords in 1 second, and Luozindi can now swing 10 swords in 1 second. This is a qualitative leap. Watching Luozindi continue to swing his sword, the Turkey and the Teal also began to exercise, although it is impossible to compare with the Blue Eagle boss, but don't be pulled too far by the boss. It takes 4 hours to practice just like this. At this time, the Turkey and Teal are already tired, and Luozindi also consumes more than half of his physical strength. At this time, Luozindi voluntarily gives up to continue exercising. It is because it is not too hard to practice outside here, so let's sleep. Room, deep sleep. Luozindi opened the soundproof room and used the skill of deep sleep, followed by a deep sleep. However, when he fell asleep, Luozindi found that his physical strength was a little bit faster, as if it was 3 times more than usual, but this consumption is not a problem for men with fanatics, so Luozindi didn't take it seriously. Chapter 55, Develop another skill. "Ah, so comfortable, I have never slept so well in my life." The Turkey stretched and stood up. When he found out that he had fallen asleep in this courtyard yesterday, the Teal on the side was still asleep, but Luonandi had already woke up and was exercising in the courtyard. With 6 skills, Luozindi is not a pure swordsman, he still learns 6 skills, so although he spends most of his time now on the practice of swordsmanship, 6 skills have never been mastered. When the Turkey woke up, the Teal was immediately alarmed, and the Teal also stretched out and couldn't help muttering, "It's strange, I slept so well yesterday. I haven't been so comfortable in this life. By the way, what time is the Turkey?" After listening to this, the Turkey glanced at the time and found that it is only 6 o'clock in the morning. You must know that he only slept at more than 2 o'clock last night. He wakes up at 6 o'clock and sleeps for 4 hours. If this is normal I will be too sleepy to open my eyes, but today I am 100 times more energetic, as if I have slept all day and night. It's 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock? We seemed to sleep only after 2 o'clock last night. How could we be so energetic when we only slept for 4 hours? Teal looked dumbfounded, and when the Turkey was as dumbfounded as the Teal, Luozindi suddenly said, "Don't be confused, I used the devil fruit ability yesterday." "Ah, "Boss, is this your ability?" The eyes of the teal and the turkey are wide, and the boss's fruit ability is too terrifying. The skill can temporarily deprive others of the devil fruit ability, assist sleep, and release a wide range of attacks to kill the weak. This development is also too comprehensive. Now, what kind of fruit is this? Boss, what kind of fruit are you eating? Turkey couldn't help but asked with curiosity in his heart. Luo Nandi shook his fist with all his strength and said, "Superman, silent fruit. The fruit of silence? Isn't that a waste fruit?" The turkey couldn't help asking, and Luo Nandi waved his kendo. "There are no waste fruits in this world, only waste people." Luo Zindi said that he ignored the turkey. This morning there were 10,000 shaves and 10,000 finger guns. The turkey murmured a few words with the teal, and then went out. Only the teal was left in the courtyard. At this time, he also started to exercise 6 poses. At this time, Luo Zindi was surprised while training, and he seemed unconsciously invented a magical technique, that is, deep sleep in a wide range. The magic of this skill is that Luo Zindi thought that he was the only one who could use this technique to assist in cultivation, but now it can be used on a large scale, which means that as long as his physical strength allows, he can drag multiple people into deep sleep. Get the same sleep advantage as yourself. What's more frightening is that this trick does not necessarily work on your own person. In fact, it can also work on the enemy. Think about it: if you fight a person and you suddenly drag him into a deep sleep state. There is a fart to resist, and I can only honestly get slaughtered. However, this skill is not as lethal as the Death Realm. It is a supplement to a wide range of AoE skills. If the truth is effective, it still has a great effect on one's own person. After all, with this skill, he can let his recovered younger brother enjoy the benefits of deep sleep, and train several times a day than others, so that the accumulation of strength will surely surpass his peers. This is definitely a magical skill with a team. Luo Zindi is very satisfied. One Piece world is never a world where one fights alone. No matter how powerful the pirates are, they must have enough support, and Luo Zindi is the same. Without the assistance of others, it won't be a big thing. One morning's morning exercise was over, when Turkey led a group of servants into the courtyard with a variety of breakfasts. "Boss, duck, have breakfast." The turkey was ready to eat. Luo Zindi was not welcome at all. He was full after a meal. After he was full, Luo Zindi found Togos. It was time for a showdown. He didn't have much time to do it. Goss tested each other. I found Togos, and Luo Nandi was straightforward. "Mr. Togos, I'm back to the naval headquarters. Thank you for your hospitality yesterday." "Oh, you're welcome, Brother Blue Eagle. By the way, Mr. Togos, I want to trouble you with one thing. I don't know if it's okay." "Oh, what's the matter?" When Togos heard that Luo Zindi had something to do, he immediately asked curiously. Luo Zindi waved his hand at this time, and the turkey and teal slapped the 7 large boxes on the table. "Mr. Togos, this is 700 million Baileys, there is nothing else. We want Mr. Togos to use this money to help us operate." Luo Zindi made no secret of his idea of making Togos an agent of the fund. After hearing this, Togos frowned slightly and said, "Brother Blue Eagle, it's not my hypocrisy. First of all, thank you very much for believing in my ability and allowing me to be the operator of this fund. I also believe that I can make money with this money. More money, but Brother Blue Eagle, this North Sea is not safe, and the Great Route is even more unsafe. It is very profitable for me to transport the goods to Shampoo www.readaloud.com, but be careful of pirates in the middle, even be careful of the navy. If you don't pay attention, you will lose everything, so you don't guarantee safety if you put this money on me. Mr. Togos, I know your concerns, but if you cooperate with me, how can I not arrange everything for you? After a while, I will give you a phone bug number. The owner of the number is Lieutenant Colonel Man, Bahai 73 branch of the Navy. Delals, tell him that you were my introduction. From now on, as long as Bahai has something to do, you can ask him. Lieutenant Colonel, Mandela? Blue Eagle brother, don't you be kidding, a lieutenant colonel would listen to you, a student of the Naval Academy. Togos asked suspiciously, and Luozindi slightly raised the corner of his mouth when he heard the words, he doesn't want to listen to me, but to give my dad a face. Your father? Oh, Admiral, the Warring States period of Buddha. Nani? Buddha, the Warring States period of Buddha is your father. Togo's eyes were almost out of their sockets when they heard Luozindi's words. It was terrifying, terrible. What kind of existence was the Admiral of the Admiral? It was an existence that could crush him by stretching out his fingers, and he actually bet on him. For my son, this is simply winning the lottery. At this moment, Togos is almost suffocated with happiness. If you have a relationship with the Warring States of the Buddha, you can't do business in the 4 seas and the first half of the Great Route. No, you have to catch it. This opportunity, place a bet, and then place a bet. Ah, well, since Mr. Blue Eagle has said so, I will be the fund manager, but since this fund is for Navy pensions, I will donate another 300 million Baileys on behalf of individuals to make up 1 billion Baileys, together as the fund principal. This is my respect to the Navy. Togos said sincerely, the son of the general, it is worth the bet. Chapter 56, Justice of the People. Oh, Mr. Togos is really an excellent businessman with social responsibility. I accept your investment on behalf of the Navy. Luozindi is not stupid. If people want to use the banner of the Warring States General to walk this sea, how can they not let him pay more? Things that are mutually beneficial. Togos was very happy to hear Ronandi's words, and to paraphrase a sentence from the movie, for such a big thing, if you don't pay something, it's just like fake. Luonandi received his own investment of 300 million yuan, so he accepted his request to join the Warring States General. With this relationship, he can definitely make his business bigger. Mr. Togos, we cooperate under cooperation. Before that, I have something to explain to you. First of all, if you cooperate with our Navy, even if it is a military business, you can't touch things that are illegal, such as population trading, underground munitions, poison pins. Oh, Brother Blue Eagle, please don't worry. Our Togojian business group has never been in contact with these underground businesses. We have always done our duty in the sea trade business. Don't worry, I will never. I don't know how to use the banner of Mr. Warring States, and I do evil everywhere. If I fail to do this, I have no problem with sending someone to copy my home. Good, very good, so Mr. Togos has a good cooperation. Luozindi stretched out his hand and said with a smile on his face. After discussing the matter, Luozindi ate a lunch hosted by Togos, and took the turkey and teal to the Navy Division 73. In addition, the 2-day deadline was reached today, and the warship will return tomorrow. This time I came out with a lot of gains. First, I completed the Academy mission, killed the target character, the leader of the fast-cut pirate group PERS DARS, and then subdued the CP9 high-ranking official Spandane, which is regarded as a nail in the government. In the end, he made a lot of money and established the Blue Eagle Fund, which had a preliminary financial basis. It can be said that Luozindi was rewarded this time. It was a worthwhile trip. The 3 of Luozindi left. Togos wanted to send a high-level cruise ship to send Luozindi back, but Luozindi was caught by Luozindi. He politely refused, but Togos deserves to be a businessman. After discovering that he could not send Luozindi back by a high-end cruise ship, he changed the method and purchased a batch of meat on the island and followed Luozindi in the name of the army to the 73rd branch. At the 73rd branch, Luonandi personally introduced Togos and the surrendered Lieutenant Colonel Mandela, so that the two could contact each other so that they could help each other in the future, but he also beat the two to prevent them from uniting. Formed a small gang in Bahai to deceive him. Achieved the goal, Luo Xindi made an appointment with the wounded boar, 2 other naval cadets, and 5 turkey teals, and went to the highest restaurant in the town where the 73 branch was stationed to have a big meal. As for the money, don't forget that Luo Xindi sold the heads of Bamira and the savage Taro in exchange for a huge sum of 105 million pele, and one of them was taken out with other money to make up to 700 million for the blue. The Eagle Fund is now, and there are 5 million Baileys left, which Ronandi holds as pocket money. After eating a meal, the guests and hosts enjoyed the meal. During the dinner, Luo Nandi implicitly revealed his ambition, and at the same time expressed the idea of attracting them. After listening to Luo Xindi, the boar was the first to say, "Blue Eagle, don't you say that we have already had this idea. Although our navy is a justice force, there are factions inside, and we want to make a difference in the navy. You must hold a group, and only hold a group to get more rights, and if you want to hold a group, you must nominate a leader, a leader. This leader must have enough strength, reputation, and influence, and only 3 of us in this class can have such prestige, that is, the red dog, the yellow ape, and the blue eagle. Compared to you, the red dog is too much extreme, is harsh to people, students dare not get too close to him, Huang Yuan is foolish, too unreliable, only Blue Eagle, you are the most perfect leader in our hearts. Today you invited us, if you didn't say anything, we will definitely support you." The wild boar carefully analyzed it, and Luo Nandi smiled after hearing this and opened his hands and said, "I am very happy that the wild boar has such a acquaintance. Welcome to join the wild boar." Luo Xindi successfully subdued the wild boar. Don't look at the naive look of the wild boar, but there is absolutely nothing wrong with doing political and legal work. At this time, the wild boar looked at Luo Xindi and said, "Blue Eagle, all organizations must to recruit personnel, we must have an organizational program to recruit personnel. Therefore, as a faction within the Navy, we must have our own ideas, or even if we are together, it will be a mess. So Blue Eagle, what is your justice? Your justice serves as a program to help you complete your justice." "My justice?" Luo Xindi was stunned by the wild boar's question. After thinking for a long time, Luo Xindi uttered a vocabulary that the wild pigs did not understand, "the justice of the people." The justice of the people. The 5 wild boars all looked at Luo Xindi silly. www.readaloud.com don't understand how terrifying the 5 words represent. Yes, it is the justice of the people. What is justice for the people? The so-called justice of the people is to let our navy understand our own responsibilities. Why do we serve as a navy? In order to bully the weak? In order to demonstrate privileges? No, no, I think most people accept those with special purposes. When I joined the navy, I must be thinking about defending my hometown and protecting my family, so that ordinary people will not be attacked by pirates and tragedies will not be staged in every part of the world. We are definitely not serving as a navy to act as an accomplice to a certain royal family, or the dragons, or the nobles of the world, to oppress the people, because that is not justice, but corruption. So I think justice is justice for the people, in order to guard this piece of land. Dahai, anyone who persecutes others is our enemy, even if he is a celestial, a nobleman in the world. Boom! After Luo Nandi said this, the 4 naval cadets, the wild boar and the turkey, are all stupid. When have they heard such a shocking declaration of justice, the justice of the people? Anyone who dares to persecute others is our enemy, even if it is are the Denonians all enemies. Isn't this reactionary speech? But why do you still feel that what the boss of Blue Eagle said is so reasonable? We serve as a navy to protect our home and our country. We are not a dogleg for the nobles to persecute ordinary people. Is it really justice to help the government suppress the people? All 5 of them fell into deep reflection. They thought of the local royal family oppressing the people Kasuga's lives. They thought of the civilians who were wantonly killed by the Celestials in Chambord, and the one who beat the Celestials and the Admiral went to arrest them. Command, does the Admiral really represent justice? Is the Tianlong people justice? Chapter 57, Disguise Right and Wrong Justice. What a terrifying idea of justice, Blue Eagle Boss, your idea of justice is simply amazing. The wild boar's eyes widened at this time, the cold sweat on his forehead. He was very politically minded, only with these short words, he thought of a lot in an instant. The justice of the Navy is no longer to serve the Tianlong people, but to serve the ordinary people. This is simply a physical subversion. If this concept of justice is known to the Tianlong people, I am afraid that he will desperately kill the Blue Eagle Boss. But the Blue Eagle Boss is too right. Maybe those old navies who have been in the naval system for a long time have forgotten their ideals, but the wild boar can't forget. He joined the army to protect his hometown, not to serve the Tianlong people. Although the other 4 naval cadets were not as flexible as the wild boar, they were also moved by Luozindi's justice. At this time, they suddenly felt that the justice of others was so ridiculous. What absolute justice? Such justice is in front of the justice of the people. Right and wrong justice, in order to maintain the unity of the world government, no matter the good or bad people are killed, this is what justice. What kind of lazy justice is, in the face of the justice of the people, it is the justice of passive sabotage. If everyone is lazy, what execution power does the Navy have? As for other justice, they feel that they are pale and powerless in the face of the justice of the people, because they have not even found a good target for their services. These concepts of justice are not in the same order of magnitude as the justice of the people. As long as they are compared, they can be instantly affected. Crush into slag. Boss Blue Eagle, your justice is too great, I will defend your justice to the death. Yes, yes, count me, I will defend your justice to the death. And I. Count me too. The naval cadets were conquered by Luozindi, but the wild boar was more sensible, and raised his hand to stop the noisy crowd. Be quiet, everyone, Blue Eagle Boss, the justice of the people is indeed too great, but I hope you don't say it to the outside world. None of our members can disclose it to the outside, because this kind of justice is fatal to the gods who live on Mary Joa. If it is leaked out, the gods will probably kill us desperately. Well, yes, boar, this is also why I have not expressed my views on justice. I hope everyone will not talk to others. Only our core members will know the definition of justice in the future. Our external justice can be modified to distinguish right from wrong. The justice of justice means that whoever is right, listens to whoever is right, and never favors anyone without endangering the rule of the world government. Is it right to tell right from wrong? After hearing this, the boar thought for a while and said, Boss, you can tell right from wrong with justice. It doesn't mean that you are against the government and change the loyalty class. So even if you are known, you are not afraid of anything. Then follow what you said, the boss, and publicize the right from wrong in the future. The justice of the people only promotes the justice of the people to the core members, and only the boss can mention these 4 words. The rest must be tight-lipped, understand? Okay, brother boar. The other 4 students nodded together after hearing the words of the boar. Since then, Luozindi's naval party has taken shape, with justice as the concept of distinguishing right and wrong, and the justice of the people as the true core, and they have begun secret development. There are 6 initial members, the party leader, that is, the leader. Blue Eagle, Rosindi, has absolute rights. There are 5 subordinates, of which 4 are ordinary members. The boar is the propagator of the party's ideas. This is given by Luozindi. The position is regarded as the political commissar of the party, just to give full play to the expertise of the wild boar. The last few people also confirmed the title of the organization in the restaurant on the island where the 73 branch is located, the Blue Eagle Party. Luozindi originally proposed to call the People's Party, but the name was too easy to expose, so I chose to name the party after the leader, the Blue Eagle Party. Satiated with food and drink, the knight was speechless. In the early morning of the next day, Lieutenant Colonel Mandela's warship was ready. The 6 men of Luosindi, who had been out for many days, finally set off on their way home. The warship went on for 2 days and finally returned to the navy base. When Luosindi came back, both the red dog and the yellow ape had already returned. The red dog was lucky. When he rushed to the South China Sea to catch the goblin pirates came from the South China Sea through the upside-down mountain. The Great Route, the 2 ships met directly on the sea. The red dog was polite, jumped directly onto the bow of the ship and launched the most powerful meteor volcano. As the giant volcanic fists descended from the sky, the pirate ship of the evil ghost pirate group was blown to pieces in an instant, and one of the people fell directly into the sea to feed the sharks, and then returned easily. And Huang Yuan was even more exaggerated. After defeating the pirates, he didn't even say hello and turned into light. He flew all the way back and grabbed the 2nd place, while Luonandi was the 3rd to come back. Yo, where's my brother coming back? Is the mission completed? Huang Yuan saw Luosindi suddenly smiled and greeted him. You reading www.yukansha.com. Of course. Luosindi said as he took out Persian dars and shook his head. Within the mouth heads, the heads of the big pirates worth 70 million baileys were chopped off by you. Brother is really a monster. Huang Yuan waved his hand and said. Luonandi gave Huang Yuan a blank look and said, "Don't lie, you are within the mouth of the sky. I have never seen you within the mouth of the sky. By the way, Uncle Huang, what is your mission goal?" The little brother taught people, "It's really scary, that my mission goal exploded. Blow up. Yes, I saw the people from their pirates rush towards me like crazy. When I was afraid, I put an 8-foot Kyanguyu, and then it was gone." Cow. What can Luosindi say after hearing this? It can only be said that before there is no domineering, the natural system is insoluble, unless there is a skill similar to Luosindi's death and silence. Luosindi greeted the red dog again. The red dog was still cold and looked like outsiders could not approach, but when Luosindi talked to him, he did not refuse. The red dog is proud, but he is right. The strong is recognized, and Luonandi is a strong. The 3 separated. Luonandi went back to the dormitory to clean up, and then went to the cafeteria to have a good meal, and then began normal training. After all, the other naval cadets hadn't come back yet, just waited for about a week, and the naval cadets could come back. Basically all have returned, but there are also some who can't. These students have returned to the sea forever. On the 8th day, everyone was called to the naval colonel by Zifa. Standing on the podium, Zifa looked at the naval cadets who were missing a lot of people under the stands. His eyes were slightly dim, and he cleared his throat immediately. "Rookies, a meeting." Chapter 58, Graduation. Hearing Zifa said that there was a meeting, all the naval cadets below stood at attention, their faces full of solemnity, especially after seeing that there was a circle of people around. It was even more sad and inexplicable. "Rookies, first of all, congratulations to you for passing the 2-year Naval Academy training, completing the completion assessment, and successfully graduating." Zifa's slightly hoarse voice came out. Luosindi and others all looked solemnly at the podium and at Zifa. At this time, Zifa took a pamphlet from the adjutant and continued to say in a hoarse voice, "A total of 115 trainees were admitted this year, including 1 student as an auditor. 82 passed the final assessment and 33 were eliminated, of which 6 were seriously injured and 27 died. The pass rate was 71%. 27 people died." Hearing this casualty rate, I looked at the crowd missing many familiar smiling faces. Luosindi was very sentimental. "This is really not a pirate game. It is really going to die here." Other students were very sad to hear that 27 people died in the assessment this year. Some students heard this and saw that their companions who had been with them for 2 years did not stand here, and couldn't help sobbing silently. When I got up, the entire playground was full of sorrow for a while. Zifa looked at the sad student below and sighed, when the Navy is not a playhouse, death is commonplace. We cannot fall into grief and cannot extricate ourselves. We must turn our grief and anger into strength and take the share of our dead companions. Stay strong, understand? Novices. Zifa's hoarse voice was transmitted among the students, and the students sobbed louder after hearing it. Zifa was not angry this time, just turned into a long sigh. Zifa joined the Navy when he was 14 years old. When he joined the army, he was in the same class as the warring states, Carp and Crane. There were more than 500 people in their navy. However, there were only less than 10 people left in the war. He crawled out of the sea of blood in the corpse mountain, and he didn't know how many companions he had lost. He was also confused and sad. But in the end he all came through one by one, and then he became the black-handed Zifa, a battle-tested admiral. Looking at the young navy seedlings below, Zifa seemed to see who he was once, and he was so hesitated back then. Okay, it's all quiet, rookies, time waits for no one, I don't have time to watch a group of little kids crying. The adjutant brought the letter of appointment issued by the superior. Yes. Hearing this, the adjutant immediately brought Zifa a military rank appointment letter signed by the air commander himself. This is what Tian Zifa declared to the air commander based on his merits and approved it back. Let me read below, this time everyone's ranking situation. Zifa paused, the following navy looked at Zifa, and Zifa picked up the appointment book and said, Akadog, the college competition has won, and the final exam completely wiped out the evil ghost pirate group. Now awarded the Red Dog Navy Lieutenant. Military rank. Lieutenant, my goodness, do you have the rank of lieutenant after graduation? Really deserve to be called a monster. The following students were all muttered in surprise after hearing Zifa's appointment. Don't underestimate the rank of lieutenant. This lieutenant is a lieutenant in the division. If you put it in the Sahai branch, it will be the rank of major. Moreover, in the Navy, the lieutenant level officer is already a middle-level cadre. Be aware that there are ensign, warrant officer, chief CAO, sergeant, captain, first class, second class, third class, miscellaneous, and many ranks under the lieutenant. AKA INU. This is equivalent to starting as a middle-level cadre after graduation. This position is even the goal of many ordinary Marines with poor strength in their lifetime. Huang Yuan, the academy was defeated, and the final examination completely wiped out the cheetah pirates. Now he is awarded the rank of second lieutenant in the Navy. Yet, I blame my brother, if it weren't for you to let me lose out in the academy, I should be a lieutenant now. Huang Yuan listened to Zifa's announcement and looked at Luo Xindi with dissatisfaction. Luo Xindi heard this, isn't it just one level less, you just go out and catch a big pirate and it's over. As for such a grievance. Catch a big pirate? Please forgive me, brother. With that effort, I would prefer to have a cup of hot tea. If you beat me in the college competition, you have caught the big pirate purse darts. The rank of a lieutenant did not run away, my goodness, a 9-year-old lieutenant, how terrible. Huang Yuan whispered to Luo Xindi. Luo Xindi shrugged after hearing this, it doesn't matter whether you have a military rank or a military rank, it's all about serving the people. True and hypocritical. Huang Yuan listened to this and watched Luo Xindi spit out like this. At this time, Zifa continued on the podium to read, Bor, the academy is victorious, and the deputy Rani of the Quick/Pirates Regiment was captured. Now he is awarded the rank of warrant officer. Turkey. Zifa recites the names of the students one by one. This means that everyone notices something wrong. Why are there so many people who have not read Luo Xindi's name? You must know the credit of Luo Xindi and grant one the lieutenant is not exaggerating, but why didn't you read him? Everyone just waited. The name Lan Ying didn't appear until the last person's name was read. At this time, the students below couldn't sit still. www.readaloud.com, especially the few people under Luo Nandi's command. Teacher Zifa, How come Lan Ying hasn't been awarded a title? It's not too much to give a lieutenant with Lan Ying's strength. The following students roared at Zifa. Zifa listened to these words and looked at the boars and turkeys who said, Blue Eagle is an auditor in this class, and his grades are not counted in the grades of the graduates. You guys. Any other objections? No. The mountain pigs quickly shut up after hearing these words. Luo Nandi didn't care about it. As long as the strength is strong, the future military rank will not be increased casually. After all, the Navy is a place where strength is respected. Okay, the award is over. As for where you will go next, I will communicate with the headquarters, and I will notify you at that time. Teacher Zifa turned around and got off the podium. After 2 steps, Teacher Zifa stopped and looked at the students behind him. Rookies, you have graduated, go to the sea to chase your dreams. After saying this, Zifa walked away without looking back. When he left, although his back was majestic, there was a trace of loneliness. Zifa left, and the rest of the naval cadets suddenly exploded, and began to talk a lot. At this time, Luo Nandi jumped onto the podium in a few steps. Just be quiet, everyone. When Luo Xindi made this sound, everyone looked at Luo Xindi. At this time, Luo Xindi bowed and said, Dear students, thank you all for taking care of me during this time. We are about to graduate. In the future, there will be very few opportunities to get together again, so in order to thank you all, I have prepared a great barbecue banquet for you tonight, and I hope you all can come and participate. Barbecue, banquet, yeah, Lanying, you are so sweet, we will all come. After listening to Luo Xindi, a group of naval cadets cheered. Is there anyone in this sea who doesn't like banquets? Chapter 59, Guidance of the Sea. The banquet was held in the evening as scheduled. The barbecue and drinks needed for the banquet were all purchased from the Chambord Islands by the Togo's merchant group by Luo Xindi. The quality was excellent. The Navy students were full of greasy food and full of praise. However, this banquet Luo Xindi was purposeful. First, he graduated soon, and then he would have a wave of favorability with these students. Secondly, Luo Xindi used the opportunity of this banquet to give some core members of the boar the opportunity to pull people, let them help themselves pull people as much as possible, plump wings. Luo Xindi was holding a wine glass and a barbecue at this time, shuttled between the crowd. Every student toasted a glass of wine. Fortunately, the degree of this rum was low and the degree was higher. Luo Xindi might stop cooking. Looking at Luo Xindi in the crowd, Huang Yuan picked up a big scallop and said to the equatorial dog who was eating barbecue beside him, Brother Blue Eagle is really terrifying. With so many people, he can socialize like fish in water. This is really an amazing talent. Communication, what's the use? The Navy looks at strength, not popularity. As long as there is strength, others will obey you. The weak obey the strong. This is the principle of heaven. Blue Eagle spends time cultivating the relationship with these ordinary students. It is a waste. Time, it's great to have this time to exercise and improve your strength. The red dog glanced at Luo Xindi and said disdainfully. Huang Yuan shrugged and did not agree with this. Perhaps the red dog was right, but Luo Xindi was not a weak embroidered pillow. The level of cultivation effort, Luo Xindi is not to lose. Hard work, tenacity, strong strength, excellent popularity, these conditions add up. Blue Eagle will have a good chance to hit the general throne in the future, and this little brother is only 9 years old this year, which is really scary. Yeah, Uncle Huang Yuan, come and have a drink. Luo Nandi respected everyone, and finally came to the table of Huang Ape and Red Dog. Huang Ape waved his hand and said, Don't go, brother, please forgive me, the old man is not good at drinking. Drink tea, drink tea. Luo Xindi gave Huang Yuan a white when he heard the words. He was only 26 years old and began to keep in good health. He didn't even drink alcohol, sir. Blue Eagle, I will drink with you. Just when Luozindi wanted to say something, the red dog raised his glass. Luozindi was taken aback when he saw the red dog and drank a drink after the two of them. After drinking, the red dog looked at Luonandi and said, "Are you free for a fight?" Luozindi was taken aback, followed by looking at the red dog innocently. How could he have a fight inexplicably? But Luozindi said calmly, "Wait, I haven't practiced my swordsmanship yet, and there is still room for development of the fruit ability. It is too early to fight." "Oh, when do you want to fight?" The red dog looked at Luozindi and asked. Luozindi thought for a while and said, "When we all become generals, we will officially play a game. The one who wins the election for the future marshal, and the one who loses assists the other party." "Abandon? How?" "General." Akahoun's eyes suddenly brightened when he heard this. How can a man have no ambition, and a navy who doesn't want to be a general is not a good navy? "Okay, I promise you, we will fight again," the red dog said proudly at this time. Within the mouth the old man heard something terrible, and the two monsters thought about the future of the general. "It is amazing." Huang Yuan listened to the two people's words, said the elder. "Shut up, Uncle Huang Yuan, and do you want to join? When we become admiral, we will fight a game, and if we lose, we will give up the future marshal's campaign." Luozindi stared at Huang Yuan. Huang Yuan waved his hand after hearing this. Forget it, I didn't plan to be a marshal. I want to fight you too, but a general? I can consider it." "Consider? Okay, then see you in general." Cheers! Luozindi raised the wine glass with the red dog, and Huang Yuan had a toast. At this moment, the first three major monsters of the Naval Academy took aim at the position of admiral. A banquet was extremely lively, and at this time, on the back hill of the Naval Academy, there were new tombs. Inside were buried the first dead students of the Naval Academy. At this time, Zifa was carrying a bottle of rum. Ju sat in front of the tombstone, looked at the new graves full of mountains and poured himself a sip of rum, humming in his mouth, "The sea is watching, the beginning of this world, and the sea knows the end of this world, so what it invites is the way forward." This song is the Navy's soul-saving song Guide to the Sea, and it is also Zifa's favorite song. Zifa. Zifa sang a song, and someone behind him called his name softly. Zifa looked back and saw that it was a Sengoku with an explosive head. As soon as the warring states came back from the New World, he was sent to the Naval Academy by the Air Commander to discuss with Zifa the arrangement of the first batch of Naval Academy graduates. Zifa stretched out his hand and handed the rum to the warring states. The warring states did not drink alcohol in the first place, but he looked at Zifa and the new graves full of mountains, ignoring the other guts of rum. At the Naval Academy's banquet, the banquet was almost over. Many students had already got up and left, and the red dog and the yellow ape had also left. At this time, the wild boars gathered to join Luozindi. There are a lot of people, there are more than 30 people, 80 people, and it is good to draw 30 people into the group. At this time, Luonandi first expressed his welcome to join them. www.readaloud.com followed them. Let's take a look at Luozindi's view of justice, the justice of distinguishing right and wrong. As for the justice of the people, it can only be announced after Luozindi is fully recognized and enters the core circle. After announcing the concept of justice, more than 30 people all agreed. In this way, these people are very compatible with Luozindi's three views. This is the basis of refuge. Then Luozindi checked their strength and found that except for the boar in addition, the strength of these people is very average, and they are not very good. Actually, the characters that can be distinguished in the first session are Luozindi, the red dog, and the yellow ape. Even the wild boars are of ordinary standards, so Luozindi does not have too high demands on them. After checking the strength of these people, Luonandi said to these people, "Everyone, since you depend on me, I can't help but plan for you. Your strength is not strong. If you rush into the great route like this, which is high-level cannon fodder, so in the next distribution, I hope you can choose to go to the 4Cs branch. The 4Cs branch. Hearing Luo Xindi's words, everyone was stunned. Luo Xindi nodded and said, I went out to perform a mission this time and found that the Sihai branch is rotten, and the high levels are very rotten. This is very important for the Navy's foundation. Sheikh, so I hope you can go to the 4Cs branch to help me, help the Navy, keep an eye on there, and try to climb up. When I become a general, we can clean up the cancer of the branch for the Navy and consolidate the foundation for the Navy. Then you the hero of the entire Navy. Hero, clean up the malignant tumor for the Navy branch, consolidate the foundation, and work for the future. After listening to Luo Xindi's words, all the students were stunned, and followed Kikai Kikai. We would like to listen to the arrangement of the Blue Eagle boss. Let's go to the branch. Chapter 60, I am more optimistic about Blue Eagle. At the end of the banquet, Luo Xindi was slightly drunk, but even in this state, Luo Xindi still did not give up exercising, washed his face with cold water, and then began to perform chopping training. Ha, 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 training slogan. Cleaver is the foundation of the basics. In order to pursue greater lethality, the swordsman will often practice some fancy sword skills, but Luo Xindi has always believed that the foundation is the foundation of kendo. Cleaving a million many times, Luo Xindi can easily feel the structure of the object when swinging and slashing, and can easily cut steel to reach the realm of steel cutting. After swinging the sword 10 million times, Luo Xindi can definitely comprehend a deeper realm of swordsmanship, and this basic sword technique, which was cultivated by Luo Xindi, has reached a speed close to the extreme. Before Luo Xindi only took 1 second. Can cleave, close the knife, cleave the knife again, and cut 2 knives, but after a million slashes. Luo Xindi can cut 15 knives in 1 second. The ultimate speed brings superpower. In terms of swordsmanship, Luo Xindi may not be as gorgeous as other swordsmen, but in terms of lethality, Luo Southwest D is not afraid of anyone. Rosindi, long time no see. Luo Xindi was practicing hacking, and suddenly a familiar and unfamiliar voice sounded behind him. Luo Xindi was taken aback, and then he saw Warring States and Khalid standing behind him with a smile looking at him. Daddy, Khalid, you guys are back. Luo Xindi stopped practicing, turned around and looked at Warring States and Khalid with a smile on his face. Warring States stepped over at this time, looked at Luo Xindi's height and smiled, a lot taller. Hee hee. No, it's 10 centimeters taller. Luo Xindi said with a smile, and the Warring States also said with a smile at this time, yes, I have learned about your situation in the Naval Academy with Zifa. I have mastered the 6 types proficiently, the devil fruit has been developed, and I also practiced swordsmanship. Luo Nandi, you really have grown a lot. Hee hee daddy, don't praise me like that, it's all teachers Zifa taught well. Luo Nandi said modestly, but Khalid said, 6 styles, I believe Mr. Zifa taught me, but kendo? Mr. Zifa is not good at it. I saw your exercise just now. For a second with 15 knives, this has reached the level of an intermediate swordsman. I want you to understand the realm of steel cutting by yourself, right? Well, Khalid, I have realized the realm of steel cutting, but I am a little confused about the next step, so I can only practice basic sword skills. Well, you really lack systematic kendo tutoring. Khalid murmured after hearing this, and then the Warring States period smiled, Rosandi, Khalid's kendo skills are very solid. At present, in the Navy, only Corps Lieutenant Bogart can compete with each other in swordsmanship. Khalid's battle, it happens that we are free these few days, so you have to ask Khalid about it. Yes, Dad, Teacher Khalid, please advise. Ronandi bowed to Khalid. Khalid waved his hand again and again at this time, don't, I'm afraid to the student from Mr. Zifa, you should call me Khalid. As for kendo, I will. I can teach you everything. Haha. Colette, am I Zifa a stingy person? But you are right. Even if I am not a stingy person, I won't let the student Lan Ying give it to others. Teacher Zifa. As soon as Khaled finished speaking, Zifa walked from the direction of the back mountain on the other side. When he got closer, Zifa looked at the Warring States Road. Come to my office and have a chat. Okay. Sengoku nodded, and Khaled said at this moment, I and Luo Nandi will avoid it. No, let's come together. Zifa shook his head, and followed them into his office with the three of them. Zifa's office was meticulously cleaned, and the documents were neatly arranged. Sit down first. Zifa asked the three of them to sit on the sofa first, and then poured 3 cups of tea for the three of them. Luo Nandi immediately went to help. He had to be discerning. A group of elders, how could they let them pour tea for themselves? After pouring the tea, Zifa took out a booklet with the files of the current student in the booklet. Zifa came to the sofa and sat down. 4 people sat around a coffee table. Then Zifa took the lead to speak. These are this year. There are 82 graduates of the First Naval Academy, but most of them are of average qualifications. The strength of the brigadier generals in the future will be their ceiling. Only 7 people have a little potential. Among them, the red dog and the yellow ape are the most prominent. Can aspire to the throne of a general. Aka Hound, a rockberry with real ability, one person wipes out the evil ghost pirate group, has an extreme personality, is warlike, and pursues absolute justice. Yellow Ape, a person with shining fruit ability, annihilated the cheetah pirate group alone, with a lazy personality, easygoing, and a lazy justice. The Warring States period looked at the information of the 2 people and nodded slightly. At a young age, he has the ability to destroy a pirate group alone. It has great potential. It is a very good young man. Zifa, you really cultivated this year. 2 monster-like talents. No, there are actually 3 you reading www.yukansha.com. Zifa raised his 3 fingers after hearing the words of the Warring States period. Hearing the words of the Warring States period, he was taken aback and looked at Luo Zindi. The third person, do you mean Luo Nandi? Yes, even these 3 people I am more optimistic about Luo Nandi. Zifa looked at the Warring States for a while and continued, in fact, the Blue Eagle also has the ability to destroy a pirate group by one person, but he is not as arrogant as the Red Dog and the Yellow Ape. He is more willing to support his surrounding partners and bring them together. Growing up together, you and I know that no one in this sea can live alone without relying on the power of a partner. What we want to train are high-ranking Navy generals, not lone rangers who fight alone. Therefore, if we score in this respect, Chi the dog and the Yellow Ape failed at all, and I would like to give him full marks for the Blue Eagle. Teacher Zifa, can you praise me in person like this? I will swell. Luo Zindi was embarrassed by Zifa's praise. Zifa looked at Luo Zindi and said, will you become arrogant just because of my good words? Yes, maybe not. Luo Nandi touched his head and said, Zifa said indifferently, that will not end, and this is also a test for you. According to your current strength and background, there will be more people who will you up in the future. Yes, if you are complacent and lose yourself just because of a few good words, then it proves that you are a man of that degree. Yes, I understand Teacher Zifa. Luo Zindi straightened up, and the Warring States period shook his head when he saw it, and said, in terms of teaching, I'm really inferior to you, Zifa. Okay Warring States, don't talk about these useless things, talk about your next plan for the Red Dog and the Yellow Ape. Zifa looked at the Warring States period.